Lian idly flipped through a notebook in his hands, which contained a single line of text. Rationality countdown. 1 month and 22 hours. Originally, Lian was just an ordinary individual on Blue Star, but after staying up late to finish a manuscript, he fell asleep only to awaken with an unexpected tail sprouting from his backside. At first, he was quite thrilled. After all, he had become a Saiyan. The thought of Kamehameha waves, rapid movement, flight techniques, and ultimate flashes were the delightful fantasies every boy dreams of during slumber. However, that joy was short-lived as he soon realized that his Saiyan name was Broly L. and felt a wave of despair wash over him. The legendary Saiyan, unlike typical Super Saiyans, possessed overwhelming strength, easily overpowering normal Super Saiyans of the same realm. Yet this power was reckless in battle. The more he fought, the less sense he seemed to possess. Before his adulthood, Lian had consciously honed his willpower, hoping to control this explosive strength. However, Kakarot, after letting out that final shout accompanied by a violent explosion, Lian lost consciousness. When he regained awareness, he found himself in a peculiar establishment known as the Wanjiao All-Purpose Shop. The notebook on the counter revealed that Wanjiao had rescued him, but he was required to work there until he repaid the debt incurred from his resurrection. As for the rationality points, according to the information that appeared in the notebook, they were a form of employee benefit. Rationality points could be earned as rewards for completing commissions, which could then be exchanged with Wanjiao. Lian initially thought that binding himself to this Wanjiao would resolve his rationality issues. Little did he know, not only was he trapped within this small room, but his rationality was also on the brink of collapse, despite possessing unparalleled strength. Yet, uncontrollable power was less useful than a mere brick. Moreover, Wanjiao required someone to place a commission before Li and could temporarily leave the establishment. Tasks. Were the tasks? Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside the door. Lian stood up and leaned closer to the door, straining to listen. Cut it out, Nax? Quite impressive. But this level will heal quickly. Lian, was there someone outside? He had previously opened the door, only to find nothing but emptiness beyond it, not a soul in sight. But what was this voice? Without further hesitation, Lian turned the doorknob and opened the door, only to be taken aback as he witnessed a boy being struck and sent flying by another figure. Seeing this scene, a trace of disdain flickered in Lian's heart. Dodge? Why? There is absolutely no need. Even if he stood there to take the boy's full force attack, he would remain unscathed. Useless Saiyan. Boom! Lian toppled backward, tumbling in along with the boy. Nezuko! Run! Tanjiro quickly rolled over, clutching his forehead, only to be astonished to find he was no longer in the woods outside the shrine. Before him lay a warm, yet non-dazzling yellow space, with furniture far superior to that of his home or Grandpa Soro's. That I ested a sofa? It must be incredibly comfortable. No, now is not the time for such thoughts. I must hurry back to Nezuko. Hey, boy, what's your name? Tanjiro's thoughts were interrupted by a voice, and he turned to see a tall figure slowly approaching. The figure crossed his arms, exuding an inexplicable pressure. If not for the bloodline under his nose, he would have appeared even more perfect. Tanjiro instinctively bent forward to apologize. I'm truly sorry, sir. I didn't mean to my sister Nezuko and I were attacked by a demon, and that's why. Lian raised an eyebrow. Wait, what did you say your sister's name is? Though Tanjiro didn't understand why this person was so interested in his sister's name, he noticed the blood still trickling from the man's nose. After all, he was at fault. Nezuko. My sister's name is Nezuko, and I am Tanjiro. Sir, I will explain the rest to you later. With that, Tanjiro dashed back to where he had been, only to find a seemingly ordinary wooden door had closed without his noticing. He didn't think much and reached out to pull it open. He pulled again. Enough with the effort. Tanjiro, no one can leave here without my consent. Tanjiro turned back to find the man from earlier had somehow procured a wad of tissue and stuffed it into his nostrils. I understand you're in a hurry, but please don't rush. Tanjiro, right? Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Lian, the proprietor of this Wanjiao. This place differs somewhat from the houses you are accustomed to. The flow of time inside and outside the shop is different. Even if you spend time here eating hot pot or taking a bath, when you step outside, it will still be the same moment you entered. And so he spoke for a while. Do you understand? Tanjiro, with his wide eyes, wore an expression that clearly conveyed, "Are you even speaking human language? Mr. Lien, I think I have some understood. What must I offer for you to help save me and my sister?" Although Tanjiro was lost in the details, the peculiar items surrounding him, computer, television, air conditioner, refrigerator, made him realize this person was far from ordinary. He glanced at Lian's blood-stained nose, silently adding, "Though he doesn't seem very strong, but surely, with those wondrous items, they could find a way to escape." Unbeknownst to Lian, Tanjiro's thoughts were spiraling in different directions. Otherwise, he would have shown him what a planet-destroying bomb truly was. At that moment, Lian held the notebook, silently inquiring within, "How do you charge for this?" "Charge for what? Money?" The notebook slowly revealed its text. Anything deemed important by the requester could be accepted as abilities, items, or even life. Lian disregarded the last option. Abilities? No, that won't do. From the glimpse I caught when I opened the door, it seems Tanjiro is currently on his way to Mount Sajiri. That means he doesn't yet know the water-breathing techniques, so Fire God Dance? Your Fire God Dance will serve as payment. How do you know? Tanjiro had only begun to ask when he shut his mouth indeed. It was not surprising that this mysterious individual knew of his family's ancestral dance. "But how can I give it to you? Do I need to perform it?" "No need. You just need to sign here." Lian pushed forward a contract. Tanjiro took the pen Lian offered and signed his name in the designated space. Once completed, the paper spontaneously ignited and burned away before his eyes. The agreement is now in effect. So, Tanjiro, yes, it is time to complete your commission. "Oh, okay." Tanjiro snapped back from the mesmerizing sight of the self-igniting paper, his gaze now resolute. With this person's assistance, we can surely escape with Nezuko. Chapter 2. The Malevolent Spirit. As the door swung open, Lian and Tanjiro found themselves amidst a dense forest. Taking a deep breath, Lian inhaled the refreshing scent of foliage mingling with the crispness of night. At last, the sensation of freedom. I have finally escaped. Haha. Just as Lian reveled in the joy of liberation from that confining abode, an incongruous voice shattered his thoughts. "Oi, you over there, little brat. I don't know where you popped up from, but hurry over here so I can devour you." Upon hearing this rather profound proclamation, Lian turned to the source and beheld a grotesque head, firmly affixed to a tree by an axe, with two hands attached. Oh, is this what a demon looks like? Its vitality is indeed tenacious. While it pales in comparison to Buu, it certainly exceeds the limits of an ordinary human. The demon and Appo's head continued to bellow. "Hey, brat, are you listening? I and Appo's am talking to you. Come here and let me eat you." Tanjiro hastily explained to Lian, "Mr. Lian, this is a man-eating demon. It cannot die from physical harm. While its head is incapacitated, we must quickly rescue Nezuko and flee." No. Tanjiro, you go find your sister first. I will join you shortly." Tanjiro, not giving it much thought, understood that it was natural for an ordinary person to feel fear in the face of such horror, so he accepted Lian's decision. "All right, Mr. Lian, please be careful." With that, Tanjiro dashed toward the direction of the demon's body and Nezuko. As Lian watched Tanjiro's figure fade into the depths of the forest, his gaze returned to the demon's head. In my previous life, I recall a work called Ajin, which left me pondering a question. If your body were to sprout another body, and your body sprouted a head, would you then be one person or two? What nonsense are you spewing, brat? Hurry up and get me down so I can eat you. Lian approached the demon's head, bemused. An inexplicable sense of unease flickered within the demon as Lian drew nearer, its panic intensifying. It could only continue to shout in an attempt to mask its terror. At last, Lian stood before the demon's head, reaching out to grasp it. The moment he did, the demon's panic erupted, and it thrashed violently, its deformed hands clawing at Lian and Appo's arm. "Is this all the strength you possess? How disappointing. Or is it that Musen and Appo's blood was too diluted? Or perhaps you're not in your complete form." The demon's movements abruptly halted. "How do you know that, esteemed one? Who are you? If you know that, esteemed one, then release me. I am the most loyal subordinate of that esteemed one. If you dare to harm me, that esteemed one will not spare you." Let us not even entertain whether your claims bear truth. Even if they did, do you truly believe that Musen, that wretched master, would come looking for me because of you? Vile human, how dare you show disrespect to that esteemed one? Suddenly, the demon realized the surrounding space had shifted. He found himself inexplicably beside his own body, while a female demon was being cornered perilously at the edge of a cliff by his own form. When did this happen? How did I get here? Is it this person? Is this the speed a human can possess? Lian raised his leg and, with a swift motion, sent the demon's body crashing away from Nezuko. The demon's form was propelled as if struck by a prehistoric mammoth, crashing through countless trees along the way, parting the forest as it went. Finally, it collided with a massive boulder, coming to a halt, while the demon's head in Lian's hand let out a wretched scream before losing consciousness. Oh, even separated bodies can share pain? What could be the reason for this? Nezuko. A desperate call rang out as Tanjiro arrived late, first checking on his sister to ensure she was unharmed before turning his gaze toward Lian. Mr. Lian. How did you end up here? URNT. At that moment, Tanjiro noticed the unconscious demon's head in Lian's grasp, along with the fallen trees that seemed endless in their destruction. What is this? Tanjiro recalled the day Nezuko had transformed into a demon, when Jitomioka had appeared. It was clear that this mysterious Lian was far from ordinary, possessing abilities that transcended those of mere mortals. How about it, Tanjiro? Was this transaction not worthwhile? Is that demon dead? Tanjiro inquired uncertainly, glancing at the head in Lian's hand. Not quite. I can still sense its presence. It seems to have merely fainted. To endure such a blow and still live? Demons are truly terrifying. Mr. Lian, let us hurry and escape. I know of individuals who wield weapons capable of completely slaying demons. If we can find them, we can eradicate this demon and protect those around us. Lian felt a surge of admiration. You are truly noble, Tanjiro, thinking of the safety of the townsfolk even in such dire circumstances. You are but a youth. Yet you have endured so much. Lian waved his hand dismissively. No matter. Why not inquire if he fears me? Without waiting for Tanjiro and Appo's response, Lian strode purposefully toward the demon's body. Tanjiro, uncertain whether it was concern for Lian or something else, instinctively followed with Nezuko in tow. Noticing Tanjiro's actions, Lian remained unhurried, eventually arriving at the demon's body. At that moment, the demon's form lay twisted, deeply embedded in the rock. An ordinary person would indeed struggle to extract it. Is it still alive in this state? Or is it that mere physical attacks are ineffective? Lian slowly raised his hand, forming a fist and extending his index finger. Tanjiro stepped back. What's wrong? Can this demon still move in its current state? Suddenly, Tanjiro's eyes were drawn to the golden glow emanating from Lian's fingertip. What is this? Is it Mr. Lian's power? Before Tanjiro could react, Lian's fingertip unleashed an unseen force that struck one of the demon's legs with blinding speed. A resounding explosion ensued, sending dust and debris swirling, forcing Tanjiro to crouch protectively over Nezuko until the chaos subsided, revealing the demon's body crashing heavily to the ground. At that moment, a piercing wail erupted from the head in Lian's hand. What is happening? How could this be? You, what have you done to me? Ignoring the demon's agonized cries, Lian observed closely, noting that while the site of impact healed slowly, it was indeed mending itself. Chapter 3. Confusion. Lian furrowed his brow and paused his actions, realizing that mere spirit alone would not suffice to vanquish the malevolent spirit completely. Could it truly be that the specter was simply afraid of ultraviolet light? No, that could not be the entirety of the truth. It must relate to the disparities between worlds. Although the realm of Demon Slayer predominantly exuded an ancient ambience, certain locales within this world had achieved remarkable technological advancements, including the presence of electric lights. Given the current technological state of this world, fabricating an ultraviolet lamp would not pose a significant challenge. Suddenly, Lian appeared to sense something and turned to the motionless Tanjiro beside him. Time was running out for Tanjiro. It seemed that the malevolent spirit would not regain its mobility before dawn. Moreover, Lian directed his gaze toward a particular direction. Someone is looking for you. Mr. Lian, are you departing? Indeed, my time in your world is limited. Lian remarked as he tossed Tanjiro a wooden plaque inscribed with 3 prominent characters, Wanshiwu, followed by his name. This is my business card. You are welcome to commission me again. Should you wish to contact me, simply hold it in your hand and recite my name. I look forward to our next encounter. Tanjiro, take care on the train. In a flash, Tanjiro lost sight of Lian. What does train and Appos, mean? And who could possibly be looking for me? Confused, Tanjiro ceased his contemplation, took Nezuko's hand, and turned to leave, only to encounter a figure midway along his path. The individual wore a Tengu mask and donned a water blue haori. Young man, what transpired here? An elderly voice inquired, devoid of malice. Tanjiro recounted the entire sequence of events in detail. After a significant pause, the figure introduced himself. I am called Sakanji Urokadaki, a demon slayer. Might you lead me to the malevolent spirit? Meanwhile, Leon mused, wait, is this truly the end? As he opened his notebook, the content began to materialize before him. Client, Tanjiro commission details, rescue Tanjiro and Nezuko commission reward, dance of the fire god sun breathing, task duration, 10 minutes task status, completed task reward. 30 days of sanity points task progress, 1,000 though I comprehend the rest. What does this task progress signify? It represents the payment you owe to Wanshiwu, which offsets the costs of your revival. You cannot depart from Wanshiwu until this payment is settled. Setting that aside, I have long wished to comment, your interaction system is rather antiquated. Look at others who can recite things in their minds at any moment. I must leaf through pages of a notebook. What if I accidentally misplace it? Suggestions have been recorded and are undergoing optimization suddenly. The scene before Leon shimmered, and a series of information segments appeared on his retina. Optimization complete. In that instant, the notebook vanished from his grasp, a feat Leon's abilities could not discern. Nevertheless, it mattered little, whether it involved 1,000 commissions or some entity toying with him. He was indifferent. Until his strength attained a certain level, contemplating these matters was futile. Why is the task duration limited to 10 minutes? Upon calculation, the commission's reward only permits you to act for 10 minutes. It appears that the Saiyan's power far exceeds that of the Demon Slayer realm in this world. Even the most precious items translate to meager remuneration for his services. May I see the Dance of the Fire God? Dance of the Fire God Sun Breathing has been recorded. You may consult it at any time, as it inherently belongs to you. Will you not collect the reward? Wanshiwu's objective is to fulfill commissions issued across various worlds, and the commission reward solely serves to calculate task duration. The ownership and form of compensation are entirely at your discretion. One last query. Aside from accepting commissions, is there any other way to exit this place? I mean, to enter other worlds. Leon gazed intently at the panel before him, eager yet anxious. He had grown weary of his confined space. Should he remain here, he would not wait for his sanity points to deplete. He would erupt in place. Once Wanshiwu completes a commission in a particular world, you may enter that world at will. However, please remember that outside of accepting a commission and commencing a task, you must not act indiscriminately. Only one client may exist in each world. Clients may recommission, but cannot compel any individual to undertake a commission in any form. Currently bound world, Demon Slayer. Will you enter? Was there any need for inquiry? Of course, he would enter. With that thought, Leon found himself beside a narrow path in the woods. This doesn't seem like the spot where I encountered Tanjiro? Entry locations are randomized. Gazing at the text floating before him, Leon comprehended. What if I forcefully act outside of a commission? Your sanity points will deplete at an accelerated rate. Accelerated? By how much? Having just completed Tanjiro's commission and earned a month's worth of sanity points, Leon felt somewhat reassured. If the depletion was not excessive, he could indeed forcibly alter some of his former world's obsessions regarding this realm, such as that owl-headed youth. Forceful actions will adjust sanity points to 60. 60? 60 hours? 60. 22 seconds. Note, this duration will be deducted from the time spent acting until completion. Your travel time in this world does not count. So, if I refrain from causing trouble, I can linger as long as I wish? And with a task, normal time consumption applies, but if I act forcefully, I have only 60 seconds to live. That is correct. Then I have another question for you. Wanshiwu, you may ask, if someone were to provoke me or attack me unprovoked, I cannot simply stand idly by, can I? In that case, I might as well spend a second obliterating them. You need not worry. Any malicious attacks will be unable to target you. Leon stroked his chin thoughtfully. Understood. You may depart. Leon then contacted Wanshiwu and retrieved the Dance of the Fire God for inspection. Can I practice this? Although Leon was a transcendent being, he lacked any combat techniques, as they were unnecessary. However, as a traveler, he understood that this was merely temporary. Once he faced an equally powerful foe, mastery of combat techniques would be crucial. Subsequently, Leon began practicing the moves outlined in the text, and after a series of awkward contortions, he quietly stowed the Dance of the Fire God. Is this truly a sword technique? It feels less invigorating than the calisthenics of my previous life. Perhaps it was due to his lack of foundational swordsmanship, or perhaps this world's power structure did not suit him. Leon did not press the issue. If it came, it was welcome, but if not, it mattered little. Gazing up at the rising sun in the distance, Leon declared, I have arrived in the world of Demon Slayer. Chapter 4. Kabutsuji Muzan Li and did not employ the technique of Dance of the Void. Instead, he wandered aimlessly like an ordinary person. As the gathering of chi intensified, Lian finally arrived at a bustling metropolis just as the sun began to set. Upon entering the city, he was captivated by its peculiar splendor, distinct from the technologically advanced era he was accustomed to. The skyline was adorned with a juxtaposition of new and old architecture, while elegantly dressed men and women strolled in pairs. The vibrant, colorful signs outside the shops momentarily led Li En to believe he had arrived at the Bund in Shanghai. After meandering for a while, he found solace in the liberation from the confines of the Wanshur house, his heart swelling with an urgent desire to explore. He caught a whiff of something delicious and followed the scent to a ramen stall nearby. How enticing! Speaking of which, it seemed he hadn't eaten in quite some time. Almost as if in response, his stomach audibly protested. However, observing the coins left behind by departing customers, Lian realized he could no longer indulge as he once did, recklessly consuming whatever he desired. Previously, he could attribute his lack of restraint to the overwhelming surge of power, but now he was in a state of absolute clarity. Such behavior would be utterly inappropriate. Yet, he found himself without any money. Where could he procure some? At that moment, the ramen stall owner, taking a break to clear the dishes, noticed Lian, whose height and muscular build were striking yet well-coordinated. After tidying up, the owner wiped the table and pulled out a chair, patting its back. "Young man, you must be hungry. Please, have a seat." "Don't worry, it's on me," he said. Lian, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched his head. "Boss, it's not what you think." "I'm not," the stall owner chuckled, tapping his pipe. "No need for modesty. You're new to Asakusa, aren't you? It's tough for someone out here on their own. Everyone has their struggles. Today, I'll treat you. When you have money in the future, come back and support my business." Lian did not reply, partly because the owner seemed to misunderstand his situation, and partly because of the implications hidden within the owner's words. Asakusa? Tokyo's Asakusa? That meant Muzan could also be here. Lian was not contemplating an immediate confrontation with Muzan, although the thought did cross his mind. He feared the potential repercussions of such an action. After all, he had no means to restrict the regeneration of demons. Even if he obliterated Muzan, what if even a fragment survived and managed to revive? He would then be branded a sinner in the fight against demons. Thus, Lian resolved to follow Tanjiro's lead, intending to persuade him. Those tragic fates of the Hashira, he would ensure they all enjoyed a reunion dinner alive and well. Now, he mused that Muzan might, perhaps, be quite wealthy. He planned to seek out Muzan soon, confident that he would be generous. It was only after a closer inspection that Lian recognized the stall owner's features, a balding middle-aged man of shorter stature. This ramen stall was reminiscent of the one Tanjiro encountered upon his arrival in Asakusa, where he had carelessly left Nezuko behind while pursuing Muzan, only to receive a scolding from the owner. After finishing his bowl of ramen, Lian thanked the owner. "I appreciate your hospitality, boss. I will return with money." The owner waved it off, assuming it was merely polite banter from a young man. After bidding farewell, Lian swiftly ascended to the highest building in Asakusa, extending his senses to detect Muzan's aura. Although his ability to sense chi was not honed through formal training, but rather a skill acquired during his battles with Kakarot, it sufficed for his needs. What? So close? Lian glanced toward a slightly shorter structure nearby. Suddenly, realization struck him. It was obvious. If Muzan was wealthy, he would undoubtedly reside in the finest accommodations the city had to offer. Ordinary citizens would not inhabit such tall buildings. Only those with excessive wealth would invest such effort into their residences. But not only Muzan, Akaza was also present. Lian gracefully descended onto the rooftop, settling into a position of observation. "Lord Muzan, I have received some information regarding the presence of blue spider lilies in the Woibuji Island area. I have come to seek your permission to depart, as I intend to search for the blue spider lilies there." At a desk opposite Akaza sat a small child, around 5 or 6 years old, engrossed in a book, oblivious to the conversation. After a prolonged silence, a voice emerged from the direction of the desk. "How many years has it been, Akaza? You always speak of news, yet it invariably leads to disappointment. It seems you upper moons have grown too comfortable lately. Haven't you? Are you beginning to defy my commands?" Akaza quickly fell to the ground, cold sweat forming on his brow. "I dare not, my lord." Silence. Muzan seemed unwilling to grant Akaza the opportunity for explanation. His head snapped up, his eyes glowing with a sinister red light. Veins bulging on his face as his body began to swell, gradually transforming back into his adult form. "I do not wish to hear your excuses. I only require results." Find the blue spider lilies and bring them to me. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. Muzin abruptly looked upward. And when you leave, remember to clean up the mess. Blood demon art, black blood thorns. Countless thorns formed from blood erupted through the roof, wrapping around Leon, yet they passed harmlessly through him. Muzin's pupils flickered. He was certain his blood demon art had struck. But why? Of course, Muzin was unaware that as long as Leon refrained from taking action, all hostile attacks directed at him would fail to make contact. Leon had once contemplated exploiting this trait, perhaps striking someone and then immediately withdrawing, rendering himself invincible. However, he was met with a chilling realization from the Wancher house. Once he took action, this ability would cease, and he could only reactivate it by exiting combat. This meant if Leon carelessly swatted a passing husky, he would need to escape its line of sight, allowing it to lose focus, forget the incident, or for the husky to abandon its attack. If the enemy remained fixated on Leon, even if he withdrew, this ability would not be restored. Leon gently descended from the air. Is this how the progenitor of demons welcomes guests? Humph. I've lived for thousands of years and have never encountered a guest who visits from the rooftops of others' homes. A blood demon art? Who could it be? Could it be Tamayo? Muzin's gaze shifted to Akaza, who stood nearby. Akaza nodded and instantly vanished from sight. Just moments ago, Muzin had concluded that Leon was a product of a blood demon art, one that had escaped his control. He used his connection to the demon blood within Akaza to issue a command. Find that demon nearby. Even an upper moon could not utilize blood demon art from a significant distance. If they were stronger, there would be no need to employ such illusionary methods to confront him. Certainly, Muzin would never conceive that in the absence of a connection, there existed beings stronger than himself in this world. Chapter 5. A new task. Muzin turned to Leon and inquired, "Who are you, and what brings you here?" Leon felt a rare pang of embarrassment. Surely, he couldn't confess. "I've come to rob you of some money." "Tamayo?" Muzin asked. Having pondered for a considerable time, only Tamayo possessed the blood demon art capable of conjuring such vivid illusions. Suddenly, Leon dashed towards Muzin at lightning speed. Instinctively, Muzin raised his arm to block. After waiting in vain for the anticipated attack, he found that Leon had vanished. "How dare you toy with me?" Muzin fumed. Calling out to Akaza, who was nearby, searching for potential intruders. Sensing Muzin's fury, Akaza abandoned his search and returned with all haste. "Lord Muzin!" Akaza exclaimed. Noting the grotesque expression and the chilling aura emanating from Muzin, all indicators of his wrath. "For centuries, no one has dared to humiliate me so. Spread the word. Find that person from today. I want him to suffer." "Yes, my lord." After dismissing Akaza, Muzin scrutinized the area, confirming that Leon had indeed departed. Before sinking into contemplation, what was that all about? Did he come merely to speak with me? With a huff, Muzin made his way towards the door. Regardless, I can no longer remain in this place. However, unbeknownst to him, Leon had also taken his wallet as he vanished. After settling his bill with the noodle vendor, Leon left Asakusa, intending to head to Mount Kanmitsu to seek out Tanjiro, hoping to find some tasks to undertake. As Leon began to sense Tanjiro's aura, a notification from the Odd Jobs Agency suddenly appeared before him. "You have a new task. Please proceed to the Odd Jobs Agency for confirmation." A new task? Could it be Tanjiro? Why not contact me directly? With these questions lingering in his mind, Leon returned to the Odd Jobs Agency. Upon his arrival, he noticed a woman lounging on the nearby sofa, elegantly sipping coffee with one leg crossed over the other. This woman had a metallic prosthetic arm, and beneath her short, silver, and androgynous hair, an eye patch concealed one of her eyes. She noticed Leon and set down her coffee, rising to approach him slowly. "Are you the one accepting the commission?" "A rather vague figure has already informed me of the situation," Leon replied. "A vague figure?" "It seems to be the Odd Jobs Agency. They have the capability to receive clients. They could have mentioned it sooner." As Leon silently critiqued the situation, the woman suddenly lunged at him, bending low to attack. Her prosthetic arm gathered force as it aimed a fierce blow at his face. Leon effortlessly blocked the strike. Guessed, resorting to violence is not a wise choice. Yet, he was met with a swift kick. Leon instinctively retreated, but the woman pursued relentlessly, continuing her assault. Confused by her tenacity, Leon's irritation began to surface. As a legendary Saiyan, his temper was not easily contained, especially with this woman clinging to him like a persistent leech. "Enough," he thundered, unleashing a transparent aura that sent the woman flying to the ground. As she righted herself and lifted her head, she was met with the sight of a figure enveloped in his radiant energy. As Leon approached, his aura intensified, crackling with sporadic electricity. The sheer force emanating from him caused the woman's heart to race, and she pressed a hand to her chest, struggling to calm her rapid heartbeat. Finally, as Lian drew near, she mustered the courage to speak. I apologize. I merely wanted to test your strength. My commission is quite perilous. And if one is not strong enough, it could lead to death. Lian regarded her for a moment, ensuring she was sufficiently intimidated by his presence before dissipating his aura. As he retracted his energy, the woman gasped for air, as though surfacing from underwater, greedily inhaling the atmosphere. Death. I would certainly face death at the hands of this man. He is formidable. Lian strolled back to the spot where the woman had been seated, casually taking a sip from her coffee. Still as terrible as ever. So, Najida, what is your assessment of my strength? The woman glanced at Lian in surprise. You know me? Indeed. Thanks to my formidable memory. I have pondered upon it and learned from the Odd Jobs agency. Please. It has been ages. I could not recall immediately. However, with the agency's reminder, varied memories surged forth like a tidal wave. Najida, leader of the night raid from the world of Lam-Z kill. Am I mistaken? Najida, now seated beside Lian, affirmed, everything else is correct. But what is the night raid? Lian waved his hand dismissively. You need not concern yourself with that. What is it you wish to commission me for? Najida reached for the coffee Lian held and took a sip. I want to enlist your help in toppling that decaying empire. The filth behind that rotten empire is utterly. Before she could finish, Lian interrupted. There is no need for such rhetoric. I understand your world better than you do. Toppling the empire is feasible. I could even make it physically vanish. But what compensation can you offer? Once the empire falls, we, the Revolutionary Army, will seize power. I can request to bestow upon you the title of a noble. And in that time, beauty, wealth, and power will all be yours. Enough with the flattery. What you propose may be enticing to ordinary folk. But do you truly believe I would be interested? Lian reflected internally, feeling a flicker of temptation. The women in the Lam-Z kill universe were undeniably striking. However, he still owed the Odd Jobs agency over 900 commissions yet to be completed. He would be running around like a workhorse for quite some time. When would he have the leisure to indulge? I want all the Imperial arms. That is impossible. Najida firmly rejected. All the Imperial arms are off the table. At least not all of them. Lian shrugged. Then there is nothing to discuss. Farewell. You. Najida was exasperated but reluctant to let go of such potent strength. After the earlier encounter, she realized Lian's prowess rivaled that of the Empire's general, his death. However, she could not provide all the Imperial arms. Not out of reluctance, but due to her inability to offer them as a reward. I cannot provide all the Imperial arms. At least not at this moment. I can offer you one as a down payment, and the remainder will be paid gradually. Very well. Lian was not genuinely demanding all the Imperial arms as compensation. It was merely a minor act of retaliation for her earlier behavior. He also harbored a distaste for the Empire in the Lam-Z kill world. Lian slid a contract across the table. Then let our collaboration commence. Chapter 6. The Crimson Eyes. As the door swung open, Lian and Najida found themselves within an edifice adorned in quintessential British style. Lian casually surveyed the decor, pondering if this was indeed the lair of an assassination organization. The decor hardly aligned with the sinister nature typically associated with such entities. Najida turned, beckoning Lian to follow, and remarked, What, Mr. Lian, do you envision as the appropriate aesthetic for our assassination guild? Surely not something like this. Cozy. Lian ventured, his sentence trailing off. Najida smiled gently, completing his thought. Indeed. Cozy. This decor feels almost at odds with your identity. She opened a door, leading him into a reception room where a long table was laden with steaming delicacies. After pulling out a chair for Lian, Najida continued, You make a valid point, Mr. Lian, but as assassins, we are still human. We are not machines. While we can no longer consider ourselves virtuous, we cannot be labeled as twisted, depraved scum either. Her gaze dimmed slightly. We too seek solace in various aspects of life. We merely wish to live as ordinary individuals, enjoying a life of happiness and fulfillment. Seemingly touched by an unspoken sentiment, Najida shifted the topic. Please wait here for a moment. I shall introduce you to the other members of our team shortly. She turned back toward the direction from which they had come. Lian called after her. Where are you going? Did you not say you would introduce me to the others? Najida glanced back, a playful expression gracing her features. It's still early. I'm going to take a shower. Care to join me? Lian shot her a sideways glance, choosing to ignore the invitation. Najida, unfazed, departed. Lian's gaze fell upon the array of food on the table, and he could not help but feel a pang of hunger. It had been ages since he had indulged in such a feast. In the previous realm, food was unnecessary, and he seldom felt hunger. The bowl of noodles he had consumed in the world of Demon Slayer had barely sufficed as a snack. Looking around and finding no one else present, he thought, "Just a little. I'll have just a taste. The food is here for consumption. It is meant for anyone." "Main, are you snacking again?" Rihanna, using her height to her advantage, grasped Main by the head with one hand while attempting to retrieve the chicken leg from her mouth with the other. Akame ladled steaming broth from the pot, avoiding the hungry gaze of the drooling Hill, who was eyeing the freshly prepared dishes. "Rihanna, you're bullying Main again. Brand and Tasmi should be back soon. Let us serve the food in the dining room and wait for them. Right, Hill?" Akame turned to find Hill hastily retracting her hand from a platter of food. "Yes," Hill replied with an expression of calm, as if nothing had transpired. Though the sauce on the corner of her mouth betrayed her, the group carried the food to the dining room, and as they opened the door, they were met with the sight of Leon, squatting at the table, devouring the food with abandon. Surprised, they quickly reacted. Intruder, Main, with her pink twin tails, was the fastest, pulling out a romantic cannon aimed at Leon. Hill and Rihanna also readied their weapons. Akame stood frozen, staring at the chaos on the table, the bowl of soup slipping from her grasp. Her expression turned dangerously fierce. "Food!" With a swift exclamation, Akame brandished Muramasa and charged at Leon. Main glanced at Rihanna. "What should we do? What if there's a misunderstanding?" Rihanna clenched her fists, activating her imperial tool, the Lion King belt, transforming into a half-human, half-beast figure. "What else can we do?" "Attack." As Leon continued his feast, he suddenly sensed an overwhelming aura of hostility and turned to see Akame rapidly approaching with a cold glare, her weapon poised for action. Performing a backflip to evade the impending strike, Leon raised his hand in a gesture of peace. "I'm your new teammate, not an intruder." However, having stuffed his mouth too full, he struggled to articulate his words. "MMM, MMM," to Akame. It appeared as though this stranger was taunting her by devouring her food and making peculiar sounds. Her murderous intent intensified. "You despicable food thief. Prepare for your demise." Leon, taken aback, managed a confused expression. Before he could explain further, a shadow flitted by, and he swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding a punch from Rihanna, which had left a dent in the ground where he had stood moments before. "Impressive reflexes, young man." Rihanna commended as she stood up. "But don't let your guard down. We're not limited to just two opponents." Leon realized with alarm that, unbeknownst to him, Hill was now behind him, wielding her oversized scissors, the blade dangerously close to his neck, just as everyone anticipated that Leon would meet his end. The look of surprise on his face shifted to a relaxed smile. Snap! The scissors sliced through the air, emitting a crisp sound, yet Hill recoiled suddenly, feeling no resistance as if she had cut through nothing. "Bravo! What an exquisite display. Unfortunately for you, you are facing me." Leon suddenly appeared a short distance away, lightly clapping his hands, his expression betraying no hint of stress. "Enough of your bravado. Taste my cannon." Main, charged with energy, unleashed a pink energy wave from her romantic cannon, Pumpkin, toward Leon. The wave surged forth with explosive velocity, causing the ground to crack and furniture to topple, the surrounding air twisting ominously. Energy clash? How delightful. Magic convergence light cannon. Ultimate dismemberment counterfeit. An orange-yellow, spiraling energy blast erupted from Leon's fingertip, colliding midair with the pink wave. After a brief struggle, the romantic cannon's pink wave succumbed to Leon's approach. "What? How is this possible?" Main's expression hardened as she recalled the romantic cannon's unique trait. The wielder's peril increased the damage output. Betting on this principle as the energy blast drew nearer, Main felt her cannon's power intensifying. Yet she was now trapped. The immense output required her full concentration to maintain stability. Finally, the pink energy wave could hold out no longer, utterly consumed by the energy blast, which then shattered the wall and vanished beyond the horizon. Main. Chapter 70 Wandering Souls. At this moment, Main gazed in terror at the wall beside her, which had been shattered. The onlookers breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing that Main was unharmed. However, their attention was swiftly drawn to the terrifying breach in the wall beside her. What sort of imperial artifact is this? Its destructive power is extraordinary. Main, you have overstepped. A voice of reproach emerged from beside her, belonging to a figure clad in a green trench coat, with a matching headpiece and red goggles atop his head. It was none other than the Knight Raid member, Laibach. The imperial artifact in Laibach's hand, the crosstail, extended its threads and tightly ensnared Main's waist. Humph. Laibach, I did not request your assistance. I could have handled him myself. Since you insist on intervening, I shall reluctantly accept your help. Ignoring Main's insincere display of bravado, Laibach turned his gaze toward Leon. He has ceased his attack. Otherwise, I would have been unable to rescue you. Thud, thud, thud. What has transpired? Brand burst through the door, followed closely by Tasmi. Upon assessing the situation, he immediately grasped the gravity of it. They are ensnared by a malevolent spirit. Brand activated his imperial artifact. Enveloping himself in dazzling medieval armor that bore a striking resemblance to a dragon's visage, Tasmi too drew his weapon, aiming it at Leon in the center. Leon twisted his neck and beckoned the newly arrived duo with a casual gesture. Come at me together. Don't claim I'm bullying you. Brand tightened his grip on his spear. You speak arrogantly. Prepare to face my lance. With that, he lunged forward. Suddenly, Najida, who had been absent claiming to bathe, leisurely emerged. Stop. Mr. Leon is not an intruder. He is my summoned ally and your new comrade. Observing Najida's impeccably arranged attire, devoid of any trace of moisture, Leon could not help but realize this was yet another test aimed at him. That woman, her heart is truly wicked. She must have been lurking nearby, waiting to witness my misfortune. Alas, I am simply too skilled. 2 hours later, in a newly established base, the group gathered around a square table, consuming bland sustenance. Throughout the meal, Leon bore the increasingly resentful glances from Red Eye. Brother Leon, your imperial artifact is remarkable. What is its name? The young Tasmi, unable to endure the oppressive atmosphere at the table, took the initiative to speak. Leon regarded Tasmi, who exuded the charm of a sunny, innocent boy, and mused internally. I had not felt this way when watching the anime. Encountering him in reality reveals a different impression. Is this the type that is death fancies? It seems I have no chance. Despite these thoughts, he hastily replied, for Tasmi is indeed a paragon of benevolence, rationality, and comprehensive development. Who could harbor ill will towards such a character? Oh, Tasmi, you are mistaken. This is not an imperial artifact. Rather, it is an ability derived from my own cultivation. Leo Nai, who had been engrossed in his meal, suddenly froze. Could it be that you hail from the Imperial Fist Temple? Oh, Miss Leo Nai, why do you presume I am from the Imperial Fist Temple? Leon inquired. I overheard you mention that you acquired this strength through cultivation. And I happened to learn that individuals from the Imperial Fist Temple can similarly gain various miraculous abilities through training. Leon nodded in agreement. A valid point, yet regrettably, I am not associated with the Imperial Fist Temple. To put it more accurately, their petty tricks do not compare to my prowess. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of fingers lightly striking the table interrupted further inquiries from the others. As the gaze of the group converged upon her, Najida gradually retracted her fingers, entwining her hands beneath her chin. Let us conclude the welcoming ceremony for our newcomers here. So this is the welcoming ceremony. The tradition of night raid is indeed innovative. Ignoring Leanne's sardonic remarks, Najida stated earnestly, currently, the war is intense, and the front lines have sent a list of individuals, including the logistics minister and the armaments minister of the empire. We must review their pasts, and should we uncover any individuals of ill character who have committed heinous acts. Her eyes darkened ominously. We shall send them to their graves. Having finished his meal, Leon wandered nearby to digest. He gazed at the sky. Tonight's moon shone brightly, casting a faint shadow of the trees in the forest. The flora appeared as if dusted with silver powder, radiating a soft halo. This evening is truly delightful. In my previous life, I toiled daily for 3 meals and had not taken the time to gaze up at the night sky in ages. I had once adored being by the side of adults, lost in reverie as I gazed at the moon. Leon turned his gaze to a certain direction, his expression somber. Indeed, parting is eternal, yet I still cling to a glimmer of hope. Tasmi's eyes brimmed with tears. Resembling a child mourning the loss of a cherished toy, Tasmi and his 2 friends harbored aspirations of establishing a successful life in the imperial capital, hoping to bring their fellow villagers to enjoy a life of comfort. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, they became separated along the way, and their reunion was marred by the tragic fate of a dark noble lady in the capital. One friend met a cruel end, murdered out of jealousy by the noble lady, while another succumbed to a virus injected by that same aristocrat after exposing her malevolent deeds. Just moments ago, as Tasmi encountered the Imperial Artifact Manual, he felt a flicker of hope that perhaps an artifact capable of resurrection might exist. However, the group extinguished his last flicker of hope with a disheartening proclamation. Such powers do not exist within Imperial artifacts. Overwhelmed by despair, Tasmi retreated to a secluded area to weep in solitude. Yet, Tasmi and Appos, Esta's stress did not go unnoticed by Sheer, who, though often absent-minded, possessed a deep concern for her companions. Perhaps stemming from her own experiences, she slowly embraced Tasmi from behind. I wanted Appos, to tell anyone. If you wish to cry, then cry, Tasmi. Is it permissible for a superior to dote on a subordinate like this? Well, perhaps it is. This is precisely the sort of thing Sheer would do. Thank you, Sheer. Lian withdrew his gaze and inhaled deeply. Is the narrative about to unfold? However, this time, it shall surely culminate in a different conclusion. Lian turned and began to walk back slowly, softly murmuring to himself. For I shall rise, raising my arm, clenching my fist, and pointing my thumb towards myself. Oh! The Mighty Saiyan. Chapter 8. The Empire. The Revolutionary Army. The following day, Najida summoned Lian to her office. Without allowing him to speak, she tossed an object to him. This is your deposit. What is this? Lian examined the eye-shaped item in his hand. It's an imperial weapon, the Observer. It was confiscated by Tasmi a few days ago and has remained idle due to the lack of a suitable candidate. It's perfect for your deposit. Lian pocketed the Observer. Is there a mission? Indeed. We have received intelligence that the Empire's strongest general, Esteth, has returned to the capital. At once, the image of the aloof figure in blue flashed in Lian's mind. What do you mean? Given the fierce battles on the front lines, it is concerning that Esteth would return now. Over the past few days, Tasmi and his team have been assigned an investigative mission. You should follow them closely for protection, but do your utmost not to be discovered. After all, they need to grow. Sure. However, have you considered handing over all the existing Imperial weapons to me? I can hold on to them until I bring about the Empire and Appos as destruction, and then you can return the remainder to me. Najida merely smiled at him, remaining silent. How boring. If you want to give them, just say so. Why look at me like I'm deceiving you? Once Lian exited, Najida retracted her gaze. Lian was indeed powerful, yet his strength brought with it uncontrollable variables. Without all the Imperial weapons, the night raid would be like a cat without claws, easily manipulated. She recognized the wisdom in not placing all her eggs in one basket. Nevertheless, the news of Esteth's return weighed heavily on her, especially as the Revolutionary Army had yet to achieve significant progress, particularly in the heart of the nation, the capital. The only reason the Emperor and his ministers would go so far as to summon Esteth back was singular. Is it because of the night raid? Meanwhile, in a resplendent hall, a striking woman clad in blue and white military attire knelt before a lavishly dressed boy of about 10, who wore a crown upon his head. Your Majesty, rise, General Esteth. The general has rendered great service to the Empire, single-handedly annihilating a foreign army of 300,000. A voice, grating and unpleasant, interrupted. And as one turned to locate its source, a grotesque figure resembling a pig was seen, gorging on some unidentifiable roasted meat. Juices splattering onto his opulent attire without a care. He carelessly wiped at his clothes before continuing, given General Esteth's valor, a reward is in order, right, Your Majesty? Indeed. The minister speaks truth. However, what sort of reward shall be granted? Very well, Minister, you decide. The minister pretended to bow deeply. As you command, Your Majesty. Esteth rose. There is no rush regarding the reward. What is the purpose of this sudden summoning? This journey has cost me precious time that could have been spent crushing enemies. Shouldn't he, the minister, provide an explanation? Upon hearing this, the minister appeared as though a victim of thuggery, his tone laced with despair and indignation. General Esteth, you are unaware. During your absence, a dangerous organization has emerged in the capital. They have committed heinous acts, killing my nephew just days ago, and even harming my niece. Thus, for the Emperor's safety, we have urgently requested your return. Half an hour later, Esteth strode out of the hall without a backward glance. The night raid. Is it? How intriguing. I hope you can provide me with some amusement. The promises made to Esteth by the ministers and the Emperor were plentiful, even offering her the opportunity to cultivate her own exclusive faction within the capital. The singular aim was to eradicate the night raid organization. Esteth cared little for power or wealth. Her sole interest lay in the presence of worthy adversaries. She relished the feeling of life slipping through her fingers. Her compliance with the orders of the ministers and the Emperor stemmed from the convenience it afforded her. Lian, bored, trailed distantly behind Tasmi and Leon. A full day had passed. As a newcomer, Tasmi was blissfully led by Leon through various gambling venues under the pretense of needing to investigate. However, Leon knew better. Leon was an unabashed gambler with remarkably poor luck. Consequently, after accruing substantial gambling debts, Leon found herself pursued by her creditors. In the ensuing chaos, Tasmi and Leon became separated. Given their early arrival in the capital, Tasmi was unfamiliar with the surroundings and soon found himself lost at a fork in the road, hesitating. This way? No, it must be this way. What should I do? Every direction looks like the way back. Leon glanced at the sky, noting that evening had arrived and the twilight was gradually being consumed by darkness. Just as he deliberated whether to reveal himself and guide Tasmi back, a light and lively voice rang out. My justice sensor is reacting. Excuse me over there. Are you in distress? Tasmi turned to see a girl in a uniform with a single ponytail dashing toward him, a bright smile adorning her face. She held a leash tied to a small, snub-nosed dog that was being dragged along, its leash thicker than its neck due to its diminutive size, as it was being pulled by the girl. Tasmi assessed the newcomer. Is that uniform? The girl came to a halt and saluted. Indeed. I'm from the capital's garrison. Saiyan, your ally in justice. Upon hearing the mention of the garrison, Tasmi was flooded with unsettling images. Though he had not been in the capital long, its darkness, especially within official organizations, left him wary. May I inquire what difficulties you are facing? Despite his trepidation towards the capital and Oppo's personnel, the girl before him seemed devoid of malice. Tasmi scratched his head, feeling embarrassed. Hello, I'm Tasmi. I just arrived in the capital and got lost trying to find my way back. MHM. At that moment, the small dog behind Saiyan emitted a peculiar sound. Saiyan knelt down. What is it, little one? Are you hungry? I apologize. Please hold on a moment. What is that? Oh, my apologies. She swiftly tugged on the leash, and the little dog was lifted to her hands. Cradling it, she presented it forward. Isn't it adorable? Its name is Coco, an imperial weapon known as the 100-armed giant. Do not be afraid. Coco means no harm to anyone other than bad people. As Tasmi gazed at the small dog, he silently mused, 100-armed? Giant? Yet, I believe I've seen that mentioned in imperial weapon literature. Chapter 9. Selu Ubiquita's Selu grasped Tasmi's hand and began to lead him away. Tasmi, allow me to guide you home. Startled by the sudden contact, Tasmi blushed and could only let Selu pull him along at a brisk pace. Leon silently scoffed to himself. What are you blushing for? Like a teapot. In the golden light of dusk, the silhouettes of the young boy and girl running together appeared remarkably harmonious. Is this the place, Tasmi? Does it ring a bell? Selu inquired. It doesn't seem like it. Tasmi replied. Then let's south check the next street. With that, she energetically tugged Tasmi toward the next intersection. At last, Tasmi halted on a familiar street, and the sky had fully transitioned into night. Thank you, Selu. You've been a tremendous help. I'm at a loss for how to express my gratitude. Tasmi stammered, still blushing as he scratched his head. No need to dwell on it. Have you forgotten? I am your noble ally. She responded with a smile. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to seek me out at the Security Bureau. Farewell, Tasmi. After they parted ways, Leon stood still, watching Tasmi and Oppo's figure vanish around the corner. After a moment of silence, he turned and strode in another direction. Evil. Sin. Combating evil. Selu hummed a tune of her own making, completely unaware that someone had begun to follow her. Observing the girl ahead, Leon remained quiet, his thoughts inscrutable as he trailed behind her. After what felt like an eternity, Leon seemed to summon a resolve. He clasped his hands behind his back, fists clenched tightly until he opened them to reveal a golden orb of energy hovering in his palm. Just then, Selu abruptly halted and dashed into a narrow alley. Leon raised an eyebrow. Had he been discovered? No, that was impossible. He quickened his pace to follow her. Deep within the shadowy alley, a towering figure was ruthlessly beating two small children huddled together on the ground. The man appeared to tire, pausing to take a swig from his drink. Damn it. I can't believe I've only made this little today. It's not even enough to buy a bottle. As if that wasn't enough. He delivered several more brutal kicks. The two children remained silent, not out of choice, but because their tongues had been mercilessly severed. The older boy clutched his trembling sister tightly, trying to shield her from the blows with his frail body. They understood all too well that begging for mercy would only lead to harsher treatment. The children's silence seemed to provoke the man, who unleashed a fresh wave of punches and kicks upon them. Suddenly, a sinister grin spread across his face as he recalled something, and he reached out to separate the two tightly embraced figures. Ha. I remember this little girl looks quite appealing. Perhaps I could sell her to Lasso. He has money for booze and saves on food. Upon hearing this, the boy reacted instinctively, clutching his sister tighter and attempting to block the man's hand from prying them apart. The boy knew who Lasso was, a ruthless, malevolent figure, the underground emperor of this district, rumored to be related to the Empire and Appos, elite. Most troubling of all, Lasso had a perverse penchant for tormenting young girls. None who fell into his grasp ever emerged alive. The man, growing impatient or perhaps feeling his authority was being challenged by the boy and Appos' resistance, raised the bottle high above his head, preparing to bring it down forcefully upon the boy. The heavy bottle reflected the terrified faces of the boy and girl. Should it strike true, the boy might never again see the light of day. Bang! A bullet struck the bottle with precision. The man turned in alarm, only to see a figure soaring through the air, one leg whipping towards him like a whip. Evil. Selu had sensed the disturbance while passing nearby and, with her keen hearing, had raced to the scene just in time. After kicking the man away, Selu immediately crouched down to assess the siblings and Appos' condition. Upon seeing the boy and Appos' battered body, she fell silent. His form was riddled with scars, both fresh and old, a clear indication of frequent beatings. The girl in his arms, while also in disarray, bore far fewer injuries. Gently, Selu stroked the boy's head. You've done an admirable job protecting her, little warrior. Cough, cough. Who dares meddle in my affairs? The man groaned as he struggled to rise. Upon raising his head, he was met with Selu and Appos' cold, indifferent visage, her calm eyes concealing a tempest of fury. Realizing who she was, the man quickly stood and bowed, attempting to ingratiate himself. Oh, you're from the Security Bureau. It was too dim for me to recognize you just now. I apologize. Selu drew her gun and pressed it firmly against the man and Appos' forehead. Who are you? Why are you harming these children? Cold sweat beaded on the man's brow. It's a misunderstanding. I'm their father. They're just so disobedient. I was merely teaching them a lesson. You claim to be their father? Selu's eyes brimmed with disbelief as she turned to the children. The boy remained silent for a long moment before slowly nodding. Seizing the man by his collar, Selu's voice seethed with anger. If you are indeed their father, why do you inflict such brutality upon them? The man evaded her question, shifting his gaze elsewhere, refusing to meet her eyes. Seeing he was unyielding, Selu forcefully slammed him to the ground. The man winced in pain but dared not utter a sound. Get out of my sight. Selu seethed, though she was furious. The Empire's laws did not explicitly prohibit a father from beating or abusing his children, rendering her powerless to enact justice against him in that moment. She approached the siblings and gently lifted them into her arms. Do not be afraid. I will take you away, if you wish. I can ensure he is imprisoned for life. While the laws in the capital were flawed, Selu was not naive. With a bit of maneuvering, she could still see justice served. As the man overheard her words, his steps faltered, his expression darkening. He reached into his chest pocket and, upon withdrawing his hand, revealed a glimmering dagger. Stealthily, he crept behind Selu, his eyes glinting with malice as he thrust the knife towards her back. Whoosh! A flash of light streaked by as the man clutched his injured hand, collapsing to the ground in agony. Lian emerged slowly from the shadows. Chapter 10. Sayubikatasu 2. After settling the two children, Sayero bowed respectfully before Lian. Thank you, traveler from afar. I never anticipated that man would wield such a minister's artifact. Although a mere imitation of an imperial artifact, its power and functionality are not to be trifled with. Even an adept wielder could falter if caught off guard. Had it not been for your gallant intervention, I fear I would not have escaped unscathed. Lian waved his hand dismissively. Just call me Lian, there is no need for such formality. I believe your companions would have safeguarded you in my absence. Shaking her head, Sayero looked down at the sleeping creature in her arms. That is not so, sir. Little Bida has not eaten today, and its biological energy is nearly depleted, rendering it too lethargic to notice the man and Appos' peculiarities in time. Speaking of which, it is rather late. You must not have dined yet. Allow me to treat you to a meal as a token of my gratitude. Please do not refuse. With that, she bent down, hands clasped above her head, determined to remain seated until Lian acquiesced. After a moment and Appos' contemplation, Lian agreed, thinking it wise to seize an opportunity when it presented itself. Very well. But I must warn you, my appetite is quite substantial. Upon hearing his consent, Sayera straightened with pride, patting her chest. Do not underestimate me, my salary is quite generous. So there is no need for concern. I shall take you to Uncle Peter's, renowned in the capital for his barbecued meats. Without waiting for Lian's response, she took his hand and led him towards the barbecue restaurant. As Lian followed, he pondered, this girl certainly possesses an audacious spirit. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Ah, Sayero. Just call me Sayero, sir. What is it? Miss Sayero, I meant to inquire about your companion. Lian gestured toward the creature she cradled. It seems rather extraordinary. Can it consume normal food? Oh, you mean little Ko? The wicked souls of this world serve as its sustenance, Saiyaru replied, her tone unsettlingly nonchalant. Curiosity piqued, Lian asked. What prompted you to join the security force? Saiyaru hesitated briefly, her voice still melodious yet imbued with a hidden depth of sorrow and resentment. When I was younger, a band of thieves broke into my home, mercilessly killing my parents, just as I was about to meet the same fate, my master. The former captain of the security force, Oka, appeared and saved me. He cherished me dearly, imparting his skills. He is the one I respect most after my parents. Yet, the girl could not hold back her tears, lifting her gaze in a futile attempt to suppress her emotions. But my master was recently assassinated by an evil organization known as Night Raid. I am left all alone. Hey, do not cry. Who says you are alone? I am here with you. You can consider me your friend, Lian exclaimed, feeling overwhelmed by the situation, which seemed more exhausting than battling a formidable opponent. I have been searching for those responsible, but thus far, I have found no trace, Saiyaru lamented, burying her head in her knees. Woe is me. I feel utterly useless. Unsure of how to respond, Lian stood awkwardly, feeling the weight of the gazes from passers-by as if his limbs were extraneous. Mustering courage, he crouched beside her and spoke softly. It is not your fault, Saiyaru. The departed are gone, and it is incumbent upon the living to bear their expectations and forge ahead. I believe your master would wish for you to do just that. Do you truly think so? She asked, her voice a whisper. Just then, an elderly woman approached, leaning on her cane. Is that you, little Saiyaru? Why are you squatting here crying? Saiyaru looked up, managing a faint smile despite her sorrow. Grandma Mel, I am fine. Just some sand blew into my eyes. Seeing her distress and the unfamiliar man beside her, Grandma Mel's demeanor shifted. What is wrong with you, young man? How could you bully such a kind and lovely girl? Saiyaru often visits us old folks, offering warmth and companionship far more than our ungrateful offspring. Furthermore, she is renowned for her beauty in our community. Others have no chance to pursue her. You ought to cherish her. Saiyaru blushed deeply at the old woman's words, springing up to explain herself. Lian, uninterested in eavesdropping, observed as they chatted, occasionally glancing at him, with Saiyaru nodding shyly. Eventually, after bidding farewell to Grandma Mel, Saiyaru returned to Lian, bouncing cheerfully as if nothing had transpired. As they walked, she suddenly spoke up. Mr. Lian, you were right. About what? Living beings should carry the expectations of the departed and strive to live fully. I shall fulfill my master's hopes. A glimmer of satisfaction sparkled in Lian's eyes. Perhaps he had a knack for comforting others. My master often lamented how Night Raid caused him endless troubles, and now they have taken his life. Therefore, I have resolved to present the heads of all Night Raid members at my master's grave. I am certain he would be pleased. Lian was momentarily at a loss for words. Eventually, they arrived at the barbecue restaurant, and after being seated, Lian initiated a conversation. Saiyaru, if I may pose a hypothetical question, what if someone close to you committed an egregious act and was harmed in return? Before he could finish, Saiyaru interjected, her expression stern. Those who commit wrongdoing shall face retribution, but inflicting harm upon others is intolerable. Evil is evil, though people may adorn their actions with euphemisms. What of it? One is one, and two is two. No matter the justifications, the truth remains unchanged. Realizing her words were perhaps inappropriate for the moment, Saiyaru softened her demeanor, donning a radiant smile once more. Look at me, speaking nonsensically again. I intended to express my gratitude to you, Lian. You must truly savor Uncle Peter's barbecued meats. They are exquisite. After a satisfying meal, they exchanged farewells at the door. Just as they were parting, Saiyaru spoke up. Mr. Lian, were your earlier words sincere? What do you mean? About wanting to be my friend. Chapter 11. So you are too? Lian reclined on his bed, reminiscing about the expectant gaze of Sai Lu at their recent farewell. His mind was a tempest of thoughts. Resting his head on his arm, Lian sighed, realizing that at heart, she was still a child. Furthermore, it seemed that before Sai Lu joined the hunters, she truly had no friends. If only someone could guide her at that moment, would the outcome have been different? A brilliant flash of light pierced the darkness, followed by a deafening explosion that shattered Lian and Appo's contemplation. He glanced out the window, noting the impending rain. Forget it. Time to sleep. Rainy days are the most comforting for slumber. Yet, shortly after lying down, Lian suddenly sprang up, eyes wide open. Wait. Tasmi, Sai Lu, the rain. Oh no. Sierra. Lian burst through the door, startling Najida, who had been engrossed in her paperwork. Entering without knocking is quite rude, Mr. Leon, she remarked. Moreover, shouting a girl's name at night is rather uncouth. Leon recalled that today marked a pivotal moment. How infuriating that his memory had become so hazy. He only remembered that Sierra would perish at Sai Lu and Appo's hands, yet the specifics eluded him. Today, having developed a more favorable view of Sai Lu, he had overlooked such an essential detail. Najita, tell me, did Sierra go on a mission with Maine today? How do you know? Damn. All the conditions aligned perfectly, and Leon and Appo's fleeting hope shattered completely. Quickly, tell me which direction they went. You should know that inquiries about mission details are prohibited for those not involved. Silence. With a crackle, Leon and Appo's body erupted with electric currents, his hair standing on end, subtly glowing with a golden hue. I'll explain everything when I return. Right now, tell me Sierra and Appo's location. Once he received the information, Leon transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon. Najita slumped into her chair, drenched in cold sweat. What a terrifying presence. Was his arrival a blessing or a curse? Suspended in midair, Leon closed his eyes, striving to sense the atmosphere. He should have trained more in this regard. At that moment, Sai Lu was cornered by Sierra. An unsettling smile crept across Sai Lu's face. There was no choice. Although using that move would leave Shao Kai incapacitated for months. Shao Kai, unleash your ultimate technique. Frenzy. Sai Lu's words trailed off as Shao Kai's once innocent and adorable demeanor transformed dramatically. Her appearance turned crimson, becoming increasingly grotesque. In her frenzied state, Shao Kai's strength and speed surged explosively. Before Maine could react, she seized her, bones creaking under the strain. Sai Lu gazed at Sierra. What will you choose? Kill me or save your companion? Without hesitation, at the critical moment, Sierra wielded her imperial tool, duality of all things, severing Shao Kai's arm. Sierra exhaled in relief. I made it just in time. Bang. A bullet pierced Sierra and Appo's shoulder. I can't move. Sierra was bewildered. Ordinarily, such an attack wouldn't incapacitate her. A gun barrel emerged from Sai Lu's mouth. Surprised? I'm a modified being. This level of assault is trivial. Suddenly, a massive mouth filled with jagged teeth lunged at Sierra from behind. Under normal circumstances, she could easily evade such an attack, but now her body, struck by that strange bullet, was immobile. Maine, too, was incapacitated, her bones crushed beneath the pressure. The enormous maw descended, raising a cloud of dust. Sai Lu erupted in laughter. Ha! I have one. Master, did you witness this? Abruptly, Sai Lu froze, her mutterings interrupted by an unusual sound emerging from the dust, reminiscent of flames being stirred by the wind or steam escaping. Leon, gazing at Sierra in his arms, finally exhaled in relief. Phew, I made it just in time. Mr. Leon, is it truly you? You're one of the night raid members? Despite the fiery visage before her, with hair standing on end and an aura of icy severity, she recognized Leon after their brief separation. Setting Sierra down, Leon turned his attention to Sai Lu, who lay before him, her arms severed at the shoulders, blood gushing from the gruesome wounds. Once again, we meet, Miss Sai Lu. Silence. You do not deserve to utter my name. So you are also a member of Night Raid. It was you who killed my master. I will avenge him by killing you. Shao Kai. Shao Kai. Sai Lu screamed for her only remaining ally, twisting her head in search. Suddenly, her gaze fixated on something. There. A massive indistinguishable flesh writhed, attempting to reassemble itself. Shao Kai? In a frenzy, Sai Lu charged at Leon, howling, You killed it. You killed it. I will kill you, I swear. Sai Lu edged closer, her chin scraping against the ground, drawing blood without a care, her mouth filled with dirt. Leon, with a complex expression, approached her. Stop, Sai Lu. I did not kill it. If you continue like this, you will die? Leon crouched beside her. The figure on the ground seemingly calmed, face buried in the earth, obscuring any expression. Leon extended his hand. Go to hell. Sai Lu abruptly lifted her head, a gun barrel appearing in her throat. The bullet fired instantly, aimed directly at Leon and Appo's brow. Yet, that was all. The bullet halted at his forehead, failing to penetrate. As the momentum dissipated, it fell silently to the ground without a sound. Leon paused momentarily, then reached toward the girl once more. Do not move, Sai Lu. You will die? I can explain everything to you. Right now, the priority is to save your life. Sai Lu offered no response, her lifeless gaze fixed on Leon, devoid of the previous spark. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Leon executed a backflip, evading an attack as 3 ice spikes embedded themselves in a tree trunk. Hey, why are there shooting stars falling in the imperial capital at this hour? I was hoping to come here and make a wish. Dense fog had enveloped the area, and observing the shadowy figures within, Lian frowned. Trouble was brewing. One figure waved a hand, and several others emerged, swiftly lifting Lu to retreat. Lian attempted to intervene but was obstructed by an ice blade swung by the figure. Once those individuals vanished into the fog with Lu, a voice echoed back. Well then, shooting star gentleman, care to explain why you were bullying my precious soldier? Lian remained silent, turning to Sierra, whose mobility had returned, and spoke coldly. Take Maine and leave. Sierra, supporting Maine, wore an anxious expression. But she is, never mind. You will only hinder me here. Chapter 12. Isteth as Shadow waved a hand, and several blades of ice shot towards Hill and Maine. Are you leaving without my consent? Your opponent is me. Isteth. With a swift motion, Lian unleashed a ki blast that struck the rapidly flying ice blades. You seem quite confident? Very well. Allow me to entertain you. I can deal with you before addressing those 2 little mice. Before her words faded, Isteth vanished from her spot, and in the next instant, a sword of ice formed in her hand, aimed at Lian's neck. Yet, Lian merely lifted a hand and seized the ice sword, effortlessly crushing it with a slight exertion. Isteth leaped back, surprise flickering in her eyes, quickly transforming into exhilaration. Haha, you are impressive. I acknowledge your skill. I hope you can keep me entertained. Don't fall too soon. Isteth was delighted. It had been ages since she encountered an adversary who posed a genuine threat. Suddenly, she clasped her hands together, and the temperature around them plummeted as countless ice blades materialized. With a swift gesture, the blades shot towards Lian like a torrential rain. Such an attack poses no threat to me. Lian stood firm, legs apart. In an instant, an overwhelming aura erupted from him, his hair standing on end, turning a deep shade of green. With a fierce burst, an aura enveloped him, crackling with lightning. Centered around Lian, a terrifying force spread out, shattering the ice blades that dared to cross its path. He bent his legs slightly and surged toward Isteth with astonishing speed. What? Isteth hastily erected an ice wall. But Lian closed the distance in an instant. A single punch shattered the solid wall, sending the remnants hurtling toward Isteth. She had no choice but to cover her head with her arms as the ice struck her, sending her flying. The shards grazed her cheek, drawing blood. Isteth touched the wound, feeling the warmth. Not bad, very impressive. Now how about this? Isteth leapt high, arms outstretched, a massive sphere of ice forming behind her. She elegantly sidestepped the descending ice ball. Lian regarded the colossal ice sphere with disdain, crouching slightly, hands resting at his sides. Kamehameha? Of course not. I can't use Kamehameha. It was simply a striking pose. A terrifying ki blast erupted, obliterating the ice sphere with relentless force, continuing its trajectory towards Isteth still in midair. Caught off guard, she was encased in ice before being struck by the ki blast, crashing to the ground. At that moment, Isteth was battered and breathless, her clothing tattered. Lian slowly approached her, gazing down. You are strong, but not strong enough. He raised a hand, gathering energy into a ki sphere. Warning. Task objective to escape danger. Continued action will double rationality consumption. Lian frowned, contemplating Isteth lying on the ground. After all, since I've encountered her, eliminating this woman here should prevent further complications, right? He let the ki sphere dissipate and turned to leave. Are you not going to kill me? A cold voice came from behind. Isteth propped herself up, staring at Lian's retreating figure, her blue eyes filled with surprise. Pondering her thoughts, Lian waved dismissively. You are too weak. Killing you would be effortless for me. Take care of yourself. Once Lian vanished from her sight, Isteth's breathing quickened. You are quite an intriguing man. Do you truly hesitate to harm me? How kind of you. Though your appearance is fierce, your strength is undeniable. Isteth wrapped her arms around herself, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. If we were to have a child, that child would undoubtedly be the strongest in the world. I still don't know your name. We shall meet again. As Lian reached the entrance of the base, he could hear the commotion inside. Hill had already bandaged her wounds, leaning on the table. Boss, why didn't you go rescue Mr. Lian? He just saved us. Najita reclined at the table, legs crossed. Rescue him? Of course, I want to save him. But did you not hear that noise? Do you know who that blue-haired woman is? She single-handedly slaughtered the entire northern tribes. We are not ready to face her yet. Tasmi stood up. I must go. I cannot stand by and watch my comrade fall into danger without doing anything. Having just lost a friend, Tasmi was particularly sensitive, and abandoning Lian was not an option for him. Well said. Maine, sitting in a wheelchair, her body encased in plaster, chimed in. Tasmi, I must commend you. We will go ourselves, without troubling anyone else. With that, she struggled to maneuver her wheelchair towards the exit with her remaining good arm. Tasmi, hurry and give me a push. I'm stuck. A smile crept onto Lian and Appo's face. Well, it wasn't a wasted effort, was it? Without hesitation, he pushed the door open. Oh, Tasmi, are you all not sleeping so late because you're planning a party? Just as I'm feeling a bit hungry. Najita stared at Lian in astonishment. You escaped from her? Lian scoffed dismissively. Escape? Why would I escape? Why not ask her if she fears me? Najita, of course, did not believe him. After all, despite Lian's imposing aura, she had never witnessed him unleash his full potential, leaving her uncertain of his true strength. Good to have you back. Now that you're here, everyone is present. So, it's settled, we shall celebrate tonight. During the festivities, Hill frequently poured drinks for Lian, while Maine hovered behind him, asking questions in her unique manner to express her gratitude. Lian, did your hair change color? It looks like Rabuk now. Rabuk, engrossed in his meal, glanced up at the comment before returning to his food. Yet Lian's mind was elsewhere. Captivated by a message from the Odd Jobs agency. You have a message from Tanjiro in the world of Demon Slayer. Please check it. Chapter 13. Tanjiro's plea for help. The fifth of the 12 Kazuki, Rue, wielding the water-breathing, third form, flowing dance, Tanjiro leapt high, his Nichiren blade sending splashes of water into the air. Upon landing, Tanjiro crouched low, gasping for breath. His arms ached with fatigue. Where was Brother Lian? Gripping his Nichiren blade tightly, Tanjiro gazed at the demon before him. This creature was far stronger than any he had previously encountered, truly on another level. So, this is what the 12 Kazuki are like. Nezuko hung suspended in the air by threads, emitting anguished cries. Rue casually tightened the threads, embedding them deeply into Nezuko and Appo's flesh, instantly staining her with blood and eliciting even more painful wails. Your brother is already mine. How much longer must you scream? Rue remarked indifferently. Tanjiro and Appo's brow furrowed, veins bulging as he grasped his trembling right hand, admonishing himself, stay calm, stay calm. I am no match for him. The priority is to swiftly seek assistance from Hashira. His hand trembled even more violently. His gaze shifted upward. But what about Nezuko? What if I cannot find the Hashira in time? Suddenly, Tanjiro and Appo's expression hardened and his arm ceased to shake. There was no other choice. He had to fight. Water breathing. Seventh form. Just then, a hand landed on Tanjiro's shoulder, interrupting his movements. Startled, Tanjiro exclaimed, When did you? Before he could ponder further, a familiar voice resonated. Very good, Tanjiro. You remain calm even in the face of a formidable foe. Lian emerged slowly from behind Tanjiro. However, you know the rules, don't you? What will you offer as payment this time? Now beside Tanjiro, Lian regarded the lower fifth Rue. So this is a lower moon? Though his aura is stronger than a typical demon, it is still unimpressive. Turning to Tanjiro, he asked, Have you made your decision, Tanjiro? Tanjiro's face was a mask of anxiety. But I have nothing left to offer. What can I use as payment? Lian noticed Tanjiro's predicament and decided to stop teasing him. His eyes fell on the remaining fragment of Tanjiro's Nichiren blade, and an idea struck him. That blade you hold seems quite decent. May I have it? But this one is already broken. A new Nichiren blade must be forged by a smith. Lian clapped his hands decisively, then it settled. Once your new Nichiren blade is finished, that one will belong to me. Lian then turned his attention back to Rue. Your presence is most bothersome. How many lives have you consumed by now? He approached Rue, his aura intensifying with each step. Rue and Appo's expression flickered for the first time. Who are you? A demon slayer? Where is your Nichiren blade? Nichiren blade? I have no need for such a weapon. Tanjiro anxiously interjected. Brother Lian, please be careful. He is not like ordinary demons. He is one of the 12 Kazuki. Watch out for his threads. A faint smile crept across Rue's lips. Too late. Blood demon art. Thread prison. Countless blood-red threads erupted from the ground beneath Lian, weaving together at an astonishing speed to envelop him in a cage. Lian, Tanjiro shouted, rushing forward to rescue him. Yet, just a few steps in, he halted. Witnessing the blood-red threads halt just a meter from Lian, no matter how Rue manipulated them. This is unacceptable. Suddenly, Lian and Appo's voice echoed from behind Rue. Startled, Rue turned around. What? Lian's fist struck Rue squarely in the face, sending him hurtling away, crashing through countless trees. Tanjiro was dumbfounded. This was not the naive boy he had first encountered. Such destructive power was beyond even a Hashira and Appo's capabilities. Gazing towards Rue, Tanjiro resolved, "Brother Leon, allow me to join the battle." Leon looked at Tanjiro with confusion. Having already taken action, he believed Tanjiro could see that Rue was no match for him. Why? Tanjiro? Tanjiro and Appo's eyes flicked to Nezuko, who lay nearby. He harmed Nezuko. I cannot forgive him, and Brother Leon cannot eliminate demons completely, can he? Very well. But Tanjiro, you must keep up. In an instant, the ground beneath Leon caved in as he propelled himself forward like a cannonball. Rue crawled out of the pit, half his head slowly regenerating. I was sent flying? This far? Before Rue could contemplate further, a distant commotion drew his attention. Trees fell one after another, as though an ancient beast rampaged through the forest, its purpose. With a swift motion of his arm, dense blood-colored threads enveloped that direction. Web of fate. Leon charged forward, annoyed by the countless threads that obstructed his path. Finally, he stood still, his aura beginning to rise, hair lengthening and turning golden as he unleashed the power of a Super Saiyan. The violent energy caused the heavens to tremble, the sky tearing apart, and the earth quaking beneath him. Rue and Appo's expression turned to one of sheer terror as he turned to flee, having lost all will to fight against such overwhelming might. With hands clasped, Leon unleashed his ultimate attack, Final Cannon. A massive green beam shot forth, aimed directly at Rue. No. The energy beam struck Rue as he attempted to escape, his body melting away like snow under the scorching sun. Leon arrived at the spot where Rue had vanished, staring at the writhing remnants on the ground. Ugh, what a disgusting creature. He raised his foot and stomped down hard, creating a thunderous sound as the ground sank beneath him. Observing the viscous blood pooling around, Leon's brow furrowed in anger. He lifted his foot repeatedly, the ground trembling beneath each stomp, deep chasms opening up intermittently. Why won't you die? Leon's aura surged even more violently, an explosive force radiating from him. Tanjiro, finally arriving, struggled to maintain his footing as he witnessed Leon in a frenzied state. That's enough, Brother Leon. It's enough. He has already been defeated. Leon appeared oblivious to his words, his aura intertwining with the very essence of the world, sparking lightning and causing the earth to undulate like ocean waves. Tanjiro hurried to intervene, but was blocked by the sudden appearance of an individual clad in a two-colored Haori, their indifferent gaze darting toward the terrifying figure engulfed in flames. Without hesitation, they scooped up Tanjiro and swiftly retreated. Wait, Brother Ju, I know the person. Something is terribly wrong. He needs help right now. Chapter 14. Anomaly in a swift dash. Eong deftly avoided one fallen tree after another in the uneven ground. Tanjiro, I recognize your kindness. Yet this is not the moment for it. Have you not noticed? Your friend's peculiar power is spiraling out of control. We must depart from here at once. Eong glanced up at his crow, which understood the urgency, and soared high into the sky. Danger! Danger! Leave immediately! Leave immediately! As he watched the crow retreat, Tanjiro felt a pang of worry for Rian, but the earlier terrifying force weighed more heavily on his mind, and he was now more concerned for the safety of the other members of the Demon Slayer Corps. Brother, please let me down. I want to help inform everyone to seek shelter. With a sidelong glance, Eong tossed Tanjiro aside and sped off in the opposite direction. Once the entire Demon Slayer Corps had evacuated from Spider Mountain, Tanjiro anxiously gazed in that direction. Eong slowly approached Tanjiro. You have grown so much, Tanjiro. Your friends will be fine. He placed a hand on Tanjiro's shoulder. Feeling the warmth radiating from Eong's hand, Tanjiro's heart warmed. I'm fine, brother. Let us hurry and assist the hidden members in transporting the injured. As he spoke, Tanjiro attempted to rush forward, but Eong's hand remained firmly pressed upon him. Brother? Eong remained silent and turned away. Oh dear, since you choose not to speak, I shall take charge. A gentle and graceful woman approached, her deep purple eyes emanating warmth and a hint of sharpness. Shinobu Kocho stepped in front of Tanjiro and grasped his hand. The Lord has issued a command for you and your sister to meet him. Nahoko? Tanjiro gasped internally. Before he could react, Shinobu swiftly bound him with a rope. Standing up, she said, Well then, Mr. Eong, I leave this one to you. Eong seemed poised to say something but was abruptly overcome by a feeling of oppression. And both he and Shinobu turned their gazes towards Spider Mountain. A brilliant light erupted from the mountain, rapidly expanding, and once the dust settled, Spider Mountain had become a mere memory, leaving behind a massive basin 100 meters deep. The following day, Rian slowly opened his eyes, greeted by an unfamiliar setting. Where am I? Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted 3 sneaky heads peeking at him, which quickly ducked away upon being noticed. Is this Butterfly Mansion? The Ware's house? What happened yesterday? You were in a rampaging state. Why? He glanced at his rationality level. Noting that 4 months had passed since he completed Tanjiro's request, a mysterious force swept across this world yesterday. You briefly lost contact with the Ware's house. Even you were affected? The specific reason remains unknown. It appeared that the Ware's house was not omnipotent. There were forces more formidable than it. What could they be? How delightful. This was becoming increasingly intriguing. Recalling his thoughts, he turned his gaze to the door, where the 3 heads had re-emerged. Hey, you 3. I see you. Hiding is futile. Reluctantly, the 3 young girls shuffled into the room. Amused by their timid demeanor, Rian chuckled, I want to eat you. What are you so afraid of? At that moment, the girls recalled the words of the hidden member who had delivered Rian to Butterfly Mansion. Please be careful. This person is extremely dangerous. He blew up a mountain. This led them to subconsciously view Rian as some sort of explosive terrorist. Noticing their silence, Rian decided to get straight to the point. Thank you for helping me heal. Could you inform me about the aftermath of Spider Mountain? He worried about any harm he might have caused to the Demon Slayer Corps during his rampage. After all, his overwhelming power was well known. It was no trivial matter to obliterate an island with a mere sneeze. Since he was still here and had not been submerged by seawater, it indicated that the situation was not as dire as it could be. By the way, do you know where the boy with the scar on his forehead is? We saw him yesterday. After receiving treatment, he was told that the Lord wanted to see him, and Miss Shinobu took him away. Rian thought to himself that it seemed the Hashira meeting had begun. He swung his legs over the bed, prompting the 3 girls to hastily retreat. A mischievous idea struck him. Rian made a face at them, watching them scatter in a panic, eliciting a hearty laugh. Then he closed his eyes, concentrating on Tanjiro and Appo's as presence. There were many strong auras nearby, but they were not too far away. Opening the window, Rian unleashed his aura and soared into the sky, leaving behind a disheveled room in his wake. Is this the demon who fights for humanity? What nonsense is this? Suddenly, Mitsuri drew her sword and lunged at the box in her hands, only to find it empty. Rian opened the box inside the room and patted Nezuko's head. Such a tiny one, so adorable. He then stood and faced the gathered crowd. The Hashira immediately drew their weapons, bracing themselves. Brother Rian, Tanjiro, pinned to the ground, exclaimed excitedly, Are you alright? That's wonderful. As always, Tanjiro was so gentle. His first words were not to ask for help with his predicament, but rather a concern for him. Oh Tanjiro, why do you look so disheveled? Have you been bullied? Should I teach them a lesson for you? The rock Hashira tightened his grip on the meteor hammer, feeling an immense pressure emanating from Rian, surpassing that of any demon he had faced. The Lord has arrived. The 2 identical children chimed in unison, breaking the tension. Children, lower your weapons. This gentleman is not our enemy. Our sole adversary has always been one. Lord, the Hashira reverently addressed Rian, pressing Tanjiro down to kneel. Good morning, everyone. The semi-annual meeting is about to commence once more. I am truly pleased to see your faces again. This esteemed gentleman, just call me Rian. He returned to a serious demeanor as he withdrew his hand from the heads of the 2 children. Mr. Rian, would you like to join us? Mitsuri was the first to speak up. Lord, he is merely an outsider. How can he? That is of no concern, Mitsuri. I am aware of the circumstances, Rian replied. Mr. Rian, what is your decision? Then it would be my honor to comply, Rian said with a slight smile, taking a seat. Meanwhile, in a secluded mountain hollow within the world of Demon Slayer, a flash of light revealed 4 figures. Mission objective: assist Muzan Kabutsuji in obtaining the blue spider lily to become a perfect being. Lin-Mo stood atop a rock, the cold voice of the main god echoing in his ears. This task seems far from simple, a lazy voice interjected. And Lin-Mo needed no glance to recognize it belonged to the technological ability user Su Yuqing. Lin-Mo glanced at the task details on his wristwatch. Indeed, it was no simple matter. The main god had mentioned an anomaly occurring in the world of Demon Slayer. What could this anomaly be? Was it the people from the paradise? Chapter 15. Capturing Tamayo once again, a task of such high difficulty. Wang Lei flexed his wrist, his mechanical arm glinting faintly in the sunlight. The last time, they had nearly faltered in the world of the biocrisis. Enough complaining. Su Yuqing retrieved her laptop from her personal space. According to the data, if Kabutsuji Muzan wishes to become a perfect being, there are 2 methods. The first is to find the blue spider lily. What is the second? Wang Lei inquired impatiently. The second method is not advisable as the primary option. The data indicates that Tanjiro, a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, has a sister who has presumably consumed the blue spider lily. However, it requires confronting the Demon Slayer Corps, doesn't it? Lin-Mo interjected without turning around. Indeed, the combat prowess of the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps is formidable. I speculate that if we encounter more than 5 Hashira, we will not be able to escape unscathed. Lin-Mo nodded. Then let us first seek the spider lily. I recall that Tanjiro's family might have consumed it. Our immediate priority is to locate the mountain where Tanjiro resides. Tang Qing, Lin-Mo called to the tall, slender man with tousled hair. Tang Qing nodded and leaped to the crown of a tall tree, his eyes suddenly turning blood red, transforming into 3 tomo shapes that swirled within his gaze. After surveying the surroundings, he descended gracefully to the ground. To the west lies a human settlement. We can gather information there. Let us go. As night fell, Lin-Mo sat at a table within a modest dwelling, the original owner having been put into a deep slumber by Tang Qing's Sharingan. His fingers lightly tapped the tabletop. Has Wang Lei not returned yet? Su Yuqing, holding a gaming console that seemed out of place in this world, casually replied, he is probably preoccupied with some girl again. You know how he is. Humph. Truly forgetful. Tang Qing emerged slowly from the shadows. Who knows how many times his inability to control himself has brought us unnecessary trouble. Lin-Mo ceased tapping the table, deciding it was best not to wait any longer. Let us share the intelligence we have gathered. I'll start. It seems the master has teleported us directly to Muzin's vicinity, and we are currently in Asakusa. Kibutsuji Muzin is somewhere in this city. Tang Qing pulled out a chair and sat down. Time is of the essence. I have gathered nearly all the information I could. However, what is it? Su Yuqing set down her console. Tang Qing chuckled. I discovered a residence shrouded in illusion. The Sharingan is not easily fooled. Illusion? That sounds somewhat familiar. Lin-Mo pondered. I remember now. The first demon to escape Kibutsuji Muzin's control is also in Asakusa. I believe she is called Tamayo, correct? Yuqing, contact Wang Lei. We will capture Tamayo tonight. I trust that Kibutsuji Muzin will surely appreciate this gift. Oh, and let us also find out Muzin's location. Acknowledged. Su Yuqing snapped her fingers, and numerous small drones appeared in the air, swiftly darting out of the house and vanishing into the night. Half an hour later, Lin-Mo and Tang Qing found themselves in a secluded alley, where they saw Wang Lei reluctantly approach, herded by the drones. Upon meeting, Wang Lei began to complain. Boss Lin, is it really necessary to be in such a hurry? I haven't even had my fill of fun yet. I must say, the women in this island nation are truly captivating. Lin-Mo shot him a glance. Once the mission is complete, you may indulge as you wish. For now, let us focus on executing the task. Without waiting for a response, he led Tang Qing toward the alley's exit. TCH. What an attitude. Without me, you are nothing. Wang Lei muttered, quickening his pace to follow. Lin-Mo withdrew his gaze, frowning slightly. This Wang Lei is a recent addition to their team, due to certain circumstances. They had not thoroughly assessed him at the time. Now, it seems he may not be well suited for this group. The 3 followed the invisible drones to a dead end. The hovering drones transmitted Su Yuqing's languid voice. Boss, this is the location Tang Qing mentioned. My drones cannot approach, as they lose signal the closer they get. Lin-Mo nodded and looked at Tang Qing, who slowly approached the wall. The Sharingan manifested, and the originally gray wall gradually became transparent, revealing an elegant standalone villa behind it. A hissing sound of steam erupted as Wang Lei, eager to enter, charged ahead. Let me see what distinguishes a demon from an ordinary human. Fool. Tang Qing silently cursed, also rushing inside. Lin-Mo, meanwhile, slowly drew the blade from his waist, a sword he had acquired in the Soul Reaper world. Who goes there? Yeshuru, sensing his blood demon art being disrupted, hurried over and collided with the entering Wang Lei. Without hesitation, Wang Lei unleashed a deafening roar from his mechanical arm, engulfed in blinding flames, and struck at Yeshuru. In a moment of desperation, Yeshuru attempted to evade but was still struck on one shoulder, sent crashing into the wall, raising a cloud of dust. Ha ha ha, demons are nothing but this. Wang Lei laughed heartily, but his laughter abruptly ceased as the dust settled. Yeshuru, who should have fallen, had vanished. Wang Lei scanned the area, searching for Yeshuru's whereabouts. Blood demon art, thorn bramble, several grotesque, tumor-like objects suddenly appeared before Wang Lei, rapidly extending sharp spikes toward him. Wang Lei scoffed, his mechanical arm gripping tightly as a blue energy barrier enveloped him, the spikes failing to penetrate. Concealed, Yeshuru was taken aback. Blood demon art? But they do not appear to be demons. Could their breathing techniques achieve such feats? Hey, What are you looking at? Unbeknownst to Yeshuru, Tang Qing had appeared behind him. Hands swiftly forming seals, he unleashed fire release, great fireball technique, a torrent of blazing flames erupting from his mouth, instantly engulfing Yeshuru. As the flames dissipated, Yeshuru lay charred and blackened on the ground, writhing in agony. Tang Qing prepared to form seals again, but was suddenly struck by a faint fragrance as vibrant. Enchanting flowers unexpectedly filled his vision, momentarily distracting him. Regaining his focus through the flow of his bloodline eye, Tang Qing stood ready as Lin Mo, who had been lingering behind, swiftly made his move. Scatter. 1,000 cherry blossoms. The blade in his hand transformed into countless blades resembling cherry blossoms, sweeping toward a direction on the second floor. Tamayo, in a state of panic, could only watch as Yeshuru, a mere demon transformed by her, found it exceedingly challenging to muster this level of power with so little demon blood within. Chapter 16. Cooperation. Lin Mo's Zanpakuto reverted to its original form, poised against the neck of Lady Tamayo. It is a pleasure to meet you for the first time, Lady Tamayo. I apologize for our encounter under such circumstances. Who are you? Did Kabutsuji Muzan send you? When did he acquire human subordinates? We need you to accompany us, Lady Tamayo. It seems the current situation leaves me little room to refuse. However, I have a condition. Please, state it. Tamayo glanced at Yeshuru. Please spare that child. He has never consumed humans nor knows anything about Muzan. If you release him, I will go with you. Agreed. Though they could not harm Yeshuru. His regenerative abilities were inferior to those of the demons created by Muzan. Now, severely injured, if they controlled Yeshuru until daylight, he would undoubtedly perish. Lady Tamayo, please do not concern yourself with me. Flee. Yeshuru shouted while struggling on the ground, his gaze locking with a pair of blood-red eyes for a fleeting moment. After Tang Qing subdued Yeshuru, he casually tossed him into a nearby room and turned to nod at Lin Mo. Lin Mo sheathed the Zanpakuto. Lady Tamayo, please. Tamayo closed her eyes and took a deep breath, realizing that escape was likely impossible given the bizarre abilities of these individuals. They wielded neither blood demon arts nor breathing techniques. Strange, much like the enigmatic visitor she had encountered earlier. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she smiled faintly, stepping confidently towards the door. Shortly thereafter, Lin Mo and his companions escorted Tamayo to a residence, following a drone. A drone approached Lin Mo. Boss. Muzan is inside this estate, just as the intel suggested. He now appears as a child. How adorable. Ignoring Su Yuqing's otaku comment, the group entered in single file. Wang Lei surveyed the mansion. You know, Muzan really knows how to enjoy life. But with such a large house, why isn't there a guard? Suddenly, Wang Lei felt as if he had collided with something. Tang, what are you stopping for? Peering ahead, they discovered two figures waiting for them, seemingly prepared for their arrival. One by one. Do you think I can be disregarded? Do you consider this a tourist spot? The shorter figure spoke, twisting and gradually morphing back into Muzan and Apos' original form. However, he seemed in a foul mood, radiating an aura of brutality that Lin Mo and the others could feel even from a distance. Kill them, Akaza. Lin Mo hurriedly stepped forward. Mr. Muzan, please refrain from acting impulsively. We come with goodwill, hoping to collaborate against the Demon Slayer Corps. To demonstrate our sincerity, we have brought Lady Tamayo. As he spoke, Lin Mo pulled Tamayo forward. Muzan and Apos' crimson gaze locked onto her. Tamayo, what a long time it has been. You have done well. But whether I will collaborate with you depends on your worthiness. No sooner had he spoken than Akaza lunged forward, his fist enveloped in a fierce wind, arriving before Lin Mo in the blink of an eye. With a mechanical roar, Wang Lei stepped forward, his mechanical arm meeting Akaza's fist, and they separated instantly. Be cautious. This one is formidable, Lin Mo warned his comrades. Akaza stood nearby, his pink hair swaying gently in the breeze, his golden eyes gleaming with danger. You fools. Do you think capturing a traitor will earn Muzan's trust? You are gravely mistaken. Blood demon art, destruction kill, disorderly style. Before he finished speaking, Akaza's figure vanished, and Lin Mo instinctively raised his Zanpakuto to shield himself. Boom. A tremendous force struck him, sending Lin Mo hurtling backward. Scatter, Senbonzakura. In midair, Lin Mo launched an offensive, forcing Akaza to halt and evade numerous tiny blades that filled the air. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Lei's mechanical arm transformed, aiming a massive cannon at Akaza. Take this. A blazing beam shot towards Akaza, who evaded with an uncanny grace, disappearing from sight as Tang Qing's Sharingan spun wildly. Wang Lei, beware behind you. But it was too late. Akaza appeared behind Wang Lei, his fist primed to strike. Blood Demon Art, Destruction Kill Void Style. His fist descended ruthlessly towards Wang Lei and Appo's neck. In a split second, 4 drones manifested around Wang Lei, creating an energy net that ensnared Akaza. Wang Lei twisted and vanished, reappearing beside Tang Qing. Seeing Tang Qing's blood-tiered Sharingan, Wang Lei patted his shoulder. I owe you one. Just as Akaza dodged the energy net, Lin Mo's voice echoed, Bankai. Senbenzakura Kageyoshi. Countless blades filled the space, leaving Akaza with no escape as they converged upon him. Trapped at the center, Akaza's body erupted with blood as he sustained numerous wounds. Enough. The blades instantly scattered like petals, reforming in Lin Mo's hand. Muzan stepped forward, observing Akaza's multitude of injuries, veins bulging. What a waste. Akaza knelt. Forgive me, my lord. My subordinates are incompetent. Muzan turned towards the house, his voice resonating. Come in. Lin Mo and the others exchanged glances, sheathing their weapons and following Tamayo inside. Upon entering, Muzan sat at the head of the table, his gaze coldly surveying the group. Speak. Why should I consider collaborating with you? The Demon Slayer Corps is my eternal foe. I do not believe you. A group of dubious origins genuinely wish to assist me. Lin Mo stepped forward. Mr. Muzan, while we may not be ordinary individuals, we share a common enemy. The Demon Slayer Corps grows increasingly powerful, employing ever more sophisticated tactics. Do you not wish to eradicate them once and for all? We possess unique abilities that can deliver unforeseen strikes against them. Muzan squinted slightly, as if contemplating Lin Mo's words. At that moment, Lady Tamayo, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. Muzan, do not be deceived by them. They may harbor ulterior motives. Muzan scoffed. Tamayo, perhaps you should mind your own affairs. Turning back to Lin Mo and the others, he added, I shall tentatively place some trust in you. However, if I detect the slightest hint of treachery, you shall all perish. Lin Mo bowed respectfully. Mr. Muzan, not only have we brought Lady Tamayo to you, but we also bear another piece of good news. Muzan, uninterested, picked up a nearby book and flipped it open. Oh, what good news do you have to share? The Blue. Chapter 17. Intentions of all parties. Muzan maintained a calm demeanor, yet the book in his grasp emitted a creaking sound, suggesting that his inner turmoil belied his outward tranquility. He slowly set the book down, revealing his rose-red eyes. You surely do not wish to know the fate of those who deceive me. Rest assured, Mr. Muzan. We have acquired reliable intelligence and anticipate news shortly. What is it that you desire? Lin Mo exchanged glances with his companions. We hope to obtain a vial of Mr. Muzan's blood upon the successful completion of our task. Preposterous. A chilling aura radiated from the figure of Akaza, who stood aside. Muzan raised a hand to halt Akaza and Appo's impending action, smiling faintly as he said, I agree. Akaza gazed out the window at the departing trio, unable to contain himself. Why would you acquiesce to those humans, Lord Muzan? They are ultimately untrustworthy. Why not retain them to extract the whereabouts of the Shirobana flower first? Muzan did not respond to Akaza. Instead, he broached another subject. Kaguya has been eliminated by the Demon Slayer Corps. Muzan and Appo's nonchalant tone caused Akaza and Appo's eyes to widen involuntarily. Before Akaza could process this information, Muzan continued, For centuries, a life of ease has bred disobedience among my subordinates. If they offer me no assistance, then they are no longer necessary. Akaza wished to speak further, but Muzan waved his hand dismissively, leaving Akaza to bow and vanish from sight. Humans shortly thereafter. Muzan commenced a purge of the lower ranks, retaining only the uniquely favored Dream, and received further blood from Muzan, initiating a hunt for the Hashira. Would Muzan truly fulfill the transaction with integrity? After exiting the estate, Tang Qing could no longer contain his thoughts. Of course he won't. Let us not forget that Muzan's fear of sunlight stems from his distrust of that physician, which has left him vulnerable. Muzan will never trust any human. But does it truly matter? We do not genuinely desire his blood. For now, let us return and rest. We shall set out for the mountain where Tanjiro resides tomorrow. Lian yawned as he opened the door, instinctively raising a hand to shield himself from the blinding sunlight. Once his eyes adjusted, he beheld the neatly aligned members of the Demon Slayer Corps standing in the courtyard. Good afternoon, Lord Hashira. They collectively bowed. We have been summoned to undergo training under your esteemed guidance. Some time had passed since the meeting of the Hashira, during which Kaguya had invited Li En to join the Demon Slayer Corps, an offer he gladly accepted. Due to Li En's formidable destructive capabilities, Kaguya decisively appointed him as the new Hashira, bestowing upon him the title of Hashira of Battle. Now is the time for the Corps and Appo's collective training. Observing the upright figures of the Demon Slayer Corps members in the courtyard, Leon nodded approvingly. Indeed, you all exhibit great spirit. However, prepare yourselves. My training will not be a walk in the park. At that moment, an individual donned in a comical mask entered. Lord Ashira, I am your dedicated swordsmith. Your Nichiren blade has been completed. Please inspect it. The swordsmith struggled to retrieve a tightly wrapped object from behind him. Leon accepted it, and with a flick of his wrist, the wrapping burst apart, revealing a broad blade radiating an ominous gleam. Leon swung it a few times, frowning slightly. It feels a bit light. However, his brow soon relaxed. Ah, well, it is merely for show and enjoyment. Besides, this is the true Demon Slayer's blade. He secured the large sword on his back and glanced at the slender Nichiren blade at his waist, unable to suppress a smile. This was, of course, the new Nichiren blade freshly forged by Tanjiro, which Leon had claimed immediately upon receiving it. Left with no choice, Tanjiro had to concoct a tale about losing the blade, prompting the swordsmith to pursue him for 7 long days and nights. With a sweep of his hand at his waist, the Nichiren blade was returned to the shop, leaving the Demon Slayer Corps members in awe. Having already feared the new Hashira due to various rumors, witnessing Li An's astonishing display only deepened their sense of trepidation. Leon addressed the assembled members with a commanding voice. Children, let us begin our drills. And thus unfolded a scene in which Leon led the members of the Demon Slayer Corps in a frenzied run down the road, singing the song he had just taught them, swinging their swords towards the demons. Brother Leon, turning at the call, he spotted Tanjiro standing by the roadside with a box on his back. Tanjiro, are you setting out on a long journey? Indeed, Brother Leon. I have received a mission to investigate the disappearance of a train and must depart now to bid you farewell. Leon's eyes flickered with intrigue. A train? Is the story of the infinite train about to unfold? Brother Leon? Oh, forgive me, Tanjiro, I was lost in thought. I wish you a safe journey. Leon extended his hand. Tanjiro felt a sense of confusion, but shook Leon's hand nonetheless. After bidding farewell to Tanjiro, Leon concluded the day's training. His presence had merely been a courtesy, a gesture from Kagaya to alleviate his spirits. He was no instructor, he was simply leading the young astray. Leon sat by the window, observing the sun as it dipped below the horizon. Rising, he sensed that the time had come to depart. Just as he prepared to leave, he heard a voice. Moshi Moshi, is Mr. Leon at home? Butterfly Shinobu stood at the entrance, tiptoeing to peer inside. Initially, Leon contemplated ignoring her, but when she bounced on the spot, her head peeking over the wall, their eyes finally met. Reluctantly, he opened the door. Miss Butterfly Shinobu, is there something you require at this late hour? Will you not invite me in for a moment? With no choice but to usher her inside, Leon prepared a cup of tea for her. Shinobu gingerly sipped the tea after blowing on it and said, Mr. Leon, I am here with an unusual request. You are likely aware of the upper moons. Upon hearing this, Leon immediately grasped her intention. I have indeed heard whispers regarding the upper moon too, Doma. Have I not? Correct. Since you are already aware, I shall not elaborate further. When you embark on your mission, I kindly ask that you keep an ear out for any news regarding that demon. I would be immensely grateful. I understand. Should I receive any information? I will inform you at the earliest opportunity. That would be splendid. I apologize for intruding today. If you visit the Butterfly Mansion, I shall ensure you are treated with the utmost hospitality. As Shinobu was about to leave, Leon could not help but call out, Miss Shinobu. She paused, turning back to await his words. Please take care of your health. Shinobu smiled faintly, turning to leave. Leon watched her retreating figure, silently lamenting, what a pitiable soul. Doma, do not fret. The most deserving of demise is you. You may live a few more days, for now. Chapter 18. The third of the upper moons under the moonlight, clouds of dust swirled as the sound of clashing metal resonated intermittently. Suddenly, the fiery Kaijuro Rengoku soared forth from the haze, landing with his Nichiren blade plunged deeply into the earth, carving long furrows beneath his feet. Rengoku gasped heavily, gazing at the figure of Akaza, the third upper moon, who emerged slowly from the smoke. The sheer intensity of his fighting spirit was astonishing. Embrace the darkness, Rengoku. Forsake the fragile and fleeting life of humanity. In doing so, you shall gain ample time to hone your skills. And we can continue battling until we reach that ultimate realm. I refuse, Rengoku declared, rising to his feet, his Nichiren blade aimed squarely at Akaza. What a pity. In an instant, the two were once again engulfed in fierce combat. Tanjiro lay on the ground, anxiously watching the clash, wondering if victory was within reach. Observing Rengoku's labored breaths, Tanjiro quickly realized the grim truth. His fists clenched tightly. There was no winning. No chance of victory. His elder brother had exhausted too much stamina. Struggling to rise, Tanjiro urged himself to stand. I must assist my brother, or he will perish. Yet, despite his desperate efforts, Tanjiro and Appo's own grievous injuries rendered him incapable of action in the immediate moment. Is there anyone who can save my brother? Help him, or else. Tanjiro scanned the surroundings, searching for a glimmer of hope. Suddenly, he felt a shadow envelop him, and upon lifting his gaze, he beheld a towering figure. The moonlight is particularly bright tonight, isn't it, Tanjiro? Overwhelmed with joy, Tanjiro exclaimed, Brother Lian, what brings you here? Please, save Rengoku. A grin spread across Lian's face. I have accepted the commission. As for the payment, Tanjiro's expression darkened instantly. Brother Lian, I cannot part with my Nichiren blade again, or Mr. Kanroji will truly kill me. Ha. Lian advanced slowly, unsheathing the grand blade from his back. This time, the payment shall be made by the Owlboy. Meanwhile, the battle between Rengoku and Akaza had intensified. Akaza's maniacal laughter echoed. Become a demon, Rengoku. Your fighting spirit has reached its zenith. You are but a step away from the supreme realm. Once you embrace the darkness, we can fight together until we achieve that pinnacle. Rengoku unleashed a powerful strike, momentarily forcing Akaza back and granting him a brief respite. Pain tore through his lungs like a rending force. He felt as though he were being engulfed by a relentless tide, each cell within him exhaling a heavy sigh. His limbs weighed down as if filled with lead, nearly immobile. Yet, he understood that he could not afford to waver, for to do so would invite ruin. He harbored no fear for his own life. The moment he joined the Demon Slayer Corps, he had already accepted his fate. A fleeting glance at Tanjiro and the others reassured him. Their futures were still bright, and he would do anything to protect them. Resolute, he inhaled deeply. Assuming a battle stance, his fighting spirit surging to unprecedented heights. Akaza's expression stiffened, shock etching his features as he beheld Rengoku. In Akaza's eyes, Rengoku's fighting spirit resembled a tumultuous wave, impressive, yet ultimately insignificant compared to the true threat. What left him astounded was the terrifying aura radiating from Rengoku's back, as though it could incinerate the world itself. Cold sweat beaded upon Akaza's brow. Who is this? The Demon Slayer Corps possesses such formidable warriors? Rengoku maintained his stance, his aura fluctuating violently. Breath of flame, ultimate technique. A figure brushed past him, interrupting Rengoku's words. It's time for a change, Rengoku. Who? When? Upon recognizing the newcomer, Rengoku exhaled in relief. Lord Lian, what are you doing here? Rengoku instinctively inquired, but quickly realized this was not the moment for questions. Please be cautious. This demon is exceedingly powerful. Lian waved dismissively. No need for concern. You rest here. I will return shortly. Akaza finally discerned the appearance of the newcomer. It's you. Who are you really? The newly appointed Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps at your service. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Lian vanished from sight, reappearing before Akaza with a mighty leap. Breath of War, first form, splitting the mountain. With a thunderous slash, Lian's massive blade descended upon Akaza, who narrowly evaded, glancing back at the spot he had just vacated, terror gripping his heart. A colossal crater had formed where he had stood moments before. What kind of monstrous strength is this? Rengoku sat nearby, tending to his wounds, momentarily stunned by the strike. Is that swordsmanship? It feels more like raw force than technique. Perhaps my own understanding is lacking. Lian, undeterred by the miss, pressed forward. Breath of War. Second form, Phantom Sword Dance. His blade transformed into a series of afterimages, raining down upon Akaza. Despite Akaza's desperate attempts to evade, he was met with a barrage of wounds, each strike landing with the force of artillery. What kind of swordsmanship is this? Akaza exclaimed. Mind your own business. Lian retorted. Third form, Chaotic Slash. I strike again. I keep striking. With a blood demon art, Akaza heightened his senses, evading Lian's relentless onslaught. The two battled fiercely, but as time progressed, Akaza adapted to Lian's attacks, realizing that there was little technique involved, only sheer brute strength. Lian noted this, and as time passed, the frequency of his successful strikes diminished. After another swing, he leaped back. I can't stand those who rely on technique. A true man fights with raw power. Do you understand? Akaza remained speechless, realizing that this seemingly ordinary human-possessed strength surpassing that of even an upper moon. Why would I engage in a direct confrontation with you? Rengoku struggled to rise, understanding that a demon's stamina was inexhaustible. The situation was growing dire. They needed to join forces to swiftly eliminate this foe. Noticing Rengoku's movements, Lian spoke calmly. Owl boy, you may rest easy. I shall now get serious. Huh? Owl? Me? Rengoku was taken aback. Akaza, having heard this, braced himself for the impending confrontation. With a clang, Lian casually discarded his blade to the ground. Rengoku gripped his Nichiren blade tightly. Losing one's weapon in battle could prove fatal. Although Lian appeared confident, Rengoku remained on high alert, prepared for any unforeseen developments. Lian bent slightly, and the previously gentle breeze stilled, suddenly transforming into a maelstrom directed at him. Debris scattered across the ground began to levitate under an unseen force. Akaza trembled uncontrollably, sensing the overwhelming aura that filled him with despair. Faced with such power, he found himself devoid of any thoughts of resistance. Chapter 19. Komatsujikuni. As Lian's aura surged to a critical point, a radiant light erupted from his being. A fierce wind began to swirl, centering around him and sweeping outwards in a violent tempest. Kaiger swiftly seized Tanger, pulling him away, while Akaza struggled to brace himself against the onslaught. When the storm finally subsided, Lian stood aglow with a golden flame, his hair transformed to a deep emerald, and the once mischievous expression on his face replaced by a cold, disdainful visage. Lian raised a hand, beckoning Akaza. Shall we commence the second round? Akaza trembled uncontrollably. Feeling as if a vulnerable herbivore had encountered a top predator in the wild, he hesitantly assumed a fighting stance, only to witness Lian launch himself toward him with alarming speed. I will die. I will die. Akaza exclaimed, leaping away and turning to flee. Observing Akaza and Appo's retreat, Lian's lips curled into a cruel smile as he soared into the air in pursuit. He flies. He has taken to the skies. Tanger gazed in astonishment as Lian became a mere speck on the horizon. How impressive! Kaiger marveled, then turned to Tanger, reassuring him. It seems we need not worry about Lian. Let us return and tend to our wounds. Meanwhile, Akaza fled in a frenzy. No, this cannot be. I must inform Muzan-sama. He turned back, relieved to find no trace of Lian. When did the Demon Slayer Corps acquire such formidable beings? Are you searching for me? A voice from above interrupted Akaza's thoughts. He looked up in disbelief to see Lian descending, arms crossed. Akaza distanced himself, yet found no courage to fight. Do not be alarmed, Akaza. Or should I refer to you as Komatsujikuni? Akaza momentarily lost focus, shaking his head violently to dispel the strange sensation. Who was Komatsujikuni? I did not know him. Lian, returning to his usual demeanor, casually sat upon a nearby stone. No recollection? How about Koyuki? At the mention of the name, Akaza's pupils widened as fragmented images flooded his mind, memories that did not reside in his consciousness yet felt hauntingly familiar. Then, a girl appeared before him. Her ebony hair styled elegantly, clad in a kimono, exuding a gentle aura. The girl approached him, asking, Koma, where have you been? Master is looking for you. Come with me. Akaza allowed her to lead him away. Moments later, Lian observed Akaza, now collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. Have you recalled something, Akaza? Do not call me that name. Akaza erupted in fury, only to collapse in exhaustion. How could I forget such an important matter? Tears blurred his vision as they fell, reminiscent of a lover's touch from long ago. Koyuki, it is all because of that person. Lian covered Akaza's mouth, silencing him. Calm yourself, Akaza. Once Lian confirmed that Akaza had regained composure, he withdrew his hand and stood. Are you angry? In pain? Are you truly resigned to your fate? I could easily end your life, but you have yet to atone for your transgressions, nor have you sought justice for those who perish because of you. You cannot die just yet. Pain etched across Akaza's features as memories of Koyuki and the innocent lives lost at his hands surfaced, his fingers trembling. What more can I do? Lian crouched beside him once more. You must live, atone for your sins. Reflect on the origins of your suffering. All evil and pain stem from him. Eliminate him. End this all. Perhaps then, you may have a chance to reunite with Koyuki. You are right. But I no longer deserve to meet Koyuki. Akaza rose, gazing into the distance, the figure of Muzan emerging in his mind, now inciting nothing but rage. It is all because of you. Await my return. I shall make you pay. Thank you. Akaza's tone was sincere as he looked at Lian. Do not thank me. Were it not for certain circumstances, I would have cast you into the sun without hesitation. Do not doubt my resolve. Akaza awkwardly turned his head before a thought struck him. Oh, right. After Akaza departed, Lian pondered the words he had just spoken. A person with strange powers? Bankai? This is becoming increasingly intriguing. Meanwhile, Akaza, contemplating how to ensnare Muzan, finally returned to Muzan's abode before dawn. Approaching the entrance, he was about to push the door open when a voice from within halted him. Are you saying there is a swordsman in the Demon Slayer Corps accompanied by a demon? And that demon has consumed the blue spider lily? Yes, Muzan-sama. I do not know if you recall visiting a charcoal seller's home. Intelligence indicates the location of the blue spider lily is there. However, we were ultimately unable to locate it, whether due to timing or other reasons. Yet, we discovered that the family consumed the blue spider lily as a wild vegetable, and one of them has been transformed into a demon by you. Thus, we have traced the Demon Slayer Corps lair. If you agree, we can infiltrate and capture that rogue demon. No, I shall go personally. For years, the Demon Slayer Corps has obstructed me. They are like vermin in a sewer. Impossible to eradicate. Now that we have located their stronghold, we must eliminate them all. Muzan cast a brief glance at Rengoku and the others. Giving a terse command, you shall handle this matter. Ensure they are gathered together. I will summon all upper moons to annihilate the Demon Slayer Corps. Akaza retracted his hand, which had been poised to push the door, and silently turned away, stepping slowly into the distance. At that moment, a subtle smile crept upon his lips, becoming more pronounced as he walked away. Annihilate the Demon Slayer Corps? The thought of that terrifying figure brought forth an even broader smile from Akaza. I was troubled about how to create chaos for you, but it seems you are hastening your own demise. Raising his gaze to the sun preparing to rise, Akaza felt no longer afraid. Before the sun fully ascended, he withdrew his gaze and departed. It is not yet time. Await me, Koyuki. Once this is over, I wish to apologize to you in person. Chapter 20. The storm approaches. Tang Qing's blood-red eyes slowly rotated, and before him lay 3 members of the Demon Slayer Corps. Their faces pale as they convulsed on the ground, desperately clutching their throats. Scattered around were numerous bodies. Even the Chain Crows had met a brutal fate. Shortly thereafter, Lin-Mo and his companions donned the uniforms of the Demon Slayer Corps and swaggered into the heart of their territory. Finding a secluded spot, Lin-Mo glanced around to ensure no one was paying them any heed. Be cautious. The pillar-level warriors possess keen senses. Do not emit any hostility. Once successful, make a swift exit. Understood. Lin-Mo produced 2 jade pendants, handing them to his companions. These are artifacts I stumbled upon. There are 3 in total, and they will serve us well this time. If you find yourselves in danger, shatter it. It will absorb a certain degree of the attack and teleport you to another pendant. Yaching, yours will transport you to my side, and Tang Qing, yours will take you to Yaching. Remember, in the face of peril, Yaching must teleport first to ensure we can regroup smoothly. Artifact, the forbidden love of 3. Description, you love me, I love him. He does not love me. Su Yaching tucked away the pendant, her brow furrowing with concern for their leader, Wang Lei. No worries. First, his personality is entirely unsuitable for this mission, and his mechanical arm would only raise suspicions, alerting others. Now, let the operation commence in the courtyard of the butterfly house. The moonlight spilled over the bluestone slabs, where Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke were diligently training. Tanjiro swung his Nichiren blade, beads of sweat trickling down his cheeks. Zenitsu, sheltered beneath the treetops, mumbled about his fatigue, while Inosuke, brandishing dual blades, ran around the courtyard, howling with wild abandon. Leon sat on the steps, holding a copy of Breath of Flame, obtained from Kaijuro Rengoku, his brow furrowed in concentration. He flipped through a few pages, irritation mounting as he tossed the book aside, muttering, "What is this? I can't make heads or tails of it. Do I truly lack talent for swordsmanship?" At that moment, Kaijuro Rengoku emerged from the butterfly house, his body wrapped in bandages but his spirit unyielding. A signature smile gracing his face. "Lien, is the Breath of Flame unsuitable for you? I believe the Breath of Rock from Kaneo Tsuyuri may suit you better." Lien scoffed, "Forget it. That guy's technique lacks any distinctive effect. It's utterly banal." Kaijuro laughed heartily, taking a seat beside Lien, his gaze sweeping over the trio training in the courtyard, a proud smile adorning his face. "It has been ages since I felt this relaxed. It truly brings back memories. Stop reminiscing. Someone is coming." As the words left his lips, the doors of the butterfly house were flung open, and a female member of the Demon Slayer Corps rushed in, urgency etched upon her features. Her eyes scanned the courtyard before locking onto Kaijuro. "Flame Hashira, trouble has arisen. Our master has been attacked. We require immediate assistance." Kaijuro sprang to his feet, his expression grave. Without a moment to spare, he dashed inside to grab his Nichiren blade. Turning to rush out, Leon raised a hand, as if to speak, but Kaijuro had already vanished beyond the threshold. Leon and Appos, as hand lingered in the air, ultimately falling to his side in resignation. He turned his gaze to the female member, his eyes scrutinizing. Su Yaching felt the weight of his stare. a flicker of tension surging within her, yet she maintained a respectful demeanor. Bowing slightly, she said, "Sir, the situation is urgent. I must inform the other Hashira. Farewell." With that, Su Yaching turned to leave, a secret thrill coursing through her. The third one. The plan was unfolding splendidly. Who should I seek next? Suddenly, she halted, slapping her forehead as realization struck. Of course, the butterfly house belongs to Shinobu Kocho. How could I forget her? Just as she prepared to seek out Shinobu, she unexpectedly met Lian's gaze. Su Yaching smiled politely, swiftly passing by him and entering the butterfly house. Yet, as she was about to step inside, Lian's voice called out from behind. "Who are you? I do not recall seeing you before." Su Yaching froze, alarm bells ringing in her mind. Slowly, she turned, her face still adorned with a respectful smile. "I am a newly promoted Mizunoto swordswoman." Lian stood, casually strolling toward her, circling around with a critical eye that lingered on her hands for a moment. Those hands do not seem like those of someone who has wielded a blade for long. A shiver ran down Su Yaching's spine, yet her expression remained composed. That is because, before she could finish her sentence, a handgun appeared in her hand, aimed directly at Lian's brow. However, just as she was about to pull the trigger, the weapon slipped from her grasp, landing deftly in Lian's hand. Lian toyed with the gun, a smirk playing on his lips. Quick reflexes, but alas, insufficient speed. Su Yaching's pupils dilated as she swiftly retreated. An array of ephemeral artillery springing to life around her, all barrels trained on Lian. At the same time, a glowing sword appeared in her grasp, and several mechanical hounds leaped forth from the void, positioning themselves protectively in front of her. Such skill, you are no ordinary individual. Who are you really? A hint of tension laced Su Yaching's voice. Lian chuckled softly, applying a slight pressure to the gun, which creaked and crumpled in his grip before he cast it aside. You inquire about my identity? As a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. How could you not recognize me? Did you not just mention needing to inform me? What? You are a Hashira? That is impossible. I have never heard of you. Lian's gaze swept over the ephemeral artillery and mechanical hounds she had summoned, his tone icy. I should be asking you the same question. Realizing she had been discovered, Su Yaching understood that further pretense was futile. Gritting her teeth, a steely resolve flickered in her eyes. Since you have seen through me, I have no choice but to eliminate you. With a swift motion, she commanded the ephemeral artillery to open fire, a barrage of energy beams hurtling toward Lian simultaneously. The mechanical hounds lunged at him, their metallic claws glinting in the sunlight. Lian stood his ground, an expression of unwavering confidence etched upon his face. Just as the energy beams were about to strike, his figure vanished, reappearing behind Su Yaching in the blink of an eye. Too slow. Lian's voice whispered in her ear. Startled, Su Yaching spun around, her glowing sword sweeping through the air. Yet, Lian had once again vanished. Her blade merely sliced through empty space. Your abilities are intriguing, but they are insufficient. Cold sweat beaded on Su Yaching's forehead as she recognized the chasm of skill between them. Drawing a jade pendant from her pocket, the very artifact Lin Mo had entrusted to her, she hesitated not a moment before clasping it tightly. In an instant, a blinding light enveloped her as the jade shattered. Lian's brow furrowed as he swiftly retreated, raising his hand to unleash a blast of energy. Chapter 21. Musen, who is that? Brother Lian? Tanjiro and his companions finally grasped the situation, yet the abruptness of the events left them somewhat bewildered. The pit created by the explosive energy was stained with traces of blood. Did they escape? What a formidable ability! It seems they are indeed the ones that Kiba spoke of. But what could their intentions be? Tanjiro thought, yet he decided to cast aside his musings. If they wish to summon the Hashira to the Tsujikuni estate, so be it. All schemes and intrigues pale in comparison to absolute power, mere antics of clowns. Tanjiro. I must visit the Lord. Stay here and do not wander off, Lian instructed. Is something amiss, Brother Lian? We could assist, Tanjiro replied, concern evident in his tone. Lian walked towards the door, cautioning Tanjiro. This matter is far from simple. Do not act rashly. I need to assess the situation. Tanjiro stood, gazing at his hands. Am I still too weak? I cannot be of any help. Not good. Tanjiro, Nezuko. Nezuko is missing, Zenitsu exclaimed. Having entered the butterfly mansion, searching for Nezuko to show his affection, only to realize her absence. Lin Mo lightly tapped the tabletop, and a shadow began to materialize behind him, cradling a wooden box adorned with seals. Boss, we succeeded. Lin Mo turned to glance at the box and nodded faintly. Tang Ching set the box down, stretching his wrists. When shall we hand her over to Muzan? Not yet. At least not now. We cannot risk him turning against us. We need his assistance to elevate our mission ratings. The Demon Slayer Corps is an excellent target for that. Lin-Mo intended to say more, but a faint glow emanated from his body. His expression shifted as he retrieved his jade pendant. This is bad. Something has happened to Yuqing. Before he could finish, a burst of light revealed Su Yuqing, wailing on the ground, clutching a severed leg. Lin-Mo rushed forward, producing a strip of cloth, which instinctively wrapped around her injury as if animated by life itself. Seeing the bleeding cease, he urgently inquired, "What transpired? How did it come to this? Did you encounter Yuzui Tenjin?" Recovering from the agony, Su Yuqing grasped Lin-Mo's collar tightly. "There is another Hashira. There was no information on him. He is incredibly strong. I had no means to retaliate." Lin-Mo furrowed his brow. "Another Hashira? We know all the Hashira. There should be no room for error. Who could this person be?" "Ha. Too strong, you say? Perhaps it is you who is too weak." A mocking voice, accompanied by the sound of hissing steam, belonged to none other than Wang Lei. Tang Qing stepped forward. "Do not go too far. Have I said anything untrue? The Hashira of the Demon Slayer world are merely mortals. To be injured by a mortal to this extent is quite pathetic. You." Tang Qing's eyes gleamed, ready to act. "Enough. This situation is far from simple. A new Hashira has emerged. Have you not considered this?" Lin-Mo calmed the two and gestured for them to sit. "Could it be?" "Indeed." Lin-Mo poured tea for them, setting down the teapot before continuing. "I suspect this is the anomaly mentioned in our mission from the Master. Although Yuqing's abilities were not directly confrontational, it is improbable for an ordinary person to force her into such a state. Unless," Wang Lei sipped his tea, completing Lin-Mo's thought, "unless the disparity in power is immense. Could he be a fourth tier?" Tang Qing considered. "We are all third tier. And if Yuqing could not defend herself, then..." Tang Qing fell silent, and Lin-Mo understood the implication. The leap in life levels was monumental. If this truly was a fourth tier, they would need to devise a new strategy. Yet, abandoning their advantageous position was not an option if successful. Their ratings would certainly be high, and the reward substantial. After much contemplation, Lin-Mo yielded to his ambitions. "If we retreat at the first sign of trouble, how shall we establish ourselves in the Master's realm? If we back down now, what of the next time? Or the time after that? To remain passive is merely a slow demise." With that thought, Lin-Mo turned to Su Yuqing. "Yuqing, please sketch the appearance of that individual. We must remember him and avoid confrontation as much as possible." "All right." With a wave of her hand, a drone appeared, projecting an image onto the wall. "Time is of the essence. There may be discrepancies in the details, but the overall likeness remains unchanged." The three gazed at the towering figure on the projection. "Why does he seem somewhat familiar?" Wang Lei scratched his head, uncertain. Tang Qing nodded. "Indeed. I feel the same. Could this physique be related to the stone Hashira? Strangely, it does resemble someone." Lin-Mo diverted his gaze to Wang Lei. "How did the operation go? Was there any detection?" "Rest assured, such trivial matters are well handled." Ignoring Wang Lei's complaints, Lin-Mo addressed Su Yuqing. "Yuqing, you should rest here. When the battle commences, conceal yourself and utilize your abilities to assist us." Tang Qing, take Nezuko and hide. Do not let Muzan detect us prematurely. Wang Lei and I will wait for our opportunity. If we can eliminate a few Hashira, our ratings will surely soar. Remember, do not linger in battle, whether successful or not. Retreat swiftly and let the Upper Moons and the Demon Slayer Corps turn on each other. Meanwhile, at the Tsujikuni estate, the head of the family sat upright, accompanied by his wife. "It is an honor to receive you, Lord Muzan." Muzan's crimson gaze swept across the head of the family. "So, you are the current head? Truly an eyesore, Tsujikuni." Unfazed, Tsujikuni responded calmly. "I presume your late-night visit is not merely for mockery?" Muzan smiled faintly, devoid of emotion. "For centuries, you have conspired against me in the shadows. I have come to eradicate your bothersome kind." Tsujikuni's hands clenched within his sleeves, an involuntary reaction to the sudden threat. It is too sudden. The children have yet to mature enough to confront Muzan. In a flash, the wind-breathing technique, first form, whirlwind, cleaved towards Muzan's neck with blinding speed. Suddenly, a piercing blade of light surged toward Nishikawa, forcing him to alter his technique to counter the strike, using the momentum to retreat back to Tsujikuni's side. Chapter 22. The premature showdown. Shinobu concealed his trembling hand behind his back, the force of the earlier clash having nearly dislodged his Nicaran blade. As he turned to the newcomer, the silvery moonlight illuminated the figure, but the shadows cast by his hair obscured his features. Suddenly, 6 blood-red eyes opened wide, revealing an unsettling and fearsome presence. It was one of the upper moons. Muzan Kabutsuji. Muzan did not press his advantage, but instead surveyed the gathering. It seems everyone has arrived. Let us begin. Before his words could fully resonate, he vanished in an instant, invoking the first form of moon breathing, dark moon, palace of night. Countless crescent-shaped slashes surged toward the group, who, despite their combined efforts to fend off the attack, were met with overwhelming lethality. The crescent strikes were razor-sharp, and any encounter with them meant certain death or grievous injury. As time passed, the group felt their stamina rapidly deplete, and soon, each member bore wounds. It was Shinobu, seasoned in the art of medicine and poisons, who first recognized the anomaly. It's poison. Hold your breath. After successfully repelling Muzan, the group exchanged determined glances, and the nearest Shinobu and Ju swiftly lifted the injured Obuyashiki and retreated. The others formed a protective barrier, their silence conveying a shared understanding. Free from confusion or doubt, only the hope for a brighter future. As long as their leader remained alive, the Demon Slayer Corps would rise again. Muzan, observing the retreating figures of Ju and the others, sneered, with a sudden sound like a plucked string. A portal materialized beneath the feet of both the Hashira and the ordinary members. Caught off guard, they fell through, and in a last-ditch effort, Ju hurled Obuyashiki to safety. As Obuyashiki rose from the ground, the Demon Slayer Corps fell into an eerie silence, gathering at the spot where the portal had vanished, reaching out to touch the earth, silently praying for the safe return of their comrades. Unbeknownst to Obuyashiki, a shadow loomed ominously over him. Once the group tumbled into the infinite castle, the labyrinthine walls caused them to lose track of one another in an instant. Ju stood, raising his Nichiren blade and surveying the disorienting surroundings, where the architecture seemed to distort space itself. Suddenly, a trembling old man appeared from behind a door, and upon noticing Ju's gaze, he instinctively shielded his head. Is this a new demon? Ju thought, sensing no aura from the old man. With a swift motion, he severed the head of the creature before him. After completing his task, Ju turned to leave but was caught off guard by a violent wind that swept him upward, forcing him to grip his Nichiren blade tightly. As he struggled to regain his balance, he turned back only to see 4 figures emerge from where the demon had fallen. Each bore the inscriptions of joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness on their tongues, yet all possessed the mark of Upper Moon 4 in their eyes. Upper Moon 4? How can there be 4 of them? The demons seemed to communicate briefly before the winged creature, Neikime, lunged at Ju with razor-sharp claws. Ju parried the attack and was swept away by the force. But in a split second before hitting the ground, he flipped his blade and severed Neikaime's claws, landing safely. Just as he regained his footing, he heard a desperate call. Brother. Turning, he saw Tanjiro embroiled in a fierce struggle against a demon manipulating bandages, and it was clear he was in dire straits. Tanjiro was covered in countless wounds, clearly struggling against his opponent. Ju rushed forward to aid Tanjiro in his moment of need. Don't toy with us anymore, Daki. The order is to leave none alive. Call your brother out. Enraged, the demons encircled the two. Tanjiro heard a tearing sound from Daki's neck and turned to witness a gaunt figure emerging from her back. In mere moments, the figure stood beside Daki, Upper Moon 6, Jotaro. Swallowing hard, Tanjiro felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness wash over him. Upper Moons. His grip on the Nichiren blade faltered as he struggled to determine which demon to confront. Stay calm, Tanjiro. If these small demons frighten you, how will you protect your sister? Thinking of Nezuko, whose fate remained uncertain, Tanjiro's resolve solidified. I will rescue Nezuko. We made a promise as a family. Seeing Tanjiro rekindle his fighting spirit brought a flicker of relief to Ju's eyes. However, beneath his composed exterior, his heart sank. This battle would not end well. The furious Daki struck first, unleashing a tempest of thunder against the two. The surrounding demons surged forward, and the battlefield erupted with the sounds of clashing blades. At that moment, Shinobu's countenance was devoid of her usual calm demeanor, her veins bulging as she glared at her opponent. Doma, with his fan partially concealing his smirk, remarked, "What a beautiful woman. I can hardly wait to make you my prized possession." However, Doma's expression shifted as he scrutinized Shinobu. It seems you know me? Have we met before? Doma. Shinobu grasped her Haori fiercely, demanding, "Do you remember this Haori? Did you kill my sister?" Doma pondered for a moment, then clapped his hands together, a nostalgic expression crossing his face. Are you referring to that girl who wielded flower breathing? Ah, what a pity. She was the most beautiful girl I have ever seen. I didn't even get the chance to devour her. Before Doma could finish his thought, Shinobu lunged forward, her Nichiren blade piercing his eye. Blood Demon Art, Lotus Leaf Ice. A massive ice shard materialized as she swiftly withdrew her blade. Doma, unfazed, observed her actions with a dispassionate gaze. A mere stab won't kill a demon, young lady. You ought to aim for decapitation. He tilted his head, mimicking the gesture of severing a head with a casual flourish. Chapter 23. The Overwhelm, is it so? Who claims that only decapitation can slay a demon? The wound in Doma's eye exhibited an unnatural dark purple hue, rapidly spreading to other areas of his body. Doma doubled over in agony, covering his mouth as crimson droplets seeped through his fingers. Ha ha, I was merely jesting. This little poison cannot possibly kill an upper moon demon. Feel free to experiment with a variety of toxins. The sensation of poisoning isn't all that unpleasant. Breath of insects. Butterfly Shinobu, striving to unleash her sword technique, clutched her chest in torment, each breath piercing her lungs like countless needles. Doma fanned himself with his folding fan, leisurely approaching Butterfly Shinobu. Have you noticed? I have dispersed my blood into the air. Inhaling it, even accidentally, can be quite excruciating. In response, Butterfly Shinobu launched a flurry of swift thrusts, inundating Doma's body with a torrent of toxins, rendering him in an unnatural ashen hue. Yet, upon closer inspection, the ashen color began to recede. As if Doma was adapting to the poisons, his recovery accelerating. Kneeling slightly, Butterfly Shinobu coughed involuntarily, spewing forth blood laced with delicate ice crystals. Cough, cough. I inhaled too much air. Merely relying on thrusts seems insufficient to vanquish an upper moon. Gazing at her hands, Butterfly Shinobu sighed inwardly. Why are my hands so dainty? If only I were taller, perhaps I would possess greater strength. A faint smile graced her lips as her furrowed brow relaxed, as though she had resolved to confront her foe. Doma's eyes flared with unusual emotion. You must be in great pain. Will you continue to fight? Truly admirable. Fear not. I shall dispose of you shortly, freeing you from your suffering. Moreover, in light of your valiant performance, I have decided to savor you, allowing you to enjoy eternity within me. A dull thud resonated in their ears. Doma turned towards the sound, wondering if someone had arrived. Never mind. Let us commence. Miss Butterfly. Doma advanced step by step, summoning two large hands with his blood demon art. In a moment of carelessness, Butterfly Shinobu fell prey to his grasp. The blood demon art drew her closer to Doma, who extended his hands, emitting a sickly voice. Come, let us merge into one. At a critical juncture, a massive meteor hammer, glimmering with cold light, abruptly appeared. With a resounding crack, Doma's head erupted, and his headless body gushed forth blood like a miniature fountain. The blood demon art's large hands shattered upon losing Doma's control, and Butterfly Shinobu fell into the embrace of a broad arm. Amipa. Kokoshibo stood on a platform, his 6 eyes scanning the battlefield, while Muzan reclined on a sofa, eyes closed in repose. Muzan slowly opened his eyes, scoffing, useless Kaigaku. It turned out that Muzan had just perceived that the demon slayers, who had survived by ingratiating themselves with their master, had allowed the newly appointed Upper Six to be single-handedly dispatched by a demon slayer. Go, Kokoshibo. Eliminate them. Kokoshibo bowed slightly and began to withdraw, while Muzan propped his head on his hand and once again closed his eyes. Annoying insects. Today marks your demise. Clang, clang, clang. Takedo Michiro exerted every ounce of strength to fend off the incoming crescent slash, while Yuzui Tenjin, drenched in sweat, fixated intently on Kokoshibo. Just moments ago, Yuzui had reunited with Takedo Michiro and, after a wall shifted, encountered Upper Moon One, Kokoshibo. Without further ado, the three engaged in fierce combat, but even united, they could not best Kokoshibo. The situation escalated rapidly, leaving Yuzui with no choice but to rely on his own techniques. Hang in there, Michiro. However, deciphering Kokoshibo's attack patterns proved excessively challenging. Time passed, and Michiro gradually began to falter, ultimately leaving himself vulnerable as Kokoshibo seized the opportunity to sever one of his arms. Yuzui gripped his dual blades tightly, cursing, "Damn it. I've only completed half the technique. There's no time." With this thought, he attempted to rush to Michiro's aid. "Yuzui, I can continue. I must rely on you now. I will do my utmost to buy you time before my death. Hurry, quickly." A cacophony of piercing howls accompanied by the flapping of wings heralded the arrival of the flame pillar and the wind pillar, following Michiro's chain crow. Upon witnessing their arrival, Yuzui halted his advance. The two, upon assessing the scene, understood the gravity of the situation and without a word, they unleashed their breathing techniques against Kokushibo. In an instant, the battlefield erupted in a flurry of blades, splinters flying in all directions. Tamayo was frantically smashing through walls, fleeing in a frenzy. This is unfair. Why must I face two pillars? He dared not pause, for even the slightest hesitation sent shivers down his spine, akin to a snake coiling around his neck. Glancing back, he saw Iguro Abanai closely pursuing him. Where did that muscular woman go? Breath of love, unlike ordinary blades, the soft, ribbon-like edge of the sword cleaved through Tamayo and Appo's body in an instant, severing him into multiple segments. Seizing the opportunity, Iguro Abanai executed the breath of serpents, evading Tamayo and Appo's dying counterattack as his blade swung fiercely towards Tamayo and Appo's neck. A peculiar sound resonated. A strange flying object ascended from below, its dark, cylindrical base rapidly rotating. Iguro Abanai sensed danger and accelerated, aiming to eliminate Tamayo as swiftly as possible. Tap, tap, tap. A series of rapid sounds erupted as countless bullets spewed forth from the drone's muzzle, engulfing Iguro Abanai. Caught off guard, he barely managed to defend against the vital areas, blood bursting forth as he collapsed feebly to the ground. Iguro! Kanroji Mitsuri exclaimed, rushing to check on him, but halfway there, she was suddenly struck by a mechanical fist, sending her flying. Hee. This little lady is quite the catch. No one dare take her from me. I've been cooped up for days. I shall indulge myself first. Secret technique. Arc fission. The mechanical arm unleashed a flurry of tiny metal shards, and as arcs of electricity danced amidst them, a colossal current surged forth, crashing into Kanroji Mitsuri. Before she could emit a scream, she was rendered unconscious, her fate uncertain. Wang Lei retracted the metal shards, massaging his shoulder as he approached Kanroji Mitsuri with a lewd grin. A glint of cold light flashed as he effortlessly dodged Iguro Abanai's strike. At that moment, he was drenched in blood, his arm trembling violently, as if merely grasping the Nicaran blade had depleted all his strength. Would it not be better to lie still? After I indulge, it will be your turn. Seeing Iguro Abanai in such a state, yet still resolutely guarding Mitsuri, Wang Lei's face contorted into a wicked smile. You seem quite concerned for her. Hee. Then I shall take great pleasure in violating her right before your eyes. Chapter 24, The Arrival. Ehei Kobain trembled as he raised the sunwheel blade, its tip quivering as if it might slip from his grasp at any moment. His vision blurred, breath quickened, and his chest heaved violently, each inhalation accompanied by excruciating pain. Yet, even in this state, the corner of Kobain's eye greedily lingered on that figure. Is this where it ends? A bitter smile tugged at his lips, his gaze filled with reluctance and regret. There were countless words he longed to utter, but they remained unspoken. Truly, what a pity. His body had reached its limit. The weight of his injuries dulled his reflexes, rendering even thought a struggle. In a moment of distraction, a shadow surged forward, bearing a fierce intent to kill. Ehei Kobain managed to lift his gaze just in time to see that person raising a peculiar arm, a fist imbued with violent power, crashing down upon him. Boom. The fierce wind from the punch swept over, sending Ehei Kobain and Mitsuri soaring through the air like kites severed from their strings, ultimately vanishing over the platform's edge. Plunging into the depths of Infinity Castle, Wang Lei withdrew his fist, furrowing his brow as he cast an irritated glance at the figure beside him. Lord Akaza. What is the meaning of this? Akaza slowly retracted his fist, haughtily glancing at Wang Lei, his eyes filled with disdain and contempt. They are my prey, do not meddle. Or else, I shall kill you. Before his words had fully settled, Akaza had already leapt down, pursuing the direction in which Ehei Kobain and Mitsuri had disappeared. Wang Lei stood rooted in place, his expression dark and foreboding. What audacity! Snatching kills so brazenly. With a sigh of regret, he shook his head. Such a pity for that girl. Truly a waste. At that moment, Su Yuqing's voice crackled through a nearby drone. Wang Lei, quickly gather at the coordinates. There are 4 of them at Kokushibo's location. Don't blame me for the warning if you're late. As soon as her words fell, the drone took off on its own, leaving Wang Lei standing alone. He glanced at his wristwatch, confirmed the coordinates, and swiftly made his way to the destination. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, the combat had escalated to a fever pitch. Scatter, 1,000 cherry blossoms. As he spoke, countless tiny blades fluttered through the air like cherry blossom petals, indiscriminately assailing the Hashira quartet. The 4 Hashira were already battered and bruised, their wounds oozing blood, their strength nearly depleted. though Yuzui Tingen's performance had succeeded. The disparity in power was insurmountable. Even with insight into the enemy's attacks, they remained outmatched. Tang Qing stood nearby, swiftly forming hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. Upon uttering the incantation, a massive fireball materialized and hurtled towards the Hashira quartet with tremendous force. The four Hashira barely managed to unite their strength to shatter the fireball. But immediately after, Lin-Mo and Kokushibo's ranged strikes followed in rapid succession. The fierce blade light sliced through the air, imbued with an unstoppable force, striking the four with devastating impact. PFF. Blood sprayed forth as the Hashira quartet was violently hurled backward, crashing heavily onto the ground. Their bodies bore deep wounds that exposed bone, blood staining the earth beneath them. Even as they desperately attempted to rise, their injuries rendered them incapable of continuing the fight. Lin-Mo stood at a distance, a satisfied smile curling at the corner of his lips. A pillar-level combatant. At least 100 points, I reckon. Not to mention the potential boost to the mission evaluation. What a tremendous gain. As he had anticipated, these Demon Slayer Corps members were far from reaching their peak potential. Once Muzan unleashed his entire force, the Demon Slayer Corps would undoubtedly face total annihilation. Tanjiro. A voice filled with grief and fury rang out. Everyone turned to see Ju Tomioka pinned at the edge of a platform by Jitaro's sickle. His body pierced and blood flowing profusely, staining his garments. Ju's hand reached out weakly, as if to grasp something. Following the direction of his arm, a boy with a scar on his forehead plummeted from above, none other than Tanjiro. Covered in blood, his eyes tightly shut, his body fell like a marionette with severed strings. Doma sat upon a girl conjured from his blood demon art, a mocking smile gracing his face. Did you hear? Whatever you do is futile. You are all destined to die. Why not let me end your suffering early? Opposite Doma, Shinobu Kocho, pale-faced, struggled to support Kaneo Tsuyuri, who was in a lamentable state. His body riddled with unnatural frostbite, one leg grotesquely bent, and his weapon shattered into fragments. Each breath he took was mingled with frozen internal fragments. Miss Shinobu coughed. Please escape. There is at least a glimmer of hope, Kaneo urged, pushing Shinobu away to signal her to flee. Doma's repugnant smile remained. Oh my. Discussing escape so brazenly in my presence as if I were invisible? Come, let us continue what we started. A dull thud resonated, shaking Infinity Castle. Huh? Wasn't that sound caused by this brute over here? Doma glanced at Kaneo. At this moment, others in Infinity Castle noticed the unusual noise. Tang Qing leaned closer to Lin-Mo, whispering, Boss, what is that sound? Is Infinity Castle about to collapse? Lin-Mo frowned, sensing something was indeed amiss. Moreover, it seemed they had forgotten something important. Meanwhile, beside Muzan, Mizunoto raised her head in terror. A brilliant light erupted from the apex of Infinity Castle. Boom. An even more violent sound erupted, causing Infinity Castle to tremble, its surrounding structures buckling under the strain and collapsing. As the dust from the explosion slowly settled, everyone gazed in shock at the sight of the blast, where a gaping hole had inexplicably appeared. Radiant moonlight cascaded through the opening. Yet what shocked everyone was not merely the sudden emergence of the hole, but the figure floating at its center, resembling a demonic deity. The figure's expression was cold, a golden aura surging around him, his dark green hair standing on end. Lin-Mo's eyes widened in disbelief. Saiyan. Lian looked down upon the crowd. Absorbing the situation around him, his wrath swelling like a tide, the golden aura flaring once more. A voice that sent shivers down spines echoed, carrying the weight of boundless fury. You wretches, are you having fun? Lin-Mo raised his wrist and shouted frantically, Yuqing, hurry and hand Nezuko over to Muzan. Chapter 25, The Wrath of Lian. Soloing Infinite City. Lian's eyes darted, swiftly locking onto the unconscious Tanjiro, collapsed in the deepest recesses of Infinite City. With a scoff, he effortlessly shattered a stealthy drone that was hurtling towards Muzan. He leaped upwards, catching the box containing Nezuko. Hashira. A feeble voice reached Lian's ears. Following the sound, he beheld a bloodied figure struggling to lift her head, gazing at him. He recognized this child. She was one of the trainees assigned to him by Kanroji, and due to her introverted nature, he had taken special care of her. He often engaged her in conversation and occasionally brought her small snacks. Over time, she had begun to open up to him, revealing the tragic events that had befallen her family, brutally slain by demons. Her parents and brother had fought valiantly to protect her until the Demon Slayer Corps arrived, allowing her to survive. As he concluded his training, she had clung to him, reluctant to part ways. The scene was etched in his memory. The girl had trailed at the back of the group, finally exhaling in relief once the others had distanced themselves, her gaze fixed on the object in her hand, hesitating. What troubles you? Lian had suddenly appeared beside her, startling her. And no, her voice was barely a whisper. What did you say? Lian leaned in closer to hear her. Actually, there is something. The girl revealed a talisman resting in her palm. I made this myself. I hope you can accept it, Hashira. Lian glanced at the girl and then reached out to accept her offering. Why do you wish to give me this? He pondered, wondering if perhaps the child had developed feelings for him. No, that couldn't be. She was just a child. The girl's voice trembled slightly. Can I call you brother? Because you remind me so much of my late brother. He used to bring me delicious treats as well. Lian regarded her with a sympathetic gaze. Indeed, her introversion must stem from witnessing her family's slaughter. He reached out to gently pat her head. Be sure to visit your elder brother often. He will have delicious food prepared for you. A radiant smile blossomed on the girl's face. Yes, I will definitely come, brother. Brother, I didn't run away this time. I worked hard to protect others. Her voice, once again faint, pulled Lian from his reverie. Now imbued with an unmistakable aura of death, Lian lowered his head, shrouded in shadows, his expression indiscernible. Stop. Mom. Dad. Have you come to take me away? The girl's vacant gaze seemed to perceive something beyond, her hand reaching out as if to grasp an unseen presence. As she flailed helplessly in the air, Lian grasped her hand, and her expression transformed from one of pain to the serene smile of an infant cradled in its mother's arms. I and Oppos, am so tired. I want to sleep for a bit. Her eyelids slowly drooped, and in her final moments, a glimmer of life appeared in her eyes. A faint whisper reached Lian's ears. Brother, please take care. She and her companions had been attacked by several demons. When he arrived, only she remained, bearing merely superficial wounds. This child is truly brave. Akaza stepped forward, inadvertently bowing his head in apology. I arrived too late. Lian stood, his body lifting as he prepared to carry her away. Akaza nodded, cradling the girl's lifeless form as he retreated into the shadows. Ah, what an extraordinary guest we have. Domo waved his folding fan, eager to speak, but was interrupted as Lian's hand struck out, coldly observing the dismembered remnants of Doma, now struggling to reassemble himself. Rationality countdown, for 100 seconds. At that moment, Linimo, carrying Su Yuqing, cursed under his breath at the foolishness of it all. How could they still not recognize the gravity of the situation? To leap forth and obstruct him was akin to inviting disaster. The surge of violent energy swelled again, and in an instant, Lian found himself on the platform where Ju Tomioka stood. With a single step, he launched himself like a cannonball, obliterating the demon Jotaro into a cloud of crimson mist. Then, arms outstretched, countless energy blasts erupted, engulfing the four manifestations of Jinya and Daki. When the explosion subsided, only pools of blood remained. Rationality countdown, 395 seconds. Withdraw with Tanjiro, he instructed Ju before ascending once more into the air. The third form of moon breathing enveloped him in a chilling aura as he unleashed a flurry of crescent slashes throughout the vicinity. It was a futile struggle. Lian's hands delivered blows that met the resistance of flesh as if striking cotton against steel, failing to impede him in the slightest. As he closed in on Kokushibo, a whip-like kick swept out, and Kokushibo raised his sword in defense. Snap! The blade shattered under the force, and his body was sent crashing, shattering numerous structures along the way. Kokushibo's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with incredulity. He had never imagined being so effortlessly defeated. Lian offered him no respite for contemplation. With a flash, he appeared behind Kokushibo, his fist striking like thunder aimed at his heart. Kokushibo and Oppos' body erupted in a violent explosion, scattering flesh and blood, ultimately dissolving into nothingness. Rationality countdown, 385 seconds. Lian stood still, suddenly recalling something, and with a surge of energy, he flew before the Shinigami. Before she could react, a powerful energy blast was unleashed. Without the support of the Shinigami, Infinite City began to collapse, opening countless portals to the present world. Lian bellowed, Demon Slayer Corps. Retreat. Without needing further urging, the surviving Demon Slayer Corps members hoisted their incapacitated comrades and crossed the portals back to the living world. Just as a group of Demon Slayer Corps members was about to step through a portal, an energy blast detonated nearby. Lian's cold voice followed. Did I permit your departure? Lin Mo felt cold sweat trickling down his face, paralyzed with fear at the prospect of making any sudden movements. Wang Lei, forcing a smile, interjected, This esteemed Saiyan brother, I am not with them. I joined them only recently. It was their idea all along. I initially opposed it vehemently, but my strength was insufficient. Now, having seen the light, I am ready to turn over a new leaf. Just say the word, and I will take them down immediately. Hee. Before Wang Lei could finish, an energy blast surged toward him. Despite his desperate evasion, he was grazed, resulting in the loss of his lower half as he collapsed. Writhing in agony, innards spilling onto the ground, desperately shoving colorful potions into his mouth. Do you take me for a fool? I won't allow you to die too easily. Rationality countdown, 360 seconds. Chapter 26. The dawn that pierces the darkness. The group that escaped from the infinite city cast anxious glances behind them, where countless portals opened and closed, with members of the Demon Slayer Corps gradually returning to the real world. The worry in Kyojuro Rengoku's eyes was palpable. You must return safely, Lian. Lian surveyed his surroundings, nodding slightly before addressing the remaining individuals present. It's about time. Let us commence. Lin-Mo and Appo's expression hardened as if he had made a resolute decision, and suddenly, a glow emanated from his body. Is that a retreat tool? Tang Qing exclaimed in surprise. Boss, don't abandon us. Su Yuqing reached out, seemingly desperate to grab Lin-Mo. Save me. Lin-Mo. Save me. Wang Lei, witnessing this scene, burst into laughter. Ha. All day long you pretend to be a loving family, but when disaster strikes, you scatter like leaves. Stay here and keep me company. Ha. Lin-Mo paid no heed to the others, a sense of urgency welled within him. The retreat tool wouldn't activate instantaneously. It required some time to guide. Lin-Mo. Tang Qing appeared to be on the verge of a breakdown, striding forward to seize him when a flash of cold light cut through the air, severing Tang Qing's legs at the knees. Tang Qing looked at him in disbelief, memories flooding back, yet he remained silent. In contrast, Su Yuqing seemed to have completely lost her composure, hurling a barrage of profanities at Lin-Mo, the content far too crude for outsiders, but undeniably harsh. Lian noticed Lin-Mo's abnormality and shot a series of energy blasts. Once the explosion subsided, the four had vanished without a trace, and Lian frowned deeply. How fortunate for you. Rationality countdown, 256. In a flash, he appeared before Muzan. Muzan and Appo's pupils widened in shock, astonished by the creature before him. What manner of beast is this? In just over 2 minutes, the upper ranks were obliterated. Although it seems he does not possess the ability to completely annihilate demons, it would not be difficult to keep them until dawn with such power. Muzan swallowed hard, a smile appearing on his face for the first time in millennia. Adopting an exceedingly humble demeanor. My lord, it appears we have no irreconcilable differences. If you spare me this once, I shall procure anything you desire. I am willing to serve you for eternity, following your every command. All I ask is that you grant me mercy this time. With that, Muzan bowed deeply, unable to meet Lian's gaze, quietly awaiting his fate. However, Muzan failed to notice the chilling smile that lingered on Lian's face as he disregarded Muzan, whose form gradually dissipated above the collapsing infinite city. Realizing Lian's departure, Muzan collapsed to the ground, a look of relief washing over his face. I made it. Did I survive? He scoffed. Humans are truly foolish. Can your lifespan rival mine? For now, I shall let you use me, but once you perish, I shall exact my vengeance upon the Demon Slayer Corps for the humiliation I endured today. As Muzan envisioned a bright future, a blinding light illuminated the entire infinite city. Startled, he exclaimed, Is it dawn already? Impossible. How could so much time have passed? Muzan looked up in horror, only to let out a terrified scream as his body shattered into countless fragments, frantically burrowing underground. The members of the Demon Slayer Corps stared in astonishment at the sudden appearance of the luminous object in the sky. Is this all just a dream? Inosuke murmured in disbelief. Is that the sun? Ow! Hey, Tomioka, what are you doing? That hurts. Tomioka Ju nodded, retracting his hand. I can feel pain. It seems this is not a dream. Inosuke exclaimed. I'm going to. High above, Lian carefully controlled the energy sphere, which had expanded to an almost suffocating size, ensuring it would only produce a vast area of annihilation without destroying the planet itself. Seeing the Demon Slayer Corps retreat to a safe distance, he pressed down heavily with his arm, and the energy sphere struck the ground with cataclysmic force. The moment it made contact, an explosion erupted, sending shockwaves that rapidly spread, enveloping a 1,000-mile radius in blinding light. As the brilliance faded, the onlookers beheld a vast, unfathomable pit. Muzan's cells lay lifeless at the bottom, devoid of their fundamental vitality. Lian stood quietly at the edge of the chasm, as the first rays of morning sunlight cascaded down, transforming Muzin's cells into wisps of green smoke. The radiant sunlight pierced through the darkness of the world, dispelling the greatest evil and ushering in a long-awaited peace and tranquility. The voice of a young girl echoed in his ears, prompting Lian to look up. "Good night, sister," a distant voice called. As the Demon Slayer Corps rushed toward him in a frenzy. Lian, Lord Hashira." The group offered no time for rest, hastening to find Lian as soon as the explosion subsided. Kaijuro Rengoku leaned over to peer down at Lian, hesitating before asking, "Muzin, is he?" Lian turned to face the crowd, noting that many bore only light bandaging, while some needed assistance to stand. They remained silent, gazing at him with hopeful eyes, as if fearing that even the slightest sound might shatter their fragile hope. Lian broke into a smile. "Muzin is dead." A moment of silence enveloped them before jubilant cheers erupted. "Oh, ha! Muzin is dead. He is dead. Brother, did you see? Long live Lord Hashira," a well-wisher shouted. And the crowd surged toward Lian, lifting him high into the air. "Long live Lord Hashira. Long live." Even the Hashira exchanged glances, stepping forward to join in, their faces adorned with a carefree smile that had not graced them in decades. Time flowed swiftly, and much had passed since Muzin's demise. On this day, the Hashira gathered in a lavish estate, celebrating the wedding of Tanjiro and Kanawa. After all the formalities, everyone took their seats. Lian sat at the table, rubbing his hands together. "Ah, I adore banquets." "Hey, Lian, slow down and leave some for me," Kaijuro exclaimed as he pulled out a stool and began stuffing his mouth. "5 ants. 5 ants." Lord Hashira, Ikakashino and Kanroji Mitsuri approached, supported by Kanroji. Lian waved his hand. "The Demon Slayer Corps has been disbanded for quite some time now. Please, no need for such formalities." His gaze fell on Mitsuri's belly. "When will you two bless me with a nephew to play with?" Mitsuri's face flushed crimson upon hearing this, and she hastily pushed Shino away, running off to chat with Shinobu. Shino chuckled. "It's coming soon." "What a splendid wedding, Tanjiro," Yuzui Tenjin remarked, accepting a toast from Tanjiro. Lian looked around. "Hey, where is Tomioka? Where did he go?" The stone Hashira nudged Lian, subtly pointing to the side. Everyone followed his gesture and discovered Ju hiding behind a pillar, clutching the bouquet he had just snatched, hesitating as he watched Shinobu. Seeing Ju's awkward demeanor, the crowd erupted in laughter. How rare. It's truly a sight to behold. The stoic wooden figure is finally showing some emotion. Haha. Chapter 27. Farewell. After the banquet came to a close, Lian made his way to the residence where he had once served as a pillar of strength. The courtyard, often tidied up by retired members of the Demon Slayer Corps, appeared neat and orderly despite the long absence of its inhabitants. Perched on the roof, he took a sip of the sake he had brought from the gathering and let out a satisfied sigh. His gaze drifted to a certain spot, and a faint smile graced his lips. "On your wedding day, why seek out a lonely soul like me?" Tanjiro emerged from around the corner, scratching his head awkwardly. "Indeed. You cannot hide anything from Brother Lian," he exclaimed. "Speak swiftly, or be wary of your bride barring your entrance." Lian's laughter echoed with mirth at the whimsical thought. Tanjiro, however, looked at him earnestly. "Are you truly leaving, Brother Lian?" "Huh, is it that obvious?" Lian's laughter gradually subsided, replaced by a resigned sigh. Tanjiro shook his head. "Have you forgotten, Brother Lian? My nose is quite perceptive. Today, I sense the fragrance of farewell upon you." Well, Tanjiro, you might as well be a dog." Lian chuckled. "ISN and Appos, be it inevitable to face farewells in life? I have lingered here long enough." "Then you plan to depart without a word?" Kaijuro, with his fiery hair and hawk-like gaze, directed his attention towards Lian. "And you, too, have come?" "Not just me. We are." A multitude of familiar faces appeared in the once desolate courtyard, infusing it with newfound vitality. "You all." Mitsuri playfully draped an arm around Ja and Appos' neck, while pointing out, "Big guy, your acting skills are abysmal. You nearly wore your reluctance on your sleeve." "Lian, is it truly that bad?" came the chorus of voices, followed by laughter that filled the air. "Let us host a farewell party right here. Shall we indulge in merriment?" Shinobu chimed in with a rare lightheartedness. That night, the group drank to their heart's content, with Kaijuro kindling a fire around which they sang and danced. Lian, seated at the table, set down his cup, a smile on his face as he softly murmured, "Farewell, my friends." As a gentle breeze swept through, Lian's presence faded from the table. The lively celebration gradually came to a halt, as if the puppets had their strings cut. Tanjiro turned to where Lian had been seated, tears brimming in his eyes, cascading down his cheeks. Safe travels. Brotherly and Inosuke slapped Tanjiro's shoulder. What are you crying for, man? And what of you? Tanjiro retorted. I have sand in my eyes. The Hashira, witnessing the playful banter between the two, couldn't help but smile. Indeed, life was fraught with farewells. Take care on your journey. Do you wish to lock in the timeline of Demon Slayer? No. Confirmation successful. The timeline of the Demon Slayer world will proceed normally. Reclining on the sofa, Leon wished to think of nothing, allowing himself to drift into a peaceful slumber. After some time, he reluctantly opened his eyes and sat up. I cannot sleep. I am clearly ill-suited for such occasions. Let us explore the world of Akame Ga Kill. Locating the timeline of Akame Ga Kill, Leon stepped through the door, returning to his quarters at the night raid base. Lying on his bed, he listened to the raucous sounds from below, faintly hearing Mine and Tatsumi bickering. As these sounds lulled him, Leon closed his eyes, sinking into a deep sleep. In a hazy state, he felt a cool hand gently nudging him. Mr. Leon, it is time to rise. Mr. Leon opening his eyes. He was greeted by a cascade of smooth purple hair, its owner wearing black-framed glasses that reflected Leon's sleepy visage. Rubbing his eyes, he sat up and yawned. Oh, it's you, Hill. What brings you here so early? It is no longer morning, Mr. Leon. The sun is at its zenith. The leader has some matters to discuss and has been waiting for you. As Hill led Leon to the conference hall, he continued to yawn. Najenda, without further ado, stated, let us commence today's meeting. Najenda produced a stack of documents, distributing them among the attendees. Recently, numerous officials opposing the ministers have been assassinated. We have found our assassination notices at the scenes. Huh, is this not a blatant frame-up? Tatsumi objected, indignant as he pointed at the papers. This will soon be clarified. Najenda responded, no, this has already been confirmed as our doing, as the officials were accompanied by formidable guards. Thus, the assassins must possess even greater skill. It is highly likely they are Imperial weapon users, and we, as the so-called evil organization, are the only ones with such power. Tatsumi hung his head in despair. Why is this happening? Brandel pondered for a moment. It could also be a ploy to lure us into action. Najenda nodded. Indeed. However, I share this not to discuss the framing, but because these slain officials are highly talented individuals who opposed the ministers and genuinely cared for the people. They are indispensable civil servants for the future nation, and we cannot afford to lose more of such talents. I have finished speaking. Now, I invite your opinions. Tatsumi clenched his fists. I do not understand politics, but I am incensed that they are misusing the name of Night Raid for nefarious deeds. Brandel praised, well said, Tatsumi. Excellent. Let us show these imposters the terror of Night Raid. There are two officials likely to face attacks. Akame and Lubbock is one group, while the other group presents a challenge. Since Night Raid is now under a full manhunt, we cannot appear in public. And the target of this mission happens to be on a ship. Currently, the only one not under manhunt is Tatsumi. You and Brandel will go together. He possesses a brief invisibility ability, while the rest will remain at the base. Understood. As Tatsumi was leaving, Leon tossed him a glass vial. Curious. Tatsumi examined the vial and inquired, what is this? Leon waved his hand. You will find out in due time. Make sure not to lose it. The vial contained a purification potion that Leon had exchanged for at the shop. Tatsumi's mission was not overly difficult, and with this, Brandel would find it nearly impossible to fail. Watching the others depart, Leon scratched his unruly hair and made his way to the door. Behind him, Najenda called out. Where are you going? Leon replied, just stepping out for a bit. I am about to go stir crazy. Besides, you are being hunted, but I am not. Najenda wore a playful expression. Then I wish you a delightful outing. Chapter 28. Am I married? Once again gracing the bustling streets of the imperial capital, Leon felt his sorrow of parting somewhat alleviated as he beheld the lively surroundings. Don't run away. Ha ha ha, catch me if you can. Two children dashed forth, using Leon as their shield while spinning joyfully. An elderly man, leaning on a cane, approached unsteadily and sternly admonished, stop the ruckus. You are causing trouble for others. He then offered Leon an apologetic smile. Leon affectionately patted the heads of the two little ones, saying, it's all right. You little rascals are quite adorable. The children then assisted the old man, bowing slightly to Leon before laughing and turning to leave. Not minding this brief interlude, Leon continued to stroll and soon stumbled upon a familiar establishment, the Carl Barbecue Shop. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to enter, harboring a flicker of hope that he might encounter Sailu and engage her in a meaningful conversation. Unfortunately, fate did not favor him. Sailu was not present. Nevertheless, since he was already there, he ordered a selection of barbecued meats, ready to indulge in a feast. Suddenly, A cacophony erupted from the street as a contingent of Imperial soldiers charged through, causing the crowd to scatter in disarray. Intrigued by the spectacle, Lian took a bite of his barbecue and mused, such a grand display, who could this important figure of the Empire be? If they cross paths with me, they must consider themselves unfortunate. However, Lian soon sensed something amiss. Although the soldiers appeared to be dispersed, they gradually formed a subtle encirclement around the barbecue shop. Shaking his head, he continued to relish his meal. Before long, a middle-aged man dressed as an officer approached him, accompanied by 3 others. The officer pulled out a portrait from his coat and scrutinized Lian closely. After nodding, he tossed a heavy bag of gold coins to the old man who had been standing nearby. The elderly man, no longer displaying the frailty of age, stood upright and swiftly accepted the bag, weighing it in his hands. The wrinkles on his face blossomed into a beaming smile as he bowed with the 2 children and departed. Old man, hurry up and share the spoils. We put in a significant effort. We deserve our fair share. One of the soldiers exclaimed. Hey, without my keen eyes, how would you 2 greenhorns identify the person sought by that esteemed individual? Lian sighed, raising a hand to his forehead, and addressed the officer. Pray tell, which illustrious personage seeks my presence? The officer opened his mouth to respond, but Lian's gaze fell upon the paper in his hand. Is that my wanted notice? Allow me to see it. Oh, the officer quickly handed over the document. As Lian took it, he was taken aback by the officer's courtesy. His eyes scanned the paper, nearly causing him to choke on his food. It was not a wanted notice at all, but rather a missing persons announcement. The content read, My husband has been missing for several days, and I am deeply worried. This notice is to solicit any leads. A generous reward awaits those who provide information, and a doubled reward for finding him. Beneath this text was a sketch of Lian, depicted in the form of a Super Saiyan, likely the reason the officer had examined him so closely earlier in order to match the scar on his face. Setting down the paper, Lian regarded the upright officer with an expression of disbelief. Who is your master? Sir, you shall discover that soon enough. Oh, and what if I choose not to go? The officer bowed politely. We kindly ask that you do not put us in a difficult position. Then what can be done? I suppose I shall go and see. Lian, intrigued to learn who was playing this prank on him, could not refuse the unusually courteous invitation. With a mindset of reciprocity, he thought, if you show me respect, I shall return it tenfold. And so, he agreed to accompany them. The officer stood and gestured. This way, Mr. Li. A carriage awaited, splendidly prepared. You seem quite well equipped. Upon seeing the extravagant vehicle, Lian's curiosity deepened. Such opulence was rare, even in the imperial capital. Once inside, the entourage departed from the barbecue shop. After a lengthy journey, the carriage halted before a vast estate. A butler had been waiting nearby, and, upon seeing Lian peek out, hastily approached, signaling for him to step down. Lian rolled his eyes. He had no desire to demean anyone. Instead, he leaped gracefully to the ground. The butler guided him into the estate. This way, sir. My master has been awaiting your arrival. As they traversed the opulent halls, Lian felt as if he had stepped into a grand palace, the luxury rivaling that of the Emperor's chambers. Soon, the butler led him into a resplendent room, where a long table was laden with exquisite delicacies. Please make yourself comfortable here. My master will join you shortly. The butler then respectfully retreated and gently closed the door behind him. Now alone, Lian pulled out a chair and seated himself, casually sampling a plate of unfamiliar fruits. Not too shabby, he mused. Let us see what you intend to do. If you are not a nefarious villain, I might consider sparing you this time. Ah, this one is delightful. I'll have another. Just as Lian was savoring his treats, a soft sound emanated from the door, indicating someone had entered. Unperturbed, he continued to devour the unknown pastries. The newcomer gently closed the door, and the sound of high heels clicked closer. Sensing someone halt behind him, Lian paused, preparing to inquire, but before he could speak, 2 slender, pale arms encircled his neck. A voice whispered near his ear, Are they delicious? If you like them, I can buy them for you every day. Startled, Lian sprang to his feet, turning to face the intruder. Esteth. What is the meaning of this? Esteth, clad in a pure white nightgown, had her hair casually draped over her shoulders, the tips still glistening with droplets of water, as if she had just emerged from a bath. She gracefully pulled out a chair and sat down, resting one hand on the table and propping her head with the other, her expression playful. It has been so long. Do not be so cold. Come, let us chat. Lian, captivated by her presence, involuntarily swallowed hard. Even after having pursued countless animated characters in his past life, Esteth's charm and elegance were unparalleled. To think she was now sitting right before him. Seeing that Lian hesitated to take a seat, Estetha's smile widened. And she teasingly urged, "Please, do sit. You aren't afraid of me, are you?" "Pfft. Who is afraid of whom? You wouldn't dare harbor any ill intentions. My fists are no trifles." Ultimately, Lian did not return to his original seat, but instead pulled over the chair opposite Esteth and plopped down. Chapter 29. Lian and Amp. Apos. Subtle anticipation. Once seated, neither of the two spoke. Lian felt an overwhelming discomfort under the scrutinizing gaze of Esteth, as if the chair beneath him were sprouting countless needles. "Ahem. What do you want from me? You posted that missing person notice, didn't, and Amp, Apos, to you? Let's not joke around this time." "Not at all," Esteth replied, still propped up on her hand, gazing at him intently. "I am quite serious." Lian was utterly bewildered this time. He leaned closer, supporting himself on the table, his eyes filled with an unusual gleam, a blush creeping onto his face. "Be my pet. I can fulfill any desire you may have. Do you crave power? The position of the Grand General can be yours, with me around. No one would dare to object. Or perhaps wealth. I can provide that too." As he listened to her words, the turmoil in Lian's eyes gradually subsided, and the flicker of hope in his heart dissipated. "Enough, Esteth. You have misjudged me. I neither covet power nor desire wealth. If you wish to play the master-servant game, seek another." Her voice halted abruptly, and the peculiar light in her eyes faded as she slowly returned to her seat, regarding Lian with a serious expression. "Every human harbors desires. I have encountered too many people who, despite their lofty ideals, succumb to the temptations of the world, unable to revert to their original selves. Perhaps you lack a clear understanding of the Grand General and Apos' authority. How about this? You can start as my aide, managing all matters on my behalf." Lian had no intention of enduring any further nonsense from this deranged woman. He stood up and turned to leave. Esteth sprang to her feet, blocking his path. "You shall not leave." Lian turned back, his icy gaze silencing her instantly. "What if I insist on departing?" His aura surged violently, akin to a tempest, shattering the crystal decor within the room. "Do you dare to stop me?" Esteth stood frozen, rendered speechless. Lian retracted his imposing energy and faced her. "I do not know what experiences have shaped your current beliefs, but you must understand, Esteth, there are indeed individuals in this world who do not live for the power and wealth you speak of. Even in death, they remain steadfast to their principles. Furthermore, conceal your little tricks. I do not wish to encounter such things on the streets again. Otherwise, you know the consequences." With a gentle breeze, Lian departed from the premises. Esteth watched the spot where he had vanished, her arms wrapping tightly around her chest as her face flushed, breathing heavily. "I find you more intriguing." Her fingers dug into her flesh, drawing faint traces of blood, yet a smile danced in her eyes. "Knock, knock, knock. Sir, are you all right?" The butler, alerted by the commotion outside, approached to investigate, yet he dared not enter without Esteth's consent. Inside, Esteth gradually regained her composure, a thought surfacing in her mind. "It's nothing. Bring me the people from the Imperial Fist Temple. I have inquiries for them." The butler acknowledged her command and departed. Esteth settled back into her chair, resuming her languid pose, resting her head on her hand. "You cannot escape. What I desire has always been within my grasp." Having left Esteth's presence, Lian found no desire to linger further and swiftly made his way back to the base. As he opened the door, Tasmi rushed forward. "Big brother Lian, you were incredible. Tasmi, oh Tasmi. In that fleeting moment, I almost mistook you for Tanjiro. I wonder how they are faring." Tasmi seemed oblivious to any oddity, still embracing Lian, excitedly exclaiming, "Today was perilous. The enemy poisoned our blood. They can even manipulate their own blood. Brother Brant nearly didn't make it back. Fortunately, I remembered the potion you gave me today." Brant, bundled like a dumpling, was currently being fed by Hill. Upon hearing this, he curiously inquired, "Lian, how did you know the enemy would use poison? Did you prepare the antidote in advance?" Lian casually tossed Tasmi aside and brushed his hands off, responding indifferently, "I have no idea, but I feel Tasmi still lacks maturity. What if you fall for their tricks again? Being prepared is wise." It seems my gamble paid off this time. Seeing Lian unwilling to elaborate, Brant refrained from further questioning. "Thank you. I will remember this." "Ah, no need to dwell on it, my friend." Brant chuckled at his words, but added, "I must correct you on something you said earlier. Tasmi is no longer the immature boy he once was. He has grown into a true man." Tasmi then interjected, "It's my fault for being useless. At a critical moment, Brother Brant entrusted me with his imperial equipment, and now he can no longer use it because of the cursed demon. Do not belittle yourself, Tasmi. Brant's voice reached Tasmi's ears. Since the cursed demon's form has changed because of you, it signifies its acknowledgement of you. If you lack confidence in yourself, does that not imply that I, your former master, am unworthy as well? Tasmi quickly shook his head. I did not mean that, Brother Brant. I merely... Enough. You all bear injuries. He tapped Brant's head with a spoon, then shoved a bowl into his hands, indicating he should eat for himself. Turning to Lian, she smiled. Lian, you must be tired after just returning. I will prepare a bath for you. Soaking will help alleviate your fatigue. Brant, with great difficulty, brought the spoon to his mouth, and upon hearing her, remarked sarcastically, Tired, are you? I'll prepare your bath so you can wash up nicely. As soon as he finished speaking, he produced a large pair of scissors from nowhere and grinned at Brant. Hey, Tasmi, come push me away quickly. Upon returning to his room, Lian collapsed onto his bed, hands cradling his head, his mind involuntarily conjuring Isthetha's image. A thought surged forth in his mind, perhaps at ISNT entirely unacceptable. As this notion took root, a chill swept over Lian, and he exclaimed, How could I entertain such an idea? Absolutely not. If the roles were reversed, it might be conceivable. He chuckled, pulling the blankets over his head. Sleep, sleep. After tossing and turning for a while, Lian finally sat up, climbed out of bed, and opened the window, transforming into a streak of light that vanished into the night sky. Unable to sleep, he decided to step outside for some fresh air to calm his thoughts. Soaring through the night sky, the unique chill of the evening gradually soothed Lian's emotions. His fingers stroked his chin as he curiously observed a brightly lit mansion below. He was not focused on the sordid scenes within the mansion, but rather on a black cat wandering through the courtyard. Through Lian and Appo's perception, he distinctly sensed a human essence emanating from that cat. Chapter 30. Chelsea, a playful thought seemed to cross Lian and Appo's mind as he grinned, seeking out a secluded corner to land. Following the memory from earlier, he swiftly located the black cat. Currently, she was crouched beside a small fountain. Observing the happenings within the room, Lian whistled casually, pretending to pass by, before seizing her by the scruff of her neck and lifting her up. Startled, the black cat flailed her paws in the air. Chelsea was astounded. Who was this unexpected character? However, she maintained her composure, aware that the security in this estate was exceptionally tight. While casually wandering outside posed no danger, venturing inside, even in her feline form, would likely lead to capture. Lian had just recalled her identity. Member of the Night Raid, Chelsea. Possessing the Imperial tool, Gaia Foundation, she could alter her appearance, transcending the limitations of humanity, transforming into animals as well. Casting a glance at the estate, Lian smiled at her, asking if she wished to enter. Come. Let me take you to some delicious food. Chelsea's struggles gradually ceased, a plan forming in her mind. This individual could traverse the estate, implying a significant status. Perhaps it was wiser to follow him inside and wait for an opportunity to assassinate the target. Noticing Chelsea's calmness, Lian gently patted her head and turned toward the estate's entrance. A flicker of delight crossed Chelsea's eyes. The target of this mission was likely aware that many held grudges against them, hence the heightened vigilance. As they approached, they discovered two guards engaged in conversation near the entrance. That woman left over from last time was quite exhilarating, one guard exclaimed. Indeed, but she couldn't Appo's endure for long. She was out of breath after just a few moments. That useless brother of hers even tried to save her. It was kind of me to reunite their family. The other guard chimed in, and I saw it just now. This batch is just as enticing. As their conversation reached Lian's ears, a glint of malice flickered in his eyes. As he drew closer, the two guards finally noticed him. Halt! Who are you? They shouted, raising their weapons. Chelsea nestled in Lian and Appo's arms, anticipating that this twisted individual would sternly reprimand the two oblivious guards, a scene she had witnessed countless times before. Crack! Crack! With two sharp sounds, the guards' necks twisted at unnatural angles, collapsing to the ground. Chelsea's feline eyes narrowed into slits. She had completely missed how he had dispatched them. A wave of dread washed over her as she realized she had underestimated this man, initially believing him to be merely an eccentric cat enthusiast. Now, she dared not display any unusual behavior, fearful of revealing her true nature. Although her Gaia Foundation held extraordinary capabilities, it offered no enhancement to her combat prowess. Otherwise, she would not have resorted to such stealthy means of infiltration. Confronting someone of such formidable strength, with a temperament so unpredictable, was beyond her capabilities. Lian, silent as a shadow, pushed the door open and entered. After traversing a lengthy corridor, he emerged into a grand hall, where attendees adorned in various masks congregated. A refined, middle-aged voice resonated from the center of the crowd, announcing, "The sixth lot is now up for auction." It appeared to be a small auction, and Lian curiously peered inside, but the items on display were obscured by an opaque cloth. As the curtain was drawn back, the so-called auction item was unveiled. In an instant, Chelsea and Amp, Oppos, S for bristled. Whispers erupted among the onlookers, critiquing the auction item. A corpulent, oily man stepped forward in disbelief, exclaiming, "Oh, what is this? Haha, this ISN and Oppos, a typical auction item, it and Oppos, a pair of siblings, barely clothed." The middle-aged auctioneer raised a hand to silence the crowd, and once quiet reigned, he continued. "It seems Lord Pass has recognized these siblings. I believe most of you are familiar with their lineage. However, for those who may not know, allow me to take a moment to introduce them. Their grandfather is a significant figure, known for opposing the ministers and facing their wrath. I trust many of you have felt his influence in one way or another. Without further ado, let the bidding commence, whether for amusement or to inflict torment. Acquiring them would surely be a delight." Lord Pass proclaimed loudly, "I want these too. I hope you all will grant me a favor. After all, I was reported to His Majesty for having played to death a few common children. I lost face before the Emperor, but now the tides have turned." Those familiar with him chimed in. "In that case, we shan't hinder your desires. We believe Lord Pass's methods will not disappoint." Laughter erupted around them. As Lian smoothed Chelsea's fur, a glint of malevolence appeared in his eyes as he turned to her. "Do you know what a perfect assassination is, Chelsea?" The black cat stared at him, eyes wide with disbelief. A cruel smile crept across Lian's face as he suddenly appeared behind Pass, his hand swiftly clasping around the man's head. Caught off guard, Pass had no time to react before his head was severed, blood gushing forth like a fountain, drenching Lian. The atmosphere fell silent, broken only by a piercing scream as the crowd erupted into chaos, fleeing in panic. "Murder! Murder! Guards! Guards!" Watching the crowd scatter, Lian discarded the severed head, wiping his hands disdainfully on the corpse. "You pathetic pig. I thought you were above fearing for your life. Enough. Let the festivities begin." With arms outstretched, a multitude of small energy orbs erupted from his palms, descending upon the repugnant crowd like a torrential storm. In an instant, the area engulfed in energy orbs erupted into clouds of blood mist, the stench of carnage permeating the hall. After a lengthy pause, Lian retracted his hands, revealing the once exquisite hall now in disarray, littered with dismembered remains, while blood dripped slowly from the ceiling. Aside from Lian and Chelsea, the only souls remaining were the trembling siblings clinging to one another in fear. Lian approached them, grasping the shackles they wore, and with a slight exertion of force, the restraints snapped with a crisp sound. "Are there others like you here?" The siblings trembled even more violently. Lian furrowed his brow, speaking again. "Hey, you two, please. Who would dare speak to you in your state?" A brown-haired girl, adorned with red headphones and dressed in a cute school uniform, cheerfully skipped past Lian and knelt before the pair. Chapter 31. Arrival with a flourish. Chelsea produced 2 lollipops and handed them to the 2 children. "Fear not, for we are not villains. Can you tell your sister if there are others like you?" The elder sister, hearing such a gentle voice, turned to look at Chelsea, her anxious demeanor easing somewhat. However, her peripheral vision caught sight of Lian, who stood with arms crossed behind Chelsea. Noticing the girl gaze upon him, Lian offered a smile he deemed warm. Yet, as if startled, the girl clung tightly to her brother, trembling. Chelsea rolled her eyes and gestured for him to step aside. "Humph." With a light huff, Lian complied and moved away. Chelsea turned back, her face once again adorned with a smile. "All right, the bad guys have left. Now, can you tell your sister if there are others?" As they approached the windowsill, they gazed outside at the moon hanging high, the meticulously trimmed garden, and a winding path leading into the distance, flanked by rustling trees adorned in vibrant foliage. Despite the breathtaking scenery, Lian felt no sense of beauty. He pondered the toll such a grand estate must have exacted from the common folk. Frowning, he thought how wonderful it would be to have a cigarette at that moment. The sound of footsteps brought him back to reality. He glanced at Chelsea, then looked past her, not seeing the brother and sister-esque figures. "No need to search, I've inquired. They are the only ones treated as auction items. The rest are just a hodgepodge of nonsense." Chelsea, pulling the lollipop from her mouth, suddenly displayed a glint of mischief in her eyes. After a quick glance around, she leaned closer to Lian. "Hey, I say, since you've eliminated all the people and this wealth is ill-gotten, why don't we before she could finish. Lian understood her intentions just by observing her furtive demeanor and the way she surveyed the valuables nearby. "Suit yourself," he replied, then turned to leave, settling by the fountain once more. In the distance, he heard the cacophony of shouts, indicating that many were approaching. Shortly after, Chelsea emerged, struggling to drag a makeshift bag fashioned from a tablecloth. Her eyes lit up upon seeing Lian seated there. "I thought you'd abandon me. Come help me, and I'll give you a cut afterward." Lian glanced at her. "You'd better hurry," because, before he could elaborate, Chelsea noticed the guards rushing towards them, along with some nobles who had taken advantage of the chaos to flee. The nobles, hiding behind the guards, shouted, and their leader snatched a bow from one of the guards, loosing an arrow at Chelsea. However, the aim was dreadfully poor, merely pointing in the right direction. Yet, it startled Chelsea enough to send her scrambling behind Lian, clutching her bundle tightly. "We're doomed. What now? You need to be careful. There's a master fighter over there." Without a word, Lian extended his palm toward her. "Huh? You're asking for your share now? Really, of all times?" Yet, despite her protests, she deftly produced a golden cup and offered it to Lian. He did not take it. Instead, he grasped her wrist. "Do you remember what I said earlier?" "Huh?" Chelsea was still processing when she suddenly felt herself being dragged upward at a brisk pace. The gentle wind tousled her hair, and the bright moonlight illuminated her sparkling eyes. "Wow, you can fly? I thought we were done for." Below, the nobles, realizing the murderer was ascending, could not allow their quarry to escape. They urged the guards to attack. "Shoot! Bring them down!" The arrows were easily dodged by Lian, who swiftly left the range of their attack. One disheveled noble, in a fit of rage, kicked over a guard and began trampling him. "Useless! Useless! After spending so much to maintain you, you let them escape at a critical moment. My lord, please don't be angry. Who says they've escaped?" A chilling voice interrupted the noble's tirade. A grotesquely deformed man with uneven legs moved awkwardly, yet none dared to mock him, not even the irate noble. "Rest assured, my imperial artifact excels in long-range attacks. They cannot flee." The noble wiped his hands, forcing a smile. "Then let Mr. Fan take action." As soon as the words left his mouth, the cold man dropped to the ground, a blinding light gathering in his mouth. The guards around, having witnessed this technique before, trembled uncontrollably. They had seen its devastating power, a single strike akin to divine retribution. High above, Lian gradually slowed. Chelsea was struggling to hold onto the treasures she had painstakingly collected, dangling from Lian's arm. "What's wrong?" Lian asked with a smile. Raising his free hand above his head, a massive energy orb coalescing and growing larger. With a sweep of his arm, the orb descended with a cataclysmic intent. The cold man below suddenly felt his vision blur, blinded by a searing light. He gathered the energy he had been channeling and unleashed it skyward. A radiant beam erupting from his mouth like a colossal pillar. Confidence flickered across the cold man's face. His artifact offered no enhancement to his physique and even diminished his lifespan, yet it granted him unparalleled destructive power. He had once used this attack to eliminate an S-rank danger. Had it not been for his connections with the ministers and the estate's owner, he would never have come here amidst the rampant night raids. Soon, the energy wave and the orb collided, their powers intertwining. The wave vanishing as if swallowed by the orb, rendering it utterly ineffective. No, in truth, it did have some effect. The orb's descent slowed slightly. But that was all. The cold man's confident demeanor faltered, disbelief filling his eyes as he leapt from the ground, frantically fleeing the estate. Yet, how could human speed outpace the blast wave? Especially when his body was riddled with injuries from the artifact. The orb quickly struck the ground, the world falling silent for a moment, before being engulfed by a cataclysmic explosion accompanied by a terrifying shockwave that obliterated the entire estate. Watching the estate vanish below, Chelsea instinctively swallowed hard. "Look, this is the perfect assassination. No one has discovered us." She gazed up at Lian. "Who exactly are you?" Lian smiled faintly. "A hired hand for nocturnal raids. Lian at your service." With a tearing sound, the makeshift tablecloth finally succumbed to the weight, ripping apart. The gold and silver treasures tumbled out, and Chelsea hurriedly reached for the last item, managing to grasp only a ring adorned with aquamarine. Chapter 32. And outing the sun was just rising. Lian returned to the night raid base and pushed open the door, exclaiming, "I'm back." Hill was engaged in a game of chess with Maine, seemingly on the verge of defeat at Maine's hands. Upon seeing Lian, they both stood up to greet him. Before Hill could speak, a figure darted from behind Lian and leaped into Hill's arms. "Welcome back, Chelsea." Chelsea tightly embraced Hill, shaking her in excitement. and Hill's eyes sparkled with joy. After they separated, Hill glanced between Chelsea and Leon, asking, "By the way, Chelsea, how did you come back with Mr. Leon? Do you know each other?" Chelsea popped a lollipop into Hill's mouth and pulled her aside. "It's a long story. Let me tell you." With a push, Brant wheeled himself to Leon's side. "Welcome back, Leon. Although you've just returned, come with me." Following Brant to Najita's office, Leon stole a glance at him. And Brant nodded, wheeling away. What is going on? So mysterious. Upon entering, Leon found no sign of Najita. On the desk lay a ring and a letter, which he picked up to read. It turned out that Najita had set off for the Revolutionary Army headquarters. The ring on the table was the Imperial artifact Black Marlin, seized by Tasmi, capable of manipulating water. It served as a token of her trust, asking him to look after everyone during her absence. Setting down the letter, Leon displayed a contemplative expression. I seem to recall something. When Najita returns, she should bring the humanoid Imperial tool and Appos, Susanoo and Appos, with her. I wonder what will happen during this time. My memory is certainly failing. Unable to recall further, he chose to dismiss it. After stowing the Black Marlin away, Leon returned to his bedroom, collapsed onto his bed, and fell into a deep slumber. He vaguely sensed people coming in and out, seemingly to call him for meals, but he was too deeply asleep to respond. When he finally awoke again, a sense of absurdity washed over him, as if he had been disconnected from the world. Clutching his head, he sat up. How long have I been sleeping? As he pushed open the door, the raucous noise outside assaulted his senses, causing a headache. A group had gathered in a circle, seemingly engrossed in something, with bursts of astonished exclamations and laughter echoing around. Intrigued, Leon stepped closer. With the advantage of height, he could clearly see Chelsea pouring Gaia foundation on Tasmi's face, transforming it from that of a bald uncle to an oily middle-aged man. Leon couldn't stifle his laughter. The oily middle-aged man bore a striking resemblance to Pa from that day. The laughter drew everyone's attention, and they turned to him. Chelsea, with a lollipop in her mouth, greeted him incomprehensibly. "Hey, big guy, you finally woke up. We thought you'd sleep through eternity." Hill reprimanded her. "Don't be rude, Chelsea." Leon shrugged off the comments and pointed at Tasmi, who was tied to a chair. "What is going on here?" Brant, nearby and lifting a dumbbell, chimed in excitedly. "Well, with the boss away and no missions, we thought we'd take a break. Since Chelsea is here, we discussed going out for some fun." "What fun?" Maine rolled her eyes at Brant. "Taking a break is secondary. I think you just want to drink." Leo, brazenly draping an arm over Leon's shoulder, leaned in close. "What do you say? Want to try a change of identity? Your wife has been searching for you everywhere, huh?" Leanne, visibly annoyed, swatted her hand away. "That's a misunderstanding. Of course, it must be that Mr. Leon caught the eye of some young lady on the road. And that's why she has gone to such lengths," Hill remarked, seeking Leon's confirmation. Leon scratched his head. "Well, I suppose that's true." "Huh? Charisma? Him? I've tolerated you for long enough. Headset girl. What do you mean? Do you want to fight? Who are you calling headset girl?" The group had successfully disguised themselves to infiltrate the Imperial capital, to avoid drawing unnecessary attention with their numbers. They decided to disperse and regroup at the base later that evening. In the end, Leon donned a hat, recalling how the missing person notices for Esther's seemed to be plastered everywhere. Thinking this, Leon looked up and nodded in satisfaction. That woman is quite efficient. Suddenly, the crowd on the street began to rush in one direction. Curious, Leon followed. He found himself in a circular duel arena and took a seat, scanning the surroundings. Is there a competition happening? Soon, the conversations around him clarified his question. I heard a certain big shot is hosting this competition to expand his team. Indeed, if you make it to the top 10, there are not only substantial rewards, but also a chance to join that big shot's team, perhaps even land a position. Look, that big shot is coming out. Following the direction of the pointing fingers, Leon saw a figure clad in military attire, with ice blue hair cascading down his back. An impeccable visage that left no room for criticism. Seemingly sensing something, Esther's glanced toward a corner, but upon noticing nothing amiss, she returned her gaze. Leon, pressed against a corner, adjusted his hat. Wait, why should I fear her? She should be the one afraid of me. Exhaling a deep breath, Leon relocated to a more crowded area. The competitors soon entered and began the first match. Leon watched intently, while his strength was formidable. He recognized his shortcomings and technique. It's just that I haven't encountered anyone on my level. If I did, I would likely be at their mercy. At that point, my only option would be to unleash my fury to enhance my strength. Seizing the opportunity to learn, he thought, that was impressive. Is it possible to execute it this way? As several matches unfolded, Lian found himself brimming with ideas. That's not very honorable. Instinctively shielding his vulnerable areas. He quickly realized the absurdity. It's not me getting hit. The audience hurled rotten vegetables and eggs at a contestant employing underhanded tactics, and Lian discreetly joined in, tossing a few eggs at the offender. The surrounding spectators began to notice the tall young man with remarkable aim, and they eagerly handed him their rotten eggs. Yes, another hit. Well done. You've got the flair I had in my youth. Esther's, too, since something was off. Who else could throw eggs in such a straight line? Each one exploding perfectly on target? Chapter 33. Iconic scene. Upon catching sight of the familiar figure, a subtle smile graced the lips of his death. A subordinate approached, inquiring, "General, have you found a promising candidate for the Imperial tool?" Well, yes and no. I and Oppos, VE stumbled upon something far more intriguing. The chaos soon subsided as the host took the stage to announce the next match. Now presenting the final match, the Butcher Kalubi versus the Blacksmith Tazumi. Lian, returning to his seat, instinctively glanced towards Tazumi upon hearing his name. Esteth, who had been observing him, followed suit. After scanning both individuals, her smile widened. The battle commenced swiftly. Despite the formidable prowess of his opponent, Tazumi had already ascended to a level unattainable for an ordinary person. Ultimately, Tazumi emerged victorious without suspense. Wonderful. I've won, he exclaimed. Although it belongs to the enemy, it is still my prize. As Tazumi searched for the podium, he noticed Esteth gracefully descending from the elevated platform. Huh? Is she going to present the award herself? Tazumi steeled himself, whispering, "Stay calm, Tazumi. I haven't revealed my identity. She won't know I'm a member of Night Raid." Esteth stood before Tazumi, scrutinizing him from head to toe, musing internally. A fine prospect indeed. So, is he your disciple? A mischievous smile curled her lips as she swiftly shackled Tazumi's neck with a pair of handcuffs. Lian's eyes widened with excitement. Here it comes. The iconic scene is unfolding. I can boast about witnessing this moment live. Ignoring Tazumi's struggles, Esteth turned and began to drag him away, casting a brief glance in Lian's direction. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment before Esteth continued her departure, leaving the crowd to murmur in astonishment. Lian, rubbing his chin, slowly settled back down, the thrill fading from his expression. Something feels off. It feels exceedingly wrong. Shouldn't she have knocked Tazumi out and carried him away like a princess? Why is it like dragging a dead dog? At that moment, Lian felt a nudge. It was Rabak, now disguised, signaling him to gather at the base. Upon returning to the base, the doors swung open, and Main rushed towards him, exclaiming, "What do we do? Tazumi has been taken." Before Lian could respond, Akito's voice chimed in from the side, "Calm down, Main. He has merely been taken. Tazumi has revealed his identity, so he will be fine." Sho was nervously rubbing the hem of his shirt, but what if? Clang. Brant produced a long spear, thrusting it into the ground. "We must storm in and rescue Tazumi." Rabak quietly closed the door with his tail. "The boss is absent. We should wait for her return before making such a significant decision. If we wait for Nagita to return, we might only gather Tazumi's remains. That won't work, and neither will that. What do you propose we do? That place is fraught with peril. One misstep could lead to our annihilation." As the group bickered, meanwhile, Tazumi followed the guard into a dimly lit area, progressing deeper within. After a considerable time, the guard led Tazumi to a cell, opened the door, and gestured for him to enter. Tazumi scrutinized the guard, mentally calculating, "I can take him down and escape." Noticing Tazumi's hesitation, the guard delivered a powerful kick. When Tazumi finally rose, he found himself locked inside the cell, the guard locking the door before departing. Tazumi rushed to the bars, shouting, "Hey, why have you captured me? I haven't committed any crime." His cries were met with silence as the guard faded from view. Frustrated, Tazumi pounded the bars. "Damn it. I was careless." Esteth, savoring a cup of coffee offered by her subordinate, took a delicate sip, revealing a content expression. The subordinate hesitated, then spoke up, "My lady, why did you bring that boy back and confine him?" Esteth smiled slightly. "The one I wish to bring back is not him." Seemingly recalling something, she added, "Prepare some food. We have guests coming today." "Yes." The subordinate exited to make preparations. With her fingers interlaced under her chin, Esteth murmured, "You will come, won't you?" Lian returned to his room, reflecting on the earlier debates that yielded no conclusions. He resolved to gather information the following day before devising a plan. Sitting alone deep into the night, once everyone else had drifted off to sleep, Lian decided to sneak out and investigate. Although the original story indicated Tazumi would be unharmed, and even when the heart of a stunning beauty, Esteth's peculiar reaction prompted Lian to proceed with caution. Gently pulling open the window, Lian leapt out, halting midair before soaring into the night sky, vanishing from sight. However, unbeknownst to him, a multitude of crimson eyes emerged around him, watching his departure. Arriving above Esteth's residence, Lian closed his eyes to sense the surroundings. Despite his deliberate training to enhance his perception, the results were lackluster. He could only detect the presence of others when he concentrated intently. Falling far short of the passive abilities exhibited by Kakarot and his peers, it seemed he lacked any innate talent in this regard. After a moment, Lian opened his eyes in confusion. How strange. Why is there no trace of Tazumi's presence? Could it be? A wave of unsettling possibilities crossed his mind. At that moment, the balcony on the second floor swung open, and Esteth emerged in her nightgown, leaning against the railing, legs crossed. Gazing up at Lian while beckoning him over, Lian hesitated before gradually descending. The moment his feet touched the ground, Esteth turned and strode back inside, causing Lian to swallow the words that had risen to his lips. Reluctantly, he followed her in. Upon entering, Lian's attention was immediately captured by an array of delectable dishes laid out in the center of the room. It was noteworthy that everyone had been too concerned about Tazumi to eat earlier, leaving him famished. Esteth pulled out a chair, gesturing for him to sit. Lian frowned, unable to decipher her intentions. Is that young man your disciple? Lian momentarily faltered. Esteth's eyes widened in surprise. Did I misjudge? Since you don't know each other, then. Finally comprehending, Lian plopped down in the chair, demanding, Now, tell me, what do you intend to do with my disciple? Chapter 34. Conversation. It has all gone cold. Let me have someone warm it up for you. No need, Lian declared, lifting a plate with a flourish. The taste remains as delightful as ever. Sometimes, I truly envy individuals like you. Esther observed him quietly. Perhaps my choice of words was slightly amiss. However, I assure you that I take my commitment seriously, should you desire it. Noticing that Lian's movements had begun to slow, Esther chuckled softly. Let us not dwell on that. I merely wish to converse with you, so please invite your disciple over. Lian placed the now empty plate down and reached for another one. Why not come directly to me? Why engage Tazmi? Casting him a sidelong glance, Esther stood to pour Lian a glass of red wine. Where would I find you? You didn't leave any contact information. Perhaps I should post a missing persons notice next time? Oh, please don't. The two exchanged glances and burst into laughter. After the meal, Lian gradually lowered his guard, engaging in a myriad of topics, such as their hobbies and experiences. Naturally, Lian shared selectively, for his own experiences were indeed peculiar. Setting aside her unconventional views, Esther was not unlike other girls. She too cherished small trinkets and enjoyed savoring delicacies with acquaintances. After a considerable time, with their hunger sated, Lian stood to take his leave. As he stood at the door, a sudden gust of cold air made him shiver, and he scratched his head in confusion, feeling as though he had forgotten something. At that moment, the butler he had encountered previously approached and handed him a key, informing him that Tazmi was in the basement of the villa on the outskirts. Moreover, this villa was now a gift to Lian, ignoring Lian's polite refusal. The butler turned and departed without a backward glance. Shaking his head in resignation at a corner of the second floor, he pocketed the key and left. The butler arrived at the door and knocked. Master, Mr. Lian has already left, and the people from the Imperial Fist Temple have been waiting for quite some time. Very well, came Esther's cool voice from within, devoid of the joviality she had just displayed. Show them to the side hall. I will join them shortly. After a while, Lian found himself outside a villa nestled in a picturesque area. This must be the place. He produced the key and unlocked the front door, entering the villa. After a brief search, he finally located Tazmi, who was attempting to gnaw through the railing with his teeth. Upon hearing the noise, Tazmi looked up to see Lian smiling at him. Oh, big brother Lian, have you been captured too? Lian's expression darkened as he casually tugged at the railing, which Tazmi had been straining against in vain. It broke effortlessly. All right, hurry out. Everyone is quite worried about you. The two exited the villa, quickly orienting themselves before heading towards the base. As they departed, Lian hesitated for a moment before pocketing the villa key. Throughout their journey, Tazmi incessantly questioned Lian about how he had found him and whether he had encountered the guard who had kicked him. Suddenly, Lian caught a whiff of an unusual scent. The base, hidden within the valley, typically exuded the fragrance of flora. However, this scent was distinctly different. Big brother Lian, is the sun about to rise? Look how red it is over there. Get your head down. The base is on fire. Lian's temper flared as he raced towards the base. By the time Tazmi arrived, panting heavily, he found Lian crouching in an open space, inspecting something. Ahead, Flames engulfed the base, showing no signs of abating. Big brother Lian, you fly. No. It and amp, oppos, s on fire. Tasmi struggled to articulate his words amidst his heavy breathing. As he approached, he realized Lian was examining a charred corpse. A corpse? Tasmi stared in disbelief at the burned figure. Is that? Lian rose, waving his hand dismissively. They're not our people, but neither are they ordinary humans. Many vital organs have been replaced with other components. With a powerful sweep of his hand, a gust of wind erupted, scattering the flames and extinguishing them in an instant. Venturing into the remnants of the base, they discovered numerous similar corpses, yet there was no sign of Akame or the others, leaving them uncertain whether this was fortunate or unfortunate. Big brother Lian, come quickly. Look at this strange symbol on the tile. Tasmi pointed excitedly at the peculiar markings. This symbol was a coded language used by Night Raid, and as Tasmi deciphered them, he unconsciously uttered, West, by Lee C. Tasmi's excitement surged as he looked up. Big brother Lian, they haven't. Before he could finish, Lian swiftly pressed Tasmi's head down to avoid a sudden gunfire. Who? Pap, pap, pap. A man clad in a white lab coat, with gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, stepped forward, followed by several figures. The man slightly bowed and introduced himself. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Dr. Fashion. I have long heard of the esteemed members of Night Raid. It is indeed a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Lian. As Dr. Fashion uttered Lian's name, several individuals behind him began to whisper amongst themselves. Wait, is there such a person in Night Raid? That can't be right. Where did this muscle-bound fellow come from? Quiet down. Let us assess the situation first. Lian's eyes flickered with suspicion. He recognized Dr. Fashion but recalled that he should have been taken by Najinda, only to be slain alongside Akame. Why was he standing here alive, while Night Raid had vanished? Tasmi stepped forward, glaring at Dr. Fashion. What have you done with the others? Adjusting his glasses, Dr. Fashion replied, I merely wish to make the acquaintance of Night Raid's esteemed members. But it seems they have taken offense. Thus, I had to resort to some unconventional methods to extend my invitation. Lian placed a calming hand on Tasmi's shoulder. Stay calm, Tasmi. For now, let us not provoke him. If Akame and the others have fallen into his hands, their priority was to reach the assembly point and ascertain the safety of their comrades. If they were unharmed, there would be ample time to deal with him later. Tasmi clenched his fists, understanding Li An's reasoning. Yet the mere thought of this man potentially harming his comrades ignited a fury within him that was hard to suppress. Lian, recognizing Tasmi's temperament, swiftly took flight, retreating rapidly. As he observed Li An's departing figure, Dr. Fashion's companions expressed their astonishment. Wow, with that physique, I expected him to be a powerhouse. I didn't realize he was so agile. Dr. Fashion made no move to pursue. He had merely intended to lie and wait temporarily to see if he could catch a few stragglers. Certainly, the most crucial factor was Li An's explosive speed, which deterred any thoughts of pursuit. Watching Li An's figure fade into the distance, Dr. Fashion muttered to himself, It seems I must prepare some agile modifications. Chapter 35, Night Raid Encounter. Lian, accompanied by Tasmi, arrived at the designated location, scanning the surroundings. Is this the place? Tasmi, hidden in a concealed position, discovered a signal once more, then placed his fingers in his mouth, emitting a series of urgent and rhythmic whistles. After a while, rustling sounds emerged from the depths of the forest, and Leonai appeared before them, limping slightly, his arm propped up on a support. Lian scrutinized Leonai, frowning. What happened to you? Where are the others? With these injuries, you should be able to recover quickly using your Lion King belt. Leonai opened his mouth but ultimately said nothing, instead gesturing for the two to follow him. After winding through the woods, they arrived at a cave, and the scene inside confirmed Lian's unease. Many individuals lay weakly on the ground. Brant, upon hearing the noise, barely managed to open his eyes and look over. You're here. Tasmi rushed to his side, concerned. Brother Brant, what has happened? How did you? Because. Cough, cough, cough. Brant's words were cut short by a fit of violent coughing, his face turning crimson before he fainted. Let me explain. Leo and I stepped forward to assess Brant's condition and poured some medicine from a vial into his mouth, which caused Brant's complexion to improve slightly. He handed the now empty vial to Tasmi, who hurriedly accepted it, his expression anxious. Leo and I, favoring one side, found a clean spot by the cave and sat down slowly. Honestly, I don't know what transpired. We were suddenly attacked. Many people rushed in, and they seemed invulnerable to harm. However, that alone wouldn't have driven us to this state. Just as we were about to break free from the siege, several mysterious figures appeared. One of them played a strange melody, and instantly, it felt as if our strength was drained away. Handing Leo and I a cup of water, Lian grew more perplexed. So how did you escape? After taking a sip, Leo and I gathered her thoughts. It was the boss. She returned, riding a dangerous flying creature and accompanied by a helper, someone with a humanoid imperial tool. He appeared unaffected by the enemy's attacks and let us out just before we were completely exhausted. But just as we were about to board the creature for our escape, Leo and I suddenly halted, reaching into her garment and pulling out a card, which she handed to Lian. What is this? He inquired, puzzled. This is Najida. Lian's eyes widened as he examined the card, which depicted a strikingly lifelike image of Najida. It could be no one else. At that moment, Najida on the card had her eyes tightly shut, her body ensnared by chains, and the back of the card bore the large character. Leo Nye continued. The boss was struck by a mysterious blue attack. Swift as a flash, we had no time to react. It was that helper who brought the boss back, who quickly seized this card. Speaking of which, I still need to thank him. To help us break through, he led the pursuing enemies away, and we haven't seen him since. Who knows what might have happened? Lian, holding the card, furrowed his brow. Activating his perception, he detected a unique life force emanating from the card, which eased his worry slightly. Najida was his employer in this world. If anything were to befall her, he would be rendered powerless. The same applied in the Demon Slayer world. Because of Tanjiro's unconsciousness, his forced actions without an accepted commission had led to a drastic decline in his rationality. He tossed the card back to Leonai. Put it away. Najida is not dead. It must be some form of special imperial tool, and I will find a way. Turning to the others, Lian sensed their life forces still flickering, though they exuded an air of decay. Are they poisoned? Leonai shrugged. It seems so. I activated the Lion King belt immediately, yet I still fell victim. This poison is peculiar. Neutralizing it consumed far too much power from the Lion King. Gazing at her injured arm, Leonai offered a faint smile. You've seen it. It will take me some time before I can activate the Lion King again. Leonai suddenly grasped Lian's clothing, her grip tightening. Save them. Her body trembled slightly, and her tone held a hint of fear. Save them. Lian understood Leonai's urgency. After all, she had only joined them midway, and her bonds may not have been that strong. With their companions incapacitated and her inability to use the Imperial tool again, they could only rely on him now. Sighing, Lian patted her hand. Leave it to me. Hearing Lian's response, Leonai exhaled in relief, her eyes gradually closing as she collapsed to the ground. Leonai, Tasmi shouted, rushing forward to shake her. Enough. Stop shaking her. She is merely asleep. Don't make it seem like she has passed. Upon hearing Lian's words, Tasmi snapped back to reality, scratching his head awkwardly. Sorry. Lian turned and strode toward the cave's entrance. Tasmi, stay here and take care of them. I'll step outside for a moment. If it's caused by an Imperial tool, there must be a way to resolve it. Or perhaps we could seize that Imperial tool directly. Tasmi wanted to follow, but, glancing at his fallen companions, could only utter, be careful. After some time, Lian sat in a pavilion, gently massaging his temples. The day had brightened, and people began emerging from their homes to start a new day. After leaving the cave, Lian quickly returned to the original base, only to find no trace of the fashionable doctor and his companions. Unwilling to accept defeat, he heightened his perception to its maximum, searching the entire forest inside and out. Yet yielding nothing, it was as if the group had vanished into thin air. Even more perplexing was the absence of any signs of their passage. Only the traces of their attack remained. It was as if they had materialized from nowhere and then suddenly disappeared. This was increasingly strange. Could it be that my interference in the plot has led to a butterfly effect? If that were indeed the case, the omniscient state of knowing the storyline would be rendered moot. It seems the next course of action must be approached with utmost caution. Caution upon caution. Chapter 36. Seeking her assistance, Lian lifted his head and gazed around, momentarily at a loss as to where to begin his investigation. Rising to his feet, he chose a random direction and departed from the pavilion, aimlessly wandering for quite some time, his mind still a muddled mess. Extra. Generalist Death of the Empire has announced today that due to recent negligence in governance, numerous petty criminals have emerged, plotting against the populace and causing societal unrest. A special organization, the Hunters, has been established to combat crime and restore peace to the citizens. As he watched a newspaper boy rush past, Lian's eyes gradually brightened. Indeed, if his death has founded the Hunters, then the fashion doctor must also be involved. With this thought, Lian strode forward once more, and after a considerable time, found himself standing outside Estetha's residence, frowning in contemplation. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could the fashion doctor's attack have been orchestrated by Estetha? If so, would she be willing to assist him? That seemed utterly improbable. With a sigh, Leon turned to leave when a voice called out, halting him. Sir? He turned to find Estetha's butler peering over the iron gate. Once Leon had turned fully, the butler confirmed his identity. A smile spreading across his face as he opened the gate and hurried towards him. It truly is you. I thought I had mistaken you. Are you here to see the mistress? Please, come in. You need not announce your presence. The mistress has instructed that you may enter freely. This way, sir. Leon hesitated for a moment but ultimately followed the butler into the residence. He wished to inquire personally, even if she had no intention of aiding him. Learning about the fashion doctor's whereabouts would suffice. The butler opened the door, guiding Leon inside. The mistress summoned her subordinates early this morning. It seems they are in discussion about some matters. Please wait here for a moment while I inform her of your arrival. Leon nodded. Thank you, my good sir. The butler quickly waved his hand. Oh, no need for such formalities. Just call me Laufu. I shall inform the mistress now. Leon had scarcely settled into a chair when a muffled voice echoed through the room. What is that sound? Activating his perception, he opened his eyes in surprise. This aura. It is him. In a flash, he appeared before a door, causing the butler, who had just arrived, to blink in astonishment as Leon stood before him. Raising his hand to speak, the butler was interrupted by an enraged voice from within. Are you instructing me on how to do my job? When did I permit you to attack those people? A weaker voice followed, seemingly bearing grievous injuries, imbued with a sense of lethargy. What a blow from the fashion doctor. My lord, please calm your anger. I had no intention of overstepping my bounds. I merely wished to alleviate your burdens. The fashion doctor's words were abruptly cut off, replaced by a cry of agony. Estetha's cold voice interjected, Fashion. Do not presume I am unaware of your thoughts. Do you think that with those few dubious individuals, you can turn the tide? Leon paused outside the door, and after a long moment, chose not to enter but silently returned to the reception room. Once back, he casually took a seat and began eating fruit, realizing that it was not Estetha's intention to intervene. What could those mysterious individuals be? As time ticked by, he tossed the fruit peels aside, the floor now littered with remnants. He clasped his head with his hands, overwhelmed with confusion. I need to rest for a moment. Leon gradually closed his eyes. It had been quite a while since he had last slept. Now that he had found the fashion doctor, and knowing that she was not acting on Estetha's orders, he felt an inexplicable sense of relaxation wash over him. Embracing this feeling, he unintentionally drifted into a deep slumber. When he awoke, he had no idea how much time had passed, but his throat felt parched, as though it were on fire. At that moment, a glass of water was offered to him. Without a second thought, he accepted it and drank it down in one gulp. I'm revived. Thank you. You're welcome. It was only then that Leon noticed the deep blue figure beside him. Estetha smiled lightly. You've indulged too much in the fiery fruits. While delicious, one must not overindulge. Even I can only have one a day, yet you have devoured them all. Good morning. As he handed the empty glass back to Estetha, she burst into laughter. Seeing her so amused left Leon perplexed. Estetha pointed outside, where the sun had already set, leaving only a faint glimmer of twilight, like a dancing ribbon sweeping across the earth. Once her laughter subsided, Estetha spoke. You should be saying good evening. However, did you come here early in the morning just to take a nap? She reclined on the sofa opposite him, crossing her legs, and asked, So, what brings you here? For a moment, Leon was at a loss for words. His past attitude towards her had not been particularly favorable, yet now he sought her assistance. How would one describe this situation in his previous life? Yes, scoundrel. After some deliberation, Leon finally spoke. It's nothing much. I have a friend who has been afflicted by a peculiar poison, seemingly caused by an imperial artifact. Ordinary remedies are ineffective. I thought you might possess more knowledge on the subject, so I came to inquire if you know of any solutions. Estetha looked at him with a teasing glint in her eye. Oh, a friend? Is it a male or female? Leon was momentarily taken aback, caught off guard by her unexpected focus. Estetha cast him a sidelong glance before rising to retrieve a book from a nearby shelf, tossing it to him. This is the latest Imperial Artifact Manual. You may peruse it. However, Estetha hesitated, then continued, as far as I am aware, there is no artifact capable of dispelling toxins, as you describe. You may check for yourself. Perhaps I am mistaken. Leon glanced at the artifact manual, but ultimately set it aside on the table. Noticing his action, Estetha's lips curled into a subtle smile. Artifacts do not possess such capabilities. However, one of my subordinates has recently encountered some dubious individuals, one of whom possesses a similar ability. Lian's eyes brightened. Indeed, this peculiar poison might not necessarily be the result of an artifact. There are many gifted individuals in this world capable of similar feats. Yet, Isteth's subsequent words extinguished the flicker of excitement within him. Reclining back onto the sofa, Isteth lazily regarded Lian and said, according to him, they only had one encounter. After which those individuals vanished without a trace. Lian furrowed his brows, his emotions oscillating like a roller coaster with her words. The fashion doctor had been unable to connect with those people? Observing Lian's troubled expression, Isteth chuckled. Is this really the same Lian who once looked down upon the world? Actually, it's not entirely hopeless. Chapter 37. I can cook upon hearing the news. Lian immediately straightened his posture. However, Isteth did not rush to speak. Instead, she caressed her stomach and exclaimed, "Oh dear, it's so late. And I haven't and Appos to eat anything all day. I and Appos am a bit hungry." After saying this, she cast a mischievous glance at Lian, and in that moment, he found her rather adorable. Well, actually, I can cook a bit. Since I've troubled you for so long, why not allow me to prepare a meal for you as a token of gratitude? Isteth gazed at him in surprise. Initially, she had only intended for Lian to take her out for a meal, hoping to spend more time together. However, Lian's declaration that he could cook genuinely astonished her. In this world, where individual strength reigns supreme, the more powerful one is, the less likely they are to engage in production, let alone cooking. The strong have always enjoyed the luxury of having others provide for them. And this revelation prompted Isteth to reconsider her initial thoughts. All right, I shall eagerly anticipate your culinary skills. After a considerable time, Isteth dashed into the smoke-filled kitchen. Are you concocting potions in here? At that moment, Lian was desperately attempting to fan away the flames that were leaping higher. With a mere touch of his fingertip, the flames were instantly frozen. Isteth crossed her arms and nodded toward the pot encased in ice. Are you implying that the mysterious object within is your culinary creation? Lian, now covered in soot, stood awkwardly to the side. He was hesitant to exert too much effort in seeking help, fearing he might dismantle her kitchen. Consequently, the flames continued to rise. I must explain. I've never used these ingredients before. The moment I placed the fish in, it exploded. Next time, I assure you, it will go perfectly. Next time? Isteth surveyed her charred kitchen. You still wish for a second attempt? Next time, will you set my bedroom ablaze as well? Lian felt profoundly embarrassed by her words, his toes instinctively curling within his shoes. After some time, having changed into the attire Isteth had instructed her servants to procure, Lian and Isteth appeared side by side in the bustling night market of the imperial capital. Today, Isteth had swapped her usual military uniform for a splendid gown, which softened her previously cold demeanor and added a touch of vivacity. Isteth seemed to spot something and pulled Lian over to a stall selling trinkets. After a bit of deliberation, she selected a silver bracelet adorned with a blue gemstone, which radiated a gentle glow under the dim yellow lights. Truly delightful. Oh my, miss. You have an exquisite eye. This piece is handcrafted by a skilled tribe, and unfortunately, that tribe has been eradicated by the imperial general. Each piece sold is a rarity. You simply must purchase it. It is a remarkable value for only 5 silver coins. Just look at how it complements your elegance. The stall owner enthusiastically promoted his wares. Isteth nodded, adorned the bracelet on her wrist, and turned to Lian. What do you think? Lian gave a thumbs up. It's splendid. It suits you perfectly. Isteth fondly touched the bracelet and smiled, turning to leave, but was halted by the vendor's voice. Hey, where do you think you're going? You haven't paid yet. Oh, my apologies. After rummaging through his pockets, he finally found his coin pouch and tossed out 5 silver coins before hurrying off. He quickly caught up with her. Walking shoulder to shoulder, the two strolled silently, with Isteth occasionally stopping to browse while Lian took care of the payments. Suddenly, the crowd erupted in excitement, followed by a dazzling display of colorful fireworks illuminating the sky. The unexpected spectacle caught their attention. Isteth looked up, her azure eyes reflecting the brilliant colors, adding an ethereal beauty to her gaze, and she suddenly took off running. Lian, somewhat bewildered, instinctively followed her. They quickly arrived at the base of the city wall, where guards attempted to intervene but stepped aside upon recognizing Isteth's identity. Reaching the highest point, the fireworks sparkled like stars before them. Leaning against the wall with her arm resting on it, Isteth sighed. As a child, I adored watching fireworks with my father, yet he never bought me any. Lian leaned against the parapet, gazing up at her. What is this? You no longer enjoy them? Well, not exactly. It's just that since my father passed away, I haven't had anyone to share the experience with. Her expression dimmed slightly, and she chose not to elaborate further. As Lian contemplated saying something, she regained her usual composure. Standing up and snapping her fingers casually, a figure swiftly materialized beside her, kneeling and presenting a document. After accepting the file, Esteth waved her hand, and the figure vanished again. She casually flipped through the pages and handed it to Lian. Take a look at this. Lian, perplexed, opened the document as Esteth's voice echoed in his mind. According to the records, there exists a dangerous species that resides in remote mountain ravines. They thrive on toxic insects and poisonous plants, yet they remain unaffected by their toxins. This is due to a peculiar organ within their bodies that transforms poison into energy. The method I speak of involves this organ, which is reputed to neutralize all poisons in the world. What you hold is the information on this dangerous species along with illustrations of that organ. Lian solemnly tucked the document away and gazed at her. I truly appreciate your help. I don't know how to express my gratitude. Esteth raised her hand to interrupt him. Hold on. Do you know where to find this dangerous species? Lian was momentarily taken aback. Right. Where on earth would I find such a thing? Before he could ponder further, Esteth's voice chimed in again. I happen to know of a location where this dangerous species is likely to exist. However, Lian's smile faded as she continued. Unfortunately, I have matters to attend to in the coming days and cannot accompany you. Don't be disheartened. Although I cannot join you, there is still a way. Esteth produced a card and handed it to him. This is a VIP card for the Hunting Guild. They originally were a group that survived by hunting dangerous species. Gradually, they gained notoriety and expanded their influence, evolving into a vast civil organization. They specialize in dealing with dangerous species. Ideally, I should have helped you get a commission identity. However, time is of the essence, so you can go as a client and have them assist you. Glancing at Lian, who was still holding his deflated coin pouch, she smiled. Oh, by the way, I've already covered the commission fees, so you needn't worry about that. Lian awkwardly withdrew his coin pouch, realizing that the money was primarily what Neji had given him, along with some he had cleverly acquired from Tasmi. Chapter 38. The Hunting Guild. Lian sensed that it was indeed somewhat inappropriate to trouble others and subsequently inquired, Is there anything I can do for you? I shall certainly comply within my abilities. Is that so? Then what if I request you to withdraw from the night raid? Lian was taken aback for a moment. Then enlightenment dawned upon him. Indeed, their first encounter was due to the protection of Hill and Maine. It was an obvious matter. How could he have forgotten it? With a sigh, Lian contemplated, in truth, I am not a member of the night raid. Merely, however, Esther's broke into a gentle smile. Enough. I am not genuinely concerned about your identity. Her expression then turned serious as she gazed at Lian. If, in the future, my relationship with your friends progresses to that point, I do not expect your assistance. I merely hope you will not interfere. After a prolonged silence, Lian stood atop the city wall, watching Esther's retreating silhouette, rubbing his temples before turning away, resolutely vowing, I shall not allow such a situation to occur. The following day, a burly man squatted beside a carriage, puffing away at a cigarette, while a young man, equipped with a bow and arrows, fanned his face and shifted aside. I say, Brother Gus. Oh no, my lord. Do refrain from smoking. Aren't you concerned about the consequences? How many have you smoked already? The burly man remained silent, quietly producing a new cigarette, lighting it, and indulging in the smoke. Let Brother Gus smoke, will you? This mission entails the presence of two prominent figures. If they dislike the smell of smoke like last time, who knows how long Brother Gus would have to hold his breath? A girl clad in leather armor, twirling a dagger, addressed the bowman with a smile. Anna, how many times must I tell you? My name is Hayes, not Blackie, and certainly not Little Blackie. Casting a glance at the dark-haired, dark-eyed girl atop the carriage, Hayes lowered her voice. What nonsense about prominent figures? They and Amp, Oppos, merely rich kids seeking thrills. Blackie. The burly man, momentarily halting his smoking, chided softly. Stealing a glance at the carriage and noticing the girl intently polishing her longsword, he sighed in relief, then turned to Hayes. How many times have I told you to watch your tongue? I understand you were deeply affected by your childhood friend's departure. But is it truly fair to blame others? I've warned you several times. Your childhood companion is no ordinary individual, but you refuse to heed my advice. I've already told you that this prominent figure is exceptional. Put away your foolish notions. Once this task is completed, I shall introduce you to a better girl. The dagger in Anna's hand danced, and with a flick of her wrist, it vanished. All right, Brother Gus, do not be angry. Little Blackie is just joking. As for finding him a partner, leave that to me. Gus shot her a sidelong glance. You still have the audacity to say that. You always promise to help. Yet it never materializes. I see that you two might as well make a match. Anna's voice rose sharply. Oh, do not say such things. Be careful lest I accuse you of defamation. After saying this, she secretly glanced at Hayes, noticing he remained sulky due to Gus's reprimand, oblivious to their conversation. Anna stomped her foot, huffed, and turned away. Gus looked at Anna, then at Hayes, rubbing his stubbled chin, revealing a knowing smile. At that moment, 2 pairs of footsteps approached from afar. Hee. My lord, do take your time. Up ahead is the team that accepted the commission. Rest assured, all assigned are seasoned hands. There will be no issues. A rotund middle-aged man was nodding and bowing to Leon, and upon reaching the carriage, he straightened up instantly. Gus, what are you dawdling for? Hurry and greet the lord. Oh, do forgive this country bumpkin for his lack of manners. Leon waved his hand dismissively. No need for such formalities. When do we depart? Immediately. Hee. Let me first brief them, so as not to disturb the lord during the journey. He then pulled Gus aside, and Gus, puzzled, inquired, Bari, who is this person that warrants such caution? Bari whispered, actually, I do not know who he is. But he came with our guild's top-tier VIP card. Do not say I do not look after you. The reward for this mission is quite generous. And I did not allow others to take it. Indeed. Gus flipped his palm, and a gold coin fell into Bari's hand. This is for you to have a cup of tea, and when we return, I shall treat you to a grand feast. Bari chuckled as he pocketed the coin. Oh, you are still so courteous. Not in vain did I reserve this task for you. Now, let us hasten to set out. We must not keep the lord waiting. The group quickly prepared, and as Leon boarded the carriage, he noticed the girl inside and nodded in greeting. Upon his arrival at the hunting guild, he had been informed that due to the recent inexplicable uprisings of dangerous species, many were reluctant to accept long-distance missions. Currently, only Gus and Apos' team was brave enough to undertake such a task, as Leon and Apos' commission coincided with another individual and Apos' route, thus his placement here. Hence, it could be said that Leon was essentially the one who fought for this opportunity. It remained a mystery what benefits the hunting guild had offered to allow his inclusion. Once aboard, Leon sat heavily on the bench, leaning against the carriage and gazing out the window. The events of recent days weighed heavily on him, leaving him disinclined to engage in conversation. The girl, however, cast a surprised glance at Leon, her hand brushing her cheek, a fleeting, inexplicable smile gracing her lips. This smile vanished almost instantly, unnoticed by Leon, as the group prepared to set off. Although the carriage was not as comfortable as an automobile, it was not as jarring as he had anticipated. They traveled throughout the night, uneventfully, and Gus halted the carriage beside the window. My lord, the hour is late. Tomorrow we shall leave the Empire's jurisdiction. At that point, safety will no longer be assured. The Revolutionary Army, beasts, and even dangerous species might threaten your safety. It would be wise to rest here for the night and regain our strength for tomorrow and Apos' journey. Leon nodded in agreement. I have no objections. However, you mentioned that the Revolutionary Army could also pose a threat. Are they not renowned as the righteous army? We have done nothing wrong. Surely they would not act without reason? Humph. So naive. The dark-haired, dark-eyed girl rose, sword in hand, descending from the carriage. Chapter 39 I am not Hay. Leon disembarked from the carriage and gazed at her. Hey, what does that mean? The raven-haired maiden halted, turning to face him. I am not called Hay. Are you Chu Yuxian? A flicker of uncertainty crossed the girl's eyes. Who is Chu Yuxian? Do we resemble each other? Leon hastily waved his hands. Oh, I apologize. I must have mistaken you. The girl scrutinized him with a hint of suspicion. Is that so? I can't shake the feeling that you harbor ill intentions. I am CAI. Please refrain from calling others and Apos. Hey and Apos. It is quite impolite. Returning to the previous topic, she continued, why do you claim I am naive? Tell me. Who currently holds dominion over the world? After a moment of contemplation, Leon replied, it should still be the Empire, considering its enduring presence for so many years. Correct. Although the Revolutionary Army has caused the Empire some inconvenience, these were merely trifling matters. Otherwise, they would not have dispatched the Night Raid Assassination Organization to eliminate high-ranking officials across various departments. Since the Empire wields control over this world, I ask you, where does the Revolutionary Army procure the provisions necessary to sustain such a vast military? Before Leon could respond, CAI spoke again. Aside from the support of certain self-serving individuals within the Empire, they resort to plundering. Leon found it hard to believe her assertions. Yet he knew little and chose to remain silent. Gusu, having settled the horses, approached and happened to overhear their conversation. "My lord, you are unaware. The Revolutionary Army, while masquerading as champions of the people, frequently engages in raiding border villages, claiming it weakens the empire's influence. However, although these villages are technically under the empire's jurisdiction, the empire has long forgotten about those remote hamlets. Life there has always been arduous. My brother-in-law's family was. It seemed he had touched upon a painful subject." As the burly man wore a look of sorrowful indignation. "Ah, enough of that. We should prepare something to eat. Would you care to join us, my lords?" "No need. My lord, just call me Li." And Cai, placing her hand on the sword at her waist, silently walked towards the newly kindled campfire with Haizi and Anna. Gusu paid no mind, recognizing that it was natural for someone of her stature to look down upon those of lesser standing. He then beckoned Lian over to the fire. "Allow me to introduce you. This towering figure is Lian, and this lovely lady is, For a moment, Gusu faltered, having forgotten that he did not know Cai's name, as he had not heard her introduction. Removing his sword from his waist, he took out a blanket from his pack and spread it on the ground. Cai promptly sat down. "Just call me Cai." After that, there was a lull in conversation. Lian mused that her demeanor suggested she was not haughty. "Ah yes, Miss Cai," Gusu exclaimed, gesturing towards Haizi, who was busy placing various ingredients into a pot over the fire. "This lanky fellow is Haizi, we all call him that. And this is Anna." Anna smiled and waved her hand. "Ah, I am Gusu," he declared, thumping his chest with a dull sound. Do not be fooled by their seemingly fragile appearances. They are, in fact, very trustworthy companions. Especially Haizi's archery skills, paired with Anna's assassination techniques that can hunt C-grade dangerous creatures. Hearing Gusu's words, Anna lifted her chin slightly, appearing pleased. Haizi, however, remained silent, diligently tending to the pot. Noticing Haizi's demeanor, Gusu frowned and scolded. "Haizi, what are you doing? Hurry up and greet our esteemed guests." Haizi busily explained, My lords, do not take offense. This child has always been like this, not one for many words." Lian shook his head. "There is no need for concern. I am not truly a lord, merely benefiting from the achievements of others. I will rely on the three of you during this journey." Cai merely glanced at Gusu without speaking. Haizi, squatting by the pot, muttered quietly. "He sure is putting on quite the act." Though his voice was soft, none present were ordinary people. And Lian merely cast a fleeting glance in his direction without taking it to heart. "Oh, right?" Gusu turned and began rummaging through his backpack. Lian watched curiously as Gusu soon produced an item tightly wrapped in oilskin paper, carefully unwrapping it to reveal its contents. A fleeting look of pain crossed Gusu's face before he masked it. "This is something I acquired during a previous journey. It is not of great value, but it is rare. My lord, do give it a try." Lian accepted the bottle, observing the vibrant red liquid shimmering in the firelight. "What is this?" "Oh, just a bottle of wine. I have plenty at home, and since we hit it off so well, this one is for you." Without waiting for Li and to decline, he turned and added, "Once the food is ready, I will bring some for you," then hurriedly departed. Anna and Haizi took advantage of the moment to approach Gusu, who was now smoking in the distance. "Brother Gusu, why did you give your wine to that person? You usually treasure that bottle, never letting us see it." Haizi tightened his grip on his belongings, a look of indignation on his face. "Did those two influential figures threaten you? I will go get it back." Before he could finish, Haizi turned to retrieve the wine. Gusu quickly dropped his cigarette stub and stood up. "Stop." Haizi hesitated, then approached Gusu's side. Gusu sighed, looking at the young man. He lit another cigarette and, after taking a deep drag, slowly exhaled the smoke. "You must recognize that he is a person of significance. Be cautious in your words, even if he does not hold it against you now. Once we return to the capital, a few subtle maneuvers could lead to your downfall." Anna cautiously glanced back. "Surely not, Uncle Gusu. That person does not seem like the type." Gusu, with a look of exasperation, replied, "What? Do you expect villains to wear labels declaring their nefariousness? When traveling, one must always exercise caution. There is a saying, and Oppos, I dare to wager your goodness, you dare to wager my wickedness, and Oppos, enough. I suspect you will not remember all I have said. So hurry back. Remember to keep your mouth shut. We will discuss everything once the mission is complete." The three returned to the campfire, where Gusu and Oppos' face bore a smile as he handed out 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks. Come, my lords, and sample our culinary skills." After dining, Gusu and his companions decided on a rotation for night watch, while the others settled down to sleep around the campfire. The weather was splendid that day, so they did not bother with tents. However, unbeknownst to them, a strange distortion occurred in the sky for a fleeting moment before returning to tranquility. Chapter 40. The roadblock. As dawn broke the next day, the group busied themselves with preparations for departure. Yorozuya, guiding the carriage, engaged in casual conversation with Lian. Brotherly, we are about to leave the imperial borders, so we must remain vigilant. There are many roving bandits and perilous creatures lurking, having emerged from the depths of the mountains. Yet, I see you possess a well-trained physique. Why do you not carry a weapon for self-defense? Lian tightened his fist, declaring, my fists are my weapons. Anna chuckled, noticing Lian and Apos' earnestness. Dawn and Apos, to misunderstand, he exclaimed, waving his hands in a flurry. I was merely recalling something joyous. Yorozuya shot her a glare before continuing. Now listen, brother, while your martial prowess may suffice against ordinary foes, it could pose a grave risk against those formidable creatures. How about this? I know of a town where a skilled blacksmith forges exceptional weaponry. We could stop there today, and you could procure a weapon for your protection. That is unnecessary, Lian replied resolutely. Weapons are merely a burden to me. Seeing Lian's unwavering stance, Yorozuya refrained from further argument. Muttering to himself about Lian's confidence, could he possibly be a figure of renown from the Royal Fist Temple? He sighed, thinking, if not, I shall simply do my best to protect him. I hope this mission proceeds smoothly. Once it concludes, I can retire. Under the scorching sun, the heat rendered the group silent, their spirits dampened. Beside them, He wiped the sweat from his brow and glanced toward the carriage. Aren't they hot? He mused. Why don't they say something to cool off? Anna patted him on the back. You think they're like us? Surely, they possess some extraordinary means of staying cool. Focus on the journey, she continued. I recall a lake up ahead. If we reach it before nightfall, we can bathe and refresh ourselves. Lian overheard their conversation and cast a puzzled glance at Cai. He knew that she enveloped herself in a layer of energy to shield herself from the heat, which explained her ease. But how did she achieve this? Could she truly possess some device for cooling, as Anna suggested? Suddenly, Cai raised her head and locked eyes with Leon, her hand instinctively moving to the hilt of her sword. Hey, is that really necessary? What do you mean? Leon asked, bewildered. Just then, the carriage jolted violently, followed by Yorozuya's furious voice from outside. What is going on? Do you wish to die? Stepping out of the carriage, Leon spotted a woman kneeling in the middle of the road, cradling a child in her arms. Upon seeing the two emerge from the carriage, the mother and child began to wail. Please, have mercy. We haven't eaten in days. I can endure anything. But my child is still so small. Yorozuya snapped the reins of his whip, startling the kneeling woman. No, get away. Do not disturb the adults. Your lives may be at stake. Leon turned to Yorozuya, who attempted to intervene. Let them be. There is no need to trouble yourself. He waved his hand and approached the mother and child. Cai glanced once before returning to the carriage, offering no reaction, which relieved Yorozuya. He thought to himself, I wish you both good fortune. Standing before the pair, Leon scrutinized the child and the mother and Apos' arms, furrowing his brow. How did you come to be here? This area is desolate, with the nearest village nearly 100 miles away. Do not tell me you came here to beg. The woman quickly bowed her head, saying, We are not from this area. We fled in haste and ended up here. Our provisions ran out long ago. Please, have compassion and give us something to eat. Fleeing? Leon inquired. Do not deceive me. Are you truly escaping? The woman, tears streaming down her face, clutched her child tightly. Our village was attacked by monsters, and most perished. My husband sacrificed himself to help us escape. At the mention of her husband, the woman broke into sobs. Leon remained silent, turning away and leaving her with her despair. The hopeful gleam in her eyes faded as she quietly moved to the roadside, cradling her child. As the carriage resumed its journey, Yorozuya tossed a bag towards the woman. Take this. It is a gift from the noble. Follow this road, and you shall find a town. I wish you luck, he added. Anna, riding beside them, urged, We must quicken our pace, Uncle Gua. We've already wasted considerable time. Otherwise, we may not reach the lake before nightfall. Yes, I know. Yorozuya snapped, cracking the whip against the horse's rear. Once the carriage had moved on, Cai withdrew her gaze and lowered the curtain, turning to Leon. That child. Alas, the child has long since passed, Leon murmured, glancing back. The dirt road was now obscured by a cloud of dust, yet he felt as though he could see through the haze, catching sight of the mother, who was unwilling to accept her child's fate. Monsters? Dangerous creatures? After the carriage had traveled a considerable distance, the woman remained kneeling by the roadside, still cradling her child. Suddenly, footsteps approached, and she looked up in anticipation. Two figures cloaked in long robes, their hoods obscuring their faces, approached and halted before her. One reached into their cloak and produced a drawing, unfolding it. Is this him? The image depicted Lian's likeness. The woman, filled with excitement, grasped the sleeves of the two figures. Yes, yes. I heard they were heading to the lake for the night. I have done as you instructed. You promised me I would see my husband. The robed figure bent down, gently prying the woman's hands away. Of course. I always keep my promises. I will take you to your husband. Her face lit up with joy. Thank you. Thank you. Suddenly, her voice fell silent as the robed figure withdrew a bloodied arm and wiped it clean with a handkerchief, carelessly tossing it over the woman's lifeless body, conveniently covering her unblinking eyes. At that moment, another robed figure spoke, their voice clear and melodious. You remain as vile as ever, night demon. And what of you? Insect fairy? How do you fare? The woman, dubbed Insect Fairy, curiously kicked aside the bag Yorozuya had left behind, finding only mundane provisions, and felt a wave of disappointment. All is well. I did not expect to encounter a remnant of the night raid during this expedition. Such an unstable element should be eliminated promptly. Insect Demon retrieved a handkerchief to wipe away the remaining blood, nodding in agreement. Indeed, the original text contained no information on this individual. We must proceed with caution. Oh, by the way, has Tazmi been located? Chapter 41. Procurement. Some clarity has emerged. The North Wind is already in search. Meanwhile, Tazmi, I implore you. Leona gazed helplessly at the unconscious individuals within the cave. They had been in this state for several days, and since this was merely a temporary encampment, the supply of medicine was limited. Despite their frugal usage, the supplies had completely run out today. Tazmi donned his satchel and reassured, Fear not. Sister, focus on your recovery. I shall be cautious and procure some food upon my return. Leona watched Tazmi depart with worry etched in her eyes, yet she was already a wanted fugitive. Without Chersi's Gaia powder, it was impossible for her to show her face in public. He must return safely. Using his demon-imbued speed, Tazmi hurriedly traversed the terrain. Finally reaching a remote town just before dusk, he concealed himself in the shadows and observed, relieved to find no sign of Imperial soldiers. It was prudent to remain cautious. Tazmi did not relinquish his demon form but activated his invisibility to quietly enter the town, seeking an unoccupied corner to revert to his human form before stepping out. Unfamiliar with the local surroundings and hesitant to engage strangers in conversation, Tazmi wandered aimlessly in search of the necessary shops. The town was sparsely populated, with few pedestrians visible on the streets, each displaying a pallid countenance. As he walked, a sense of urgency began to creep into his heart as the sun dipped below the horizon. Just as he contemplated the risk of asking someone for directions, a commotion reached his ears. Tazmi cautiously approached the source of the disturbance, where a crowd had already gathered. Hit him. Strike him hard. I came here on credit. You should have mentioned you had no money. Are you here to toy with me? Retrieve the food from his hands. The man at the center of the fray curled his body tightly, enduring the blows from three assailants. He cried out in agony, I truly have no choice. My child is on the brink of starvation. Please, just wait until this is over, and I will repay you double. Your child is starving. So I should lend you food? Do you think I am a philanthropist? If I lend you today, you'll come back tomorrow for more. Do you think I'm made of money? Everyone comes to me for credit. Am I still in business? He gestured at the onlookers. Listen closely. Want grain? Bring money. 1 pound for a silver coin, fair and square. Do not complain about the price. This is the rate, and if you want more, do not blame me for being ruthless. All right, what are you staring at? Get lost. Hey, you there. Don't kill him. Hurry and take back the food. Ultimately, the man in the center could not hold onto the scant half-pound of grain. It was snatched away, and he was discarded like a dead dog on the roadside. As the crowd dispersed, losing interest in the spectacle, none bothered to help the man lying helplessly. Seeing the crowd thin out, Tazmi stepped into the grain store. Hesitating as he passed by the man, he ultimately approached him. The man stared blankly at the sky, his body marred with bruises, his exposed skin bearing the marks of violence. Upon closer inspection, Tazmi heard the man whispering something. Jones, I'm sorry, it's your father who is useless. I truly have no way out. Please forgive me. Tazmi crouched down, his eyes brimming with compassion. Sensing someone nearby, the man's vacant gaze met Tazmi's. Yet he remained silent. Suddenly, he felt something pressed into his hand. It was a small piece of bread. Confusion flickered in his eyes. Tazmi patted the man's shoulder. I'm sorry, this is all I have. He then rose and vanished from the man's sight. The man lingered in silence for a moment, tears uncontrollably streaming down his cheeks. As the saying goes, life has tormented me countless times, yet I remain unyielding. What I fear most is the unexpected kindness of a stranger. This man, who had not shed a tear despite being beaten, was now weeping like a child. Just as Tasmi was about to enter the grain store, he faintly heard the man's voice. Thank you. May the gods bless you. Tasmi sighed inwardly. Gods, you say? If they truly existed, would the world be different? Upon pushing open the door, a bell chimed, signaling the arrival of a patron. The shopkeeper, who had previously incited the staff to assault the man, looked up from behind the counter. He scrutinized Tasmi with a disingenuous smile plastered across his face. Ah, a distinguished guest. Welcome, welcome. Feel free to browse. Tasmi did not return the shopkeeper's pleasantries. He understood that the shopkeeper's overly cordial demeanor stemmed from the fact that he appeared markedly different from the town's residents. Placing his satchel down, he noted the exorbitant prices displayed on the trays of grain. Sir, why is your grain so expensive? I recall that previously 1 pound of rice cost only 10 copper coins. Your prices have skyrocketed. The shopkeeper maintained his smile. Ah, esteemed guest, you've misunderstood. You must be new here. You are unaware that the dangerous species from the mountains have recently invaded human settlements, ravaging the fields and causing numerous fatalities. Although they have retreated now, there are still stragglers lurking in the shadows, attacking those who venture out to work. It has left the populace in a state of panic. People must eat. After all, my inventory is dwindling. Tasmi understood instantly. The empire's taxes were exorbitantly high. For an ordinary family, managing to survive until the next harvest was a daunting task. It was not surprising that merchants, driven by profit, would resort to such practices. Seeing Tasmi's silence, the shopkeeper continued, Young hero, if you plan on visiting other towns, I advise you against wasting your efforts. Oh, and why is that? The range of this calamity is vast, even if you travel a day or two to another location. The situation remains the same. Tasmi's brow furrowed deeply. Is it truly that severe? Well then, give me 10 pounds. The shopkeeper's smile widened even further, and he motioned to his assistant to begin weighing the grain for Tasmi. As Tasmi watched the assistant swiftly bagging and weighing, he casually inquired of the shopkeeper. By the way, do you know if there is a pharmacy around here? If so, where might it be? The shopkeeper paused, glancing at Tasmi with renewed scrutiny. Oh, yes. Just exit, turn right, go straight, then left through a narrow alley, and you will find it at the end. Is that so? Thank you. The shopkeeper placed the prepared grain on the counter. Your grain is ready, a total of 20 silver coins. Tasmi's hand froze as he reached for the coins. Wasn't it 10 silver coins? Chapter 42. The armor fusion. The shopkeeper's expression remained unchanged as he stated, that was the price just now. Now it is 2 silver coins per pound. Tasmi's face darkened, and his hand instinctively moved to the hilt of his sword. The shopkeeper subtly stepped back, gesturing for his assistants to gather around, forming a vague encirclement. Ultimately, Tasmi chose not to escalate the situation. He tossed out 20 silver coins and took the sack of grain, turning to leave. Tasmi felt helpless. He could not afford to create a disturbance, as it would only exacerbate the precarious situation of his companions. Moreover, he had no time to check prices elsewhere, even if he did. What if the shopkeeper's claim was genuine? It would be of no consequence to go anywhere else. As Tasmi exited the shopkeeper cheerfully called out, Take care. Dear customer, we welcome you back anytime. Tasmi ignored him, vanishing around the corner. As the shopkeeper observed Tasmi's retreating figure, his smile faded. You lot keep an eye on the store. Don't let anyone steal anything. I'm stepping out for a bit. One of the assistants approached, inquiring, Boss, should we adjust the price list? The shopkeeper slapped the questioner on the head and retorted, What nonsense. Are you buying it for 2 silver coins or not? The struck assistant appeared bewildered. But you just. The shopkeeper feigned another strike, causing the assistant to hurriedly dodge. I shouldn't even have to explain this to you. Just watch the shop and stop asking so many questions. The shopkeeper hurriedly exited the store. Soon after, gasping for breath, he arrived at the most luxurious hotel in the town, bursting through the door and heading straight to a room on the 2nd floor. When Tasmi emerged from the apothecary, it was already deep into the night. He patted the package on his back, a rare smile gracing his face. Although the prices of medicines had risen, they were not as shocking as those of grain and remained within a reasonable range. As he stepped through the town's gate, Tasmi let out a sigh of relief, a look of joy illuminating his face as he tightened his backpack and prepared to set off. However, An inadvertent glance caused his joy to freeze in place. Not far away, 3 figures hung from a small tree. As Tazmi approached and discerned the situation, he could not bear to look any longer. Among the 3 figures was the man who had been beaten in the grain store, while the other 2 appeared to be his wife and child. The child's innocent face still bore remnants of breadcrumbs. The man and his wife gazed at their child, even in death, their faces frozen in guilt and helplessness for eternity. Silently, Tazmi dug a grave and gently laid the 3 to rest. Once everything was in order, he clasped his hands together in prayer before wordlessly shouldering his pack and departing. Unbeknownst to Tazmi, 2 individuals were observing him from a distance. The shopkeeper was bowing and scraping behind another figure. This person glanced at Tazmi, then at the hastily erected grave, before tossing a heavy package to the shopkeeper. As the shopkeeper opened it, a broad smile spread across his face. "Oh, look at this. It's more than enough." The figure did not acknowledge him, their eyes still fixed on the fresh grave. "The surplus is not a gift for you. Lower the price of the grain. I will cover your losses. If I discover any tricks on your part, you know the consequences." The shopkeeper's legs buckled, and he fell to his knees, having witnessed this individual's methods before. "Truly, you are benevolent. Rest assured, I will reduce the price by half." The figure nodded. Although half off was still exorbitant, it would hopefully mitigate such tragic occurrences. With a whoosh, the individual vanished, and the shopkeeper glanced around nervously before hastily departing with the heavy bag. From a vantage point, the figure whispered into a wristwatch, "Xingnan. The target has appeared. Track my coordinates." The peculiar watch blinked twice before a youthful voice responded, "Understood. Be careful, North Wind. I will join you shortly." Lowering his arm, North Wind swiftly pursued the direction Tazmi had taken, moving with ghostly speed. After covering a significant distance from the town, Tazmi activated his demonic speed, striving to reunite with his companions as quickly as possible. At last, after a flurry of rapid movement, a cave came into view, and Tazmi, panting, approached it. Steadying his breath, he stepped towards the entrance, only to be confronted by Riona, who glared at him intensely. "Who goes there?" Startled, Tazmi waved his hand, signaling, "It's me, Tazmi." Suddenly, Tazmi's heart raced as he turned, weapon drawn, realizing Riona was not looking at him, but rather at behind him. From the dark forest he had traversed, 2 figures emerged. Panic surged through Tazmi. When did this happen? What should I do? I have exhausted too much energy on my way back. Riona is still injured. The others are unconscious. I am utterly useless. If only Brother Lien were here. North Wind grasped Xingnan's swaying neck, who looked at him in confusion. "Let me handle this." Stepping forward, North Wind declared, "I do not wish to harm you. I hope you will come with me willingly." In response, Tazmi and Riona readied themselves for a fight. North Wind shook his head, removing an object from around his neck and inserting it into the wristwatch. Clenching his fists, he raised them above his head. Armor fusion. A flurry of light and shadow enveloped him, and a suit of armor, primarily blue, instantly covered North Wind's body, its crimson eyes radiating a menacing glow. Riona's voice, filled with rage, echoed, "It's you. You turned Vegeta into that." Tazmi instinctively tightened his grip on his spear, thoughts racing. "What is that? Is it also an Imperial tool? Is this the one who transformed the boss? Am I truly his match?" Before Tazmi could ponder further, a blade, resembling a hidden dagger, appeared at North Wind's wrist, striking with incredible speed. So fast, Tazmi barely raised his spear in time to deflect the blow, but the tremendous force sent him flying backward. What power! Riona charged forward, raining down fists upon North Wind. Yet her lion heart had not yet returned. The impact of her blows against the armor was predictable. Her fists were quickly torn apart by the recoil, blood spilling forth as North Wind casually swatted Riona aside, sending her flying several meters away. Then, with a leap akin to a hawk, he soared down towards Tazmi, aiming directly for his chest with the hidden blade. A sickening sound echoed as the blade pierced flesh. Riona's lion heart gradually dissipated as she clutched the dagger embedded in her abdomen, her eyes locked on North Wind. "Do not underestimate me." Chapter 43. The storm approaches. The northern winds trembled slightly. This woman, has she forcibly activated the Imperial artifact? With a swift motion, I attempted to draw my weapon. Leon, with a pained expression, tightly grasped my arm. As I exerted force, her body moved with mine, leaving deep drag marks on the ground. "Leon," Tazmi exclaimed, raising his weapon to point at my throat. At that moment, I was still trying to withdraw my weapon. I had no intention of taking Leon's life unless absolutely necessary. Just as Tazmi's spear was about to connect with my neck, A fist engulfed in searing flames struck the spear, sending Tasmi flying. He crashed through countless trees before finally halting, struggling to lean on his weapon to avoid falling. Blood seeped through the crevices of his demon mask. That strike had nearly incapacitated him. I told you so. You should have changed your benevolent nature long ago. Following the voice, I saw a figure clad in crimson armor slowly retracting its fist. With a flick of his hand, Shingon, transformed, streaked toward Tasmi like a fiery meteor. Without a moment's hesitation, Tasmi turned and stumbled away, fully aware that he was no match for Shingon. His only hope lay in escaping to finally and rescue his companions. However, wounded as he was, how could Tasmi possibly flee from Shingon in full form? In mere moments, the fiery figure caught up to Tasmi. Where do you think you're going? Surrendering will spare you some suffering. Tasmi remained silent, resolutely focused on running. Finding his lack of response dull, Shingon swiftly positioned himself in Tasmi's path. Observing Tasmi's lowered weapon, Shingon couldn't help but chuckle. Did Tasmi still intend to resist in such a state? Very well. I am curious to witness the true nature of your imperial artifacts. He drew a peculiar double-headed sword from his waist, its bizarre design prompting one to question its functionality as a weapon. Shingon lowered his body, eyeing the young man before him. Shall we make a wager? If you can withstand my attack, I shall allow you to leave. Tasmi and Oppo's masked eyes flickered momentarily. Yet his grip on the spear remained steady, aiming it squarely at Shingon. Here it comes, Tasmi. Before the words had even left Shingon and Oppo's mouth, both surged forward like arrows released from a bow. Yet, unexpectedly, a glowing character for cut appeared in front of Shingon. The character swiftly merged with the double-headed sword, igniting it in scorching flames. Tasmi recognized the anomaly, but he had no alternative left. In a desperate gamble, he poured all his strength into his spear, slamming it downward with all his might. The sound of a thunderous clash echoed as they crossed past each other, a spray of blood erupting alongside shattering fragments of the spear. Lian abruptly opened his eyes, sitting up to gaze at the darkened sky, where ominous clouds loomed, and faint flashes of lightning flickered in the distance. A rumble of thunder resonated. Frowning, he scratched his head, pondering, what is this feeling? Is it about to rain? Everything seemed fine just a moment ago. Uncle Gu, rubbing his eyes with one hand and scratching his backside with the other, stared at the flickering sky. Uncle Gu, stop staring. Let's pack up. It looks like rain is imminent. Blackie spotted a cave not far from here. We should seek refuge there for the night. Everyone hurriedly gathered their belongings and proceeded toward Blackie's indicated direction. As Lian sat in the carriage, he continued to contemplate that peculiar sensation when a sudden bump jolted the vehicle to a stop. Have we arrived so soon? He lifted the curtain, revealing a white expanse of fog. The sound of hooves echoed as Anna emerged on horseback from the mist. This is bad, Uncle Gu. The fog has rolled in too quickly. Blackie has lost the way. Uncle Gu absent-mindedly tapped the carriage floor with his whip. What kind of weather is this? It goes from rain to heavy fog in an instant. We can end Oppo's. Proceed any further. Otherwise, we might unwittingly wander into the territory of a formidable and dangerous creature. Turning, he finally noticed Lian stepping out of the carriage. Lian, brother, look at this. We really can't move. The horses can barely navigate in this condition. Lian glanced around, confirming his words. The view was indeed a vast white expanse, visibility reduced to less than 3 meters, a veritable world where humans and beasts were indistinguishable. After a brief acknowledgement from CAI, Uncle Gu and the others packed up slightly and prepared to enter the carriage. However, as Uncle Gu lifted the curtain, he found CAI standing there, sword drawn, already out of her sheath. Uncle Gu swallowed hard. CAI, my apologies. We will leave immediately. He began to retreat. But Lian stopped the three of them, asking, have you noticed something? CAI did not respond, but made a gesture for silence. The carriage fell silent, and Uncle Gu realized that CAI was not brandishing her sword to drive them away. A grave expression crossed his face. In such thick fog, any sudden incident could spell disaster for them all. He cast a worried glance at Anna and Blackie. Lian and Oppo's ears perked up as if sensing something. He quickly ascended to the carriage roof, scanning the surroundings. Just moments ago, he had faintly heard some rustling sounds, which were now slowly approaching the group. Damn it! Why can't Oppo's detect any presence at all? As the rustling intensified, Uncle Gu and the others could no longer remain seated. They leaped from the carriage, tensing with alarm. CAI leaped next to Lian. Have you discovered anything? He shook his head, raising his arm and casually pointing toward the source of the sound, thinking, no matter. I shall take a look. Lian reasoned that as long as he did not attack any living beings, he would not be penalized for forcefully intervening. Even if his rationality was dwindling, he had initially intended to complete some commissions with Nagiata. Life certainly had a way of thwarting one and Apos, as plans. With a swift motion, he propelled a concentrated energy blast toward the sound's origin. The disturbed fog swirled chaotically. After the energy blast traveled a short distance, Lian clenched his fist, causing it to expand and explode, momentarily dispersing a large area of the dense mist. As the scene came into view, Lian's expression darkened instantly, and Uncle Gu and the others began to tremble, their weapons slipping from their grasps. Uncle Gu, shaking, pointed toward the direction, his voice filled with terror. So many bugs. So many bugs. There are too many. It seems we have stumbled into a veritable ocean of insects. He unleashed several more energy blasts, each resulting in a similar sight, an overwhelming swarm of insects. They had been encircled in such a short span of time. Chapter 44. Schemes amidst the mist. A shadow suddenly lunged towards the two figures atop the vehicle. In a flash of bladed light, the shadow was cleaved in two and fell to the ground. The dark green blood splattering as CAI flicked her wrist. Standing firm with her sword, CAI furrowed her brow. The defenses of these creatures were formidable. Retracting her gaze from the insect carcass, Lian called out, "They're coming." No sooner had he spoken than a swarm of insects surged forward, prompting Yorozuya to pick up his weapon and brace himself. The trio, seasoned veterans accustomed to battling dangerous species, quickly formed a simple yet effective formation upon engagement. They maneuvered with precision amidst the relentless tide of insects, exhibiting no sign of faltering. Lian ascended into the air, declaring, "Hold on for a moment. I will return shortly." Without waiting for a response, he surged forward with ferocious intensity. As Anna observed Lian's departure, her movements momentarily slowed, creating an opening in their formation. A giant mantis-like insect broke through their defenses, its sharp claws aimed directly at Anna, seemingly intent on cleaving her in two. With a resounding clash, the slender blade intercepted the claw, then rotated slightly, shattering the mantis's appendage as easily as if it were tofu, along with its head. In battle, division is a grave mistake. Do you wish to endanger your comrades? CAI admonished as she joined the fray, her sword flashing like lightning as she swiftly dispatched another grotesque creature. Yorozuya, struggling to suppress the onslaught of insects, shouted, "Anna, steady yourself." Reinvigorated, Anna reformed their defensive line, yet could not shake the despair within her heart. "Mr. Lian can fly. Why has he abandoned us?" Zhang. With relentless precision, He unleashed a volley of arrows, hardly needing to aim. Amidst such a vast swarm, even a blind archer would hit their mark. Hearing Anna's lament, he scoffed. "What are you thinking, Anna? Those prominent figures are always this way. They leave us behind to draw the attention of these wretched insects while they escape." Yorozuya, instead of reprimanding He as he usually would, cast a subtle glance at CAI. With a swift motion, CAI unleashed a wave of azure sword light, parting the swarm like cut wheat and momentarily creating a vacuum around them. She leaped back to join her companions, having overheard He's words. "Trust him. He is not that kind of person." "Trust what?" "He has fled." "He's, prepare yourself. They are coming again." The swarm offered no respite for the four to converse, surging relentlessly toward them. The wind whipped through Lian's hair as he soared above the insect horde, scanning the surroundings to locate the source of the swarm. As time wore on, his patience began to wane. Something is amiss. Upon reflection, my speed should have allowed me to circle this continent by now. How is it that I have not yet escaped this fog? With that thought, Lian ascended higher, unleashing an explosive surge of energy that propelled him to astonishing speeds. The insect fairy stood before a luminous barrier, ancient runes flickering across its surface. Beside her, two clusters resembling wormholes continuously spewed forth an astonishing number of insects, which immediately rushed toward the barrier, vanishing in a flash of light. "I say, Shadow Demon, is this contraption reliable? We might not even notice when they emerge." The Shadow Demon, seated in meditation, fiddled with an archaic divination plate, assuring her, "Rest assured. I procured this after considerable effort in the cultivation realm by assassinating a sect's young master. Although the preparation time was lengthy once activated. Even a gold core cultivator from that realm cannot escape for a while, let alone the natives of this world. Only a select few extraordinary artifacts might stand a chance." The insect fairy yawned. "It's so late. My bags under my eyes are showing. It's time to intensify things for those little ants." With a clap of her hands, one of the wormholes expanded dramatically, revealing a colossal shadow. The Shadow Demon marveled. "Though not my first encounter, the sight is always awe-inspiring." The insect fairy chuckled. "Are you envious? Once you're dead, I shall throw you into my flesh furnace and forge you into another formidable insect beast." The shadow demon, exasperated, retorted, "What nonsense! Why talk of death? Oh, come now. This world poses no threat to us. We are merely here to assist the priest in acquiring that which he desires. Once our task of eliminating the night raid is complete, this world will be ours to do with as we please. However, let me ask this. Why is this task marked in black? Have you ever seen this color before?" The shadow demon shook his head. "No. Copper, silver, gold. Hues of color. Those are the most challenging, but black? It must signify an exceedingly simple task." At that moment, both felt their hearts seize, as if grasped by an unseen force. "Did you feel that?" The shadow demon inquired incredulously, looking towards the barrier. The insect fairy, her demeanor shifting, moved to stand beside him, her eyes reflecting a lingering fear. "What an ominous presence," she murmured, closing her eyes only to reopen them with one transformed into a ghastly compound eye. With her unique ability, she shared vision with the minions within the barrier. Suddenly, one insect halted its advance, raising its head to survey its surroundings. A piercing shriek drew the insect fairy and Apos' attention, as if some object were hurtling towards her at breakneck speed. Above, she commanded her insects to look up, and a radiant orb tore through the mist, descending upon her. Boom! The earth trembled violently, and the two outside the barrier were caught off guard, collapsing to the ground. The shadow demon morphed into a shadow, becoming intangible, unaffected by the tumult around him. "Insect fairy, what has transpired within?" The tremors were swift yet fleeting. Once they subsided, the insect fairy shakily rose, shaking her head. "No. I saw nothing." "Wait. I did see something." "What do you mean you saw yet did not see?" "Light. I saw a ball of light." "Speak clearly. What was it?" "Unclear. It all happened too quickly." Chapter 45. The inhabitants of paradise. A figure descended with a resounding thud into the chasm created by the explosive energy blasts. Ignoring the warnings from the agency, Leon furrowed his brow. Just moments ago, an unfamiliar aura had abruptly emerged from a certain location within the swarm. He promptly locked onto that position and launched an attack, confirming that someone was indeed up to no good. Soaring back into the air above the carriage, the gust of wind he generated dispersed the surrounding fog, allowing him to discern the dire situation below. The four individuals were on the brink of peril, their bodies already marred by numerous wounds, while the swarm threatened to engulf them entirely. A few energy blasts rained down, instantly obliterating the nearby insects. Gusso, panting heavily, struggled to lift his head. "Leon, is that you?" It was no wonder Gusso had failed to recognize him. In his transformed state, aside from the altered hairstyle, his entire demeanor was drastically different. CAI gradually retracted the peculiar hand gesture she had been maintaining, a faint smile curling at the corners of her mouth as she raised an eyebrow at Anna, as if to say, "See, I wasn't mistaken." Landing among the four, Leon spoke with an air of indifference, crouched down. Before Heezy could react, CAI swiftly ducked down, and Gusso hurriedly pulled the others down as well. Although they were uncertain of Leon's intentions, the overwhelming aura he emanated instilled a sense of helplessness against any form of resistance. With arms spread wide, he unleashed two terrifying energy blasts, which spun a full 360 degrees as they erupted forth. As the blasts subsided, a barely audible sound of shattering glass accompanied the instantaneous evaporation of countless insects. The compass in the shadow demon's hand inexplicably cracked, and as the fissure widened, it snapped into two pieces with a clang, falling to the ground. The shadow demon, pained, picked up the fragments, attempting to rejoin them, but upon failing, his eyes glinted with rage. "Whoever you are, you shall pay dearly for destroying my treasure." "Bug Fairy, did you see anything?" However, the anticipated response did not come. "Bug Fairy." The shadow demon turned, searching for her presence, only to witness an unexpected sight. A towering figure stood behind him, with the bug fairy firmly grasped by her face in one hand. The shadow demon quickly understood. No wonder the bug fairy was silent. Leon lifted her off the ground and spoke coldly. "Who did you say would pay the price?" With a slight pressure of his hand, the object in his grasp burst open like a watermelon, spilling red and white contents onto the ground before carelessly tossing the remains aside like refuse. "Who are you?" "You were among those who attacked that night. Warren and Apos. To you?" "Shadow Dragonbind." Suddenly, several dragon-like shadows surged forth from behind the shadow demon, coiling toward Leon, who himself melted into a pool of shadow, attempting to escape into the distance. However, as the dragon-like shadows ensnared Leon, they simply dissipated, as if crushed by an invisible force. Lian snorted and instantly appeared in the path of the Shadow Demon's escape, delivering a powerful punch to the ground, causing the earth to sink. The Shadow Demon was forced to exit his shadow form. The Shadow Demon was taken aback, astonished by the speed of his opponent. He hurriedly concentrated his shadows, attempting to transform into shadow once more to flee. Thinking of escaping? It won't be that easy. In an instant, beams of light pierced through the Shadow Demon's legs, causing him to crash heavily to the ground. He struggled to rise, only to find Lian standing before him. Enveloped in golden flames, his indifferent gaze fixed upon him. Raising a hand, the light flickered at his fingertips. Move again, and the next strike will be your head. The Shadow Demon's throat tightened, cold sweat trickling down his face. Saiyan. A contemplative glimmer flickered in Lian's eyes, yet he remained silent. The Shadow Demon ceased his struggles, inquiring, "Who are you? Which inhabitant of paradise are you? Or are you from the main deity's side?" Lian understood at once, thinking to himself that these individuals were indeed from that faction. However, he did not reveal his thoughts, speaking coolly, "And who are you? What is your purpose in this world?" Upon hearing his words, the Shadow Demon surprisingly relaxed. "Brother, let us talk. Can you put that thing down?" With a thud, a small energy blast struck his shoulder, causing the Shadow Demon to scream in agony as a gaping wound appeared, emanating wisps of black smoke. "It appears you failed to grasp the situation. I am the one asking questions now." Another beam of light materialized, aimed at the Shadow Demon's head. "I guarantee that if you utter another word of nonsense, your head will explode just like your companions. You wouldn't possess the ability to escape like her, would you?" Just as Lian finished speaking, the sound of rapid human footsteps echoed from a distance. "Run? I'm curious to see how far you can go." Ignoring the fleeing bug fairy, Lian pressed on. "Tell me, what was the purpose of your nocturnal assault?" The Shadow Demon hesitated for a moment, then smiled. "Don't act rashly. Our goal is..." Suddenly, the Shadow Demon raised his intact hand. A flash of black light emanated from his sleeve, and a dagger radiating a ghostly glow shot toward Lian with astonishing speed, leaving a trail of afterimages in the air. Seeking death, Lian made no move as the dagger neared, only for it to be halted by an invisible barrier, falling harmlessly to the ground with a clatter as its momentum dissipated. Simultaneously, an energy blast shot forth, piercing through the Shadow Demon's head. Reason value consumption resumed to normal. Lian stood there, furrowing his brow in confusion. How strange. What went wrong? His previous demeanor had clearly suggested a willingness for negotiation. How could he have attacked so suddenly? Unbeknownst to Lian, conflicts between the inhabitants of paradise and the emissaries of the main deity often culminated in a scenario where the defeated would surrender everything to the victor in exchange for their life. Following an agreement recognized by both factions, the defeated would relinquish all possessions to earn the minimum qualification for task completion and return. However, regardless of the faction, it was customary not to inquire about each other's tasks, as revealing such information was strictly forbidden, with dire consequences for transgressions. At the moment Lian questioned the Shadow Demon's intent, the Shadow Demon realized that Lian was likely not an emissary from any known faction, or perhaps a self-awakened boundary breaker. Such individuals had transcended the constraints of their original world through certain circumstances, gaining an awareness of the multiverse concept. Upon awakening, they inexplicably obtained the ability to traverse worlds. Whichever the case, the Shadow Demon understood that Lian would not easily let him go. Thus, he resolved to fight for a slim chance of survival. Lian brother. Gusso and the others, realizing the battle was momentarily paused, cautiously approached. Enna, her mouth agape, surveyed the surroundings repeatedly, gesturing with her hands. That massive mountain. It's gone? Chapter 46. The fates favor. Lian cast a sharp gaze towards the three figures of Gusuo, causing them to tremble in fear, worried that this harbinger of death might strike them down. "My lord, do you have any commands?" They stammered. "Your mission has concluded. Return home," Lian replied, momentarily sensing the direction in which the insect fairy had fled. In a flash, he ascended into the sky, vanishing after a few swift movements. Gusuo exhaled in relief as he watched Lian depart. "I shall take my leave as well. You will be notified of your rewards from the guild shortly," CAI announced, stepping towards the capital. Honestly, it would be nice if they could at least consider others. After witnessing their employers leave one after another, the three of them exchanged glances, perplexed. Meanwhile, within a resplendent cathedral, a figure clad in a pure white robe and wielding a scepter passionately delivered a speech from a high platform. Below, a throng of nobility from the capital gathered, their faces alight with fervor as they became increasingly frenzied under the influence of the white-robed orator and Apos' words. As the speech concluded, the crowd frantically hurled treasures onto the platform, including several imperial artifacts. The white-robed figure raised his scepter high, a barely perceptible smirk gracing his lips. At that moment, a figure rushed over, whispering urgently in his ear. The man paused, then nodded in acknowledgement, his expression remaining composed as he surveyed the delirious crowd. Gradually, he made his way to a quiet chamber where 3 individuals awaited him. "Father, there has been a situation," exclaimed one. The man referred to as the father raised a hand to silence him, turning to the 2 seated beside him, Beifeng and Xingnan. "How did your task fare?" Xingnan remained silent, producing a stack of cards which he handed to the father. A smile spread across the father's face as he meticulously examined each card, completely disregarding the anxious demeanor of the one who had spoken earlier. After swiftly reviewing the cards, he paused, his fingers flicking through them. "Where is Tasmi?" Xingnan nonchalantly turned away, whistling as Beifeng, seeing this, reluctantly continued. "We were careless. He escaped using the invisibility granted by the imperial artifact." Casting a knowing glance at Xingnan, the father put away the cards. "Losing 1 Tasmi is not a significant loss. You shall receive the rewards I promised upon our return. For now, I suggest both of you take some time to rest. Father, the shadow demon is dead. The one who killed him is currently pursuing the insect fairy." The anxious individual could no longer contain himself, speaking out in haste. The father regarded him. "You remain as impatient as ever, poison doctor." Suddenly, an item appeared in the father's hand. "What is this?" he inquired, a smile unconsciously appearing on his face. "Let the insect fairy take that companion on a little tour. We must prepare ourselves properly." The 3 followed the father to a concealed corner, where he tapped the ground with his scepter. The ground twisted, revealing a staircase leading downward. The poison doctor and Xingnan stepped in first, followed by Beifeng. They descended for what seemed like an eternity, the staircase appearing endless. In the dark corridor, only the dim glow from the father's scepter illuminated their path. After what felt like a prolonged journey, a glimmer of light finally appeared ahead, breaking his silence. The father spoke, his voice tinged with excitement. "Do you know of the Child of Fate?" "The Child of Fate? Isn't that a favored being of the world, embodying the collective fortune of existence and influencing the course of significant events?" "Indeed, it is more appropriate to refer to them as protagonists," the father replied, pleased with the poison doctor's response. "However, this is not entirely accurate. The Child of Fate thrives due to the favor of the world's inherent will. They often find themselves turning misfortune into fortune and reaping abundant rewards." "Doesn't that sound familiar?" Beifeng's eyes flickered with realization. Could it be luck value? At that moment, they emerged from the darkness, and the father's scepter struck the ground with a resonant sound. The trio was captivated by the scene before them. "Exactly. It bears a striking resemblance to our luck value. Yet, the enhancement of our luck value is incredibly arduous. But I have stumbled upon a method." The father pressed on, ascending to a massive altar at the center of the space. He reached into his pocket and produced the stack of cards transformed from the members of the night raid. With a flourish of his hand, the cards scattered across the altar while the other hand relaxed, allowing the scepter to hover above the center. That is the way. By extracting the luck power of a world and Apos, as protagonist and briefly infusing it into an object at the altar. Though this method renders the acquired luck value irretrievable once used. What does it matter? This is luck value we are speaking of. With it, I shall undoubtedly complete my ascension task. Beifeng interjected, but this diverges from our mission. Our task is to prevent the night raid from aiding the revolutionary army. If you extract their luck, they will perish. The father chuckled softly. Beifeng, you remain as compassionate as ever. You, I, or even the poison doctor. Are we not all protagonists of our own worlds? What difference does it make? The moment we entered this fantastical paradise, did you not realize that the entire world no longer unfolds as you had hoped? Suddenly, the altar illuminated with intricate and arcane runes, and 12 crimson beams of light shot up from its edges, intertwining to form fluctuating nodes. The Night Raid member cards scattered across the altar automatically fell into these nodes. Although a death was not found, this was sufficient. At the moment the card of Akame touched a node, it began to tremble violently, and Akame and Apos' phantom emerged, expressing torment. "Behold," the father exclaimed, raising his hands, his face reflecting the same frenzied expression as the brainwashed nobility. "This is the manifestation of being favored by the world, even reduced to mere cards. They remain under the protection of the world's will." With a wave of his hand, several imperial artifacts and numerous subordinate items floated around the scepter, their surfaces suddenly connected by a faint, ethereal thread. It appeared as if something was being siphoned from them, and gradually, the subordinate artifacts began to display signs of wear. As if washed by the river of time. Soon, the Imperial artifacts, unable to endure the passage of time, began to shatter. With a resounding crash, the ceiling of this underground space exploded, revealing Leon, suspended in midair, coldly observing the four below, along with the insect fairy, whose fate remained uncertain. Chapter 47. Have you contemplated the meaning of life? The timing was impeccable. The priest waved his staff, and it swiftly returned to his grasp, while the cards belonging to the Night Raid members fell to the ground, stripped of all their brilliance. Leon, ablaze with fury, fixed his gaze upon the priest, demanding, "What have you done?" Just moments ago, while attempting to track the insect fairy to locate his teammates, Leon noticed that the fairy, who had been fleeing in a straight line, inexplicably began to lead him in circles. Realizing something was amiss, Leon quickly subdued her and inquired about the reason. Yet, the seemingly fragile insect fairy refused to utter a word, biting down in silence. At that moment of despair, a peculiar wave emanated from the direction of the imperial capital, guiding Leon to this very place. The priest struck the ground with his staff, a look of satisfaction spreading across his face. Behold, witness the birth of a god. Instantly, the entire world resonated with an inexplicable energy, and the priest stood there as if he were the very center of existence. Seeing the unfolding chaos, the trio from the north wind turned and fled, aware that if they were to be buried here, they might never see daylight again. Ignoring their retreat, Leon glanced at the scattered cards and murmured, "Are they still alive? Does it matter? You're about to die." The priest, clutching his staff, radiated confidence, seemingly dismissing Leon. "If that is the case, then you shall perish." Before the priest could finish his sentence, Leon appeared beside him in an instant, his fist crashing down like a meteor towards the priest and Apos' head. The priest and Apos' staff shimmered faintly, and it seemed as though he was momentarily tripped by an unseen force, causing him to stumble aside. However, this action allowed Leon's punch to merely graze his hair, striking the empty air instead. The powerful gust generated by his punch struck the stone wall, sending debris flying in all directions. Leon's figure flickered as he unleashed a series of rapid punches. Yet the priest danced like a butterfly in the wind, evading predictably. "We seem to harbor no deep-seated grudges against one another. Why don't we sit down and have a proper discussion?" The priest's words possessed an inexplicable allure, causing Leon to instinctively slow his assault. "No." Before Leon could react, a golden rope coiled around him. Just as he attempted to evade, he found himself standing on unstable ground, which suddenly gave way beneath him. In that fleeting moment of disruption, Leon was ensnared by the rope. Surrender your resistance. Fighting against one destined for greatness will only invite the wrath of the world upon you. The outcome of this battle was sealed from the very beginning. Have you not realized that no matter how you attack, it always falls short for inexplicable reasons? Leon, with his head bowed, obscured his features as his once fiery aura gradually dissipated into nothingness. The priest's expression brightened. He certainly did not wish for the confrontation to persist. As he had just stated, fortune was transient and limited. If exhausted, his efforts would be in vain. Ha 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 ha. Leon suddenly burst into laughter. "What did you say? The world stands against me? Ha ha. You amuse me. This world isn't even worthy of being my enemy." The golden aura erupted anew, its terrifying might a stark contrast to before. With a slight movement, the ropes binding him shattered. The priest, startled by his reaction, exclaimed, "What are you doing? It is futile. As long as you remain in this world, you will never be my match." Leon's aura surged, a sphere of energy materializing in his hand, rage evident in his eyes. "Let's see you evade this." The entire underground space trembled as if a colossal beast were stirring, a devastating explosion obliterating everything in its wake. The ground suddenly caved in at a certain point, unleashing a massive shockwave that soared into the heavens. Leon's aura coalesced into a transparent barrier rising from below. Dots of light flickered as the priest and Apos' figure appeared not far away. "Futile. Futile. Do you not comprehend? In this world, I am invincible. Is that so?" Leon's voice was devoid of emotion. "Since this world favors you, then it has no reason to exist." The priest was taken aback. "What are you planning to do?" The answer materialized as a rapidly enlarging annihilation bomb. "No, you cannot do this. Your friends are still alive. Do you wish to kill them?" The priest's staff suddenly manifested the ethereal forms of several people, indeed, the members of Night Raid, suspended in midair with their eyes tightly shut as if in slumber. Leon seemed oblivious, as the energy sphere plummeted like a shooting star. Return. Confirm payment." The priest frantically spoke, seemingly communicating with some entity. In an instant, a pale white light emanated from the priest's body, his form beginning to fade away. Faster, faster. Having done something, the priest's rate of disappearance accelerated significantly. Attempting to escape? Too late. Stay here. In an instant, the entire world fell into silence, the ground beneath cracking open with countless fissures, releasing an aura of annihilation. No, the priest vanished, taking with him an inconspicuous planet in the desolate cosmos. With a flash, Lian grasped the priest's staff and returned to the agency. Glancing back to see the door representing the world of Lam-Z had succumbed to shades of gray. Sitting heavily on the sofa, Lian fell into silence. After a prolonged moment, he pondered, is there any way to save them? The methods are as follows. 1. Acquire the authority of the Kaioshin in the Dragon Ball world and reforge the Lam-Z realm. 2. Attain the fruit of the Time Dao in the Xianxia world to reverse time. 3. Traverse other worlds in search of resurrection methods. Gazing at the three options, Lian furrowed his brow. The first and second were immediately dismissed. The first would take too long, he could not wait, and the second required talents he might not possess. When would the next client appear? Searching, please be patient. Time rewound to the moment just before the collapse of the Lam-Z world. Mokeboat. CAI walked through the still world, her body slowly undergoing transformation, her black hair gradually shifting to blue, her form subtly altering. Esther gazed at the terrifying scene akin to the apocalypse, disbelief etched in her eyes. What has happened? Lian, where are you? The sound of footsteps echoed, and Esther, astonished, turned to see someone moving effortlessly in her time-stop ability. The newcomer had flaxen hair, and his right arm was conspicuously missing. Who are you? Tasmi, Esther inquired uncertainly. It was no wonder that Esther was uncertain. Tasmi had changed drastically from the person she once knew. Tasmi approached her, surveying the apocalyptic surroundings. His voice devoid of emotion as he stated, "Let us go, Esther." Tasmi, do you know something? What has happened to this world? Esther pressed, but Tasmi did not answer. Instead, he reached into his pocket, producing a contract and presenting it to Esther. Do you wish to comprehend the truth of the world? Do you seek to understand the meaning of life? Sign it, and you shall obtain everything you desire. Chapter 48. A New World, Remaining Rationality. 63. Lian diverted his gaze from the panel before him, focusing instead on the scepter mounted on the wall. Have you not yet located the client? Searching. Please be patient. Lian furrowed his brow. This is taking too long. Is there a faster way? You may offer a certain reward and specify keywords for an active search. Lian was taken aback. Why didn't Indopos? You mention this sooner? You never asked. What must I offer? Complete 10 commissions. Gazing at the staggering number of commissions still pending, over 900, Lian resolutely initiated a search. His fingers danced in the air, murmuring, too many debts is no worry, too many lies is no itch. Charge ahead. He opened the interface of the general store and contemplated before entering the keyword rebirth. Without hesitation, he pressed the confirmation button. Searching based on the keyword. Search successful. The unknown world has been locked based on the keyword rebirth. Note, there is currently no information available for this world. Please exercise caution. Do you wish to enter this world? An unknown world? What is the name of this world? Unknown. What is the power system of this world? Unknown. What must I do upon entry? Unknown. You don't know this either? What use are you? Normal searches by the general store are all in familiar multidimensional parallel universes. Active pinpoint searches yield 99% unknown worlds. Lian gazed at the void-like portal suspended in the air, sighed, and confirmed, is it truly related to the keyword? Absolutely compliant. Then let us enter. In a tranquil forest, individuals swiftly made their way to the mountaintop. The leader produced an ancient scale resembling fish scales, which shimmered with a faint light as if resonating with something unseen. This is the place. The others exchanged glances. And a young girl approached the leader. Xian, oh no, master. Are we really going to do this? The former master had repeatedly stated that it should only be done as a last resort. Realizing something, she covered her mouth, thinking, look at my tongue. Upon hearing the mention of the former master, Lin Qian's eyes glimmered with sorrow. Qing, there is no other option left. Lin Qing reassured her. But you still have an engagement with the young master of the Zhou family in the capital. Why not seek his assistance? Lin Qian shook her head. You do not understand, Qing. Yesterday, the Zhou family sent someone to unilaterally annul the engagement. Impossible. Old Master Zhou would never do such a thing. It was not Old Master Zhou's decision, but that of Zhou Qian. Upon learning of grandfather's passing, Old Master Zhou fell gravely ill from grief. Now the Zhou family is under the control of Zhou Qian and Opos, As parents, Lin Qingqing stamped her foot in frustration. That damned Shokyuan, looking all fine and dandy. To turn his back now that the master has passed, Lin Qian seemed resolute. With a slight exertion, the scale in her palm shattered. As she opened her hand, the fragmented scales eerily floated, emitting glimmers of light that formed an enigmatic loop. Once the loop was established, it began to spin rapidly, swiftly creating a 2-meter-high luminous screen. Lin Qian steadied herself. Qing, once we enter, we may be temporarily separated. Please be cautious and follow the family's inherited path. We shall meet at the destination. Lin Qing sighed, gesturing for a backpack that was handed over. Huh, why is there only one? Turning to see a foolish-looking face smiling at her. Lin Qing ignored the person and called out, Lin Tian. What are you doing, you servant? Lin Tian, seemingly awakened from his stupor, finally looked around, his expression dazed. Seeing him in such a state only fueled Lin Qing and Apos' anger, as she had already been irked by the Zhou family and Apos' betrayal, forcing her and her dear friend to risk everything for the family legacy. Now, seeing her family's servant staring blankly at the glowing screen as if they were not even present, her fury found an outlet. Lin Tian, you've been dazed since earlier. What is wrong with you? Have you lost your wits, even more so than Lin Di? Upon hearing his name, Lin Di scratched his head sheepishly and grinned at Lin Qing. Lin Qing shot him a glare, which made him immediately fall silent. Satisfied, she turned to Lin Tian. Her eyebrows knitting together, prepared to speak again. Enough, Qing. Time is of the essence. We must begin. Lin Qing opened her mouth to retort but only managed to scoff. You there, servant. Why are you still standing there? Am I to invite you over? If not for Qian's kindness in allowing him to work in the Lin family, he would either starve on the streets or be devoured by wild beasts. With a swift motion, she snatched the bag from Lin Tian's grasp, causing him to stumble. Once steady, he watched the two women stride toward the glowing screen. You two stay here. Do not let anyone approach. With that command, Lin Qing hurriedly followed Lin Qian, and the two vanished into the luminous portal. Lin Tian, as if just regaining his senses, shook his head and, upon surveying the surroundings, his eyes sparkled with delight. This is the day Lin Qian gained the acknowledgement of the bone dragon. Looking down at his smooth palms, he noticed the absence of the grotesque scars that once marred his body. Suddenly, Lin Tian threw his head back and laughed heartily. Ha ha! I have returned! Demon Emperor! Dragon Ancestor! Did you ever expect this? In this lifetime, I shall surely stand at the pinnacle of this world. Await your submission. Suddenly, he sensed a large hand on his forehead. Glancing over, he saw Lin Di's hand resting there, concern etched on his face. Tian, have you burned your brain with fever? Brushing Lin Di's hand away in disgust, Lin Tian retorted, Do not touch me, you fool. Lin Di, serious now, replied, I am not a fool. Qing said I merely react slowly. Rolling his eyes, Lin Tian gazed at the luminous portal, filled with shadows of resentment. Lin Qian, oh Lin Qian, in our past lives, you, as the dragon ancestor, disregarded me due to your affection for the bone dragon. Now that I have returned, I shall seize everything from you and make you willingly crawl into my bed. With those thoughts, filled with anticipation for the future, Lin Tian slowly advanced toward the portal. Suddenly, he felt a tremendous force tugging at his clothing. After several attempts to move forward, he found himself unable to proceed. With an exasperated expression, he turned to see Lin Di holding on to him. Why are you grabbing me? Let go, you fool. Lin Di shook his head. Qing said to stay here, and also, I am not a fool, you owe me an apology. Chapter 49, The Reborn One. Lin Tian attempted to wrest his clothing from Lin Di's grasp, but despite exerting all his strength, he could not budge it even an inch. Damn it, this body is simply too feeble. Even a fool who is not extraordinary can restrain me. With a flash of insight, Lin Tian realized he had erred. He should not have called you a fool. I apologize. Noticing Lin Di's expression soften, Lin Tian continued his ruse. Do you know what the head of the family and the others are up to? Lin Di shook his head, unaware. The head of the family didn't tell me. Lin Tian leaned closer, lowering his voice conspiratorially, as if ensuring no one else could hear. They have gone to retrieve certain items, but the process will be exceedingly perilous. As servants, shouldn't we be the first to venture forth and alleviate their burdens? Lin Di, convinced, exhibited signs of anxiety, instinctively moving towards the luminous barrier. After a few steps, however, he paused, perplexed. Wait, how do you know all this, Tian? Lin Tian rolled his eyes inwardly, silently mocking him. Who said you were a fool? You seem remarkably astute now. Oh, don't dwell on the details. Let us hurry. Who knows, if you perform well, the head of the family might even bestow upon you the title of an outstanding servant. Extending his hand, he urged Lin Di forward, who, still caught in the web of Lin Tian's words, followed his push instinctively. Tian, are you serious? The head of the family will really reward me? Recently, it seems only Uncle Fu received such an honor. I heard he got 10 pounds of rice. My sister has yet to taste rice. Hee. Oh, come on. Let us go. In a flash of light, the two passed through the barrier, and after a dizzying whirlwind, Lin Tian found himself rising from the ground. We must hurry. In my past life, I foolishly waited outside with that imbecile Lin Di. Ultimately, we were hunted down into the trial grounds by a silver-ranked extraordinary sent by the Lin family's adversaries. Cornered, Lin Qian forged a pact with the bone dragon and turned the tide. After orienting himself, Lin Tian dashed forward. Relying on memories from his previous life, he navigated through numerous traps, arriving at the outer edge of the final trial site without taking a single detour. Taking a moment to recover from his labored breathing, Lin Tian hoped he had not arrived too late. He stepped into the trial grounds. As soon as he entered, an overwhelming pressure forced him to the ground. Lin Tian felt his consciousness blur. Is this the might of the dragon? Another insect has arrived. An endless staircase soared into the heavens. The voice emanating from the depths of the dome, its source unseen. Under this immense weight, Lin Qian climbed to a third of the staircase and glanced down in surprise. Then quickly returned her gaze, continuing her arduous ascent. She had no strength left to converse. With each step she took, the pressure intensified. Her body was succumbing to the strain, capillaries bursting beneath her skin, blood oozing from every pore. Just a bit more. I can do this, right, Grandpa? At this moment, her thoughts were muddled, murmuring incoherently, yet her body persisted in its ascent, slow but steady. The instant her foot landed on the next step, the surging dragon pressure overwhelmed her slender form, causing Lin Qian to faint on the staircase. The voice from above resonated again, filled with admiration. Remarkable willpower. It is truly rare for a woman to achieve such heights. How splendid. Meanwhile, Lin Tian began his ascent, but as soon as he set foot on the staircase, he nearly succumbed to the dragon's might and fell. Struggling to regain his balance, he gazed upward at Lin Qian's figure. Damn, how's she managing this? She must possess some artifact capable of countering the dragon's pressure. Indeed, this trial ground is a closely guarded secret of our family. It would not be surprising if there were artifacts tailored for such a purpose. Just then, the voice of appreciation echoed in his ears, sending a chill through Lin Tian's heart. He saw Lin Qian, unconscious, surrounded by pale, ghostly flames. As these flames appeared, they surged into Lin Qian's body, rapidly healing her bloodied form and diminishing the pain etched on her face. An inexplicable force lifted Lin Qian's body, carrying her upwards towards the dome. How intriguing. How very intriguing. I shall indulge you for a while. Lin Tian's face was etched with urgency. So that is how it is. What can be done to sway the bone dragon? Even if I cannot forge a pact with it, I cannot allow Lin Qian to gain its favor. What can be done? Damn it. Lin Tian watched as Lin Qian's figure disappeared into the dome, realizing that if he did not act, the dragon ancestor of his past life would reemerge. If nothing changes, then what was the purpose of my rebirth? A flicker of rage crossed Lin Tian's face. The ferocity honed through life and death revealing itself as he stood against the oppressive force. With all his might, he shouted towards the being in the dome, Amaterasu. Wait. The sky suddenly froze, and an even more terrifying pressure descended upon Lin Tian, just as he was on the brink of fainting. A golden light flashed within him, restoring clarity to his mind. Have I truly misjudged twice? Boom, the clouds churned, and a colossal dragon head, constructed of bones, burst through the sky, revealing its true form. Within the hollow eyes of the bone dragon, two ghostly flames burned quietly. Insect, how do you know my true name? Lin Tian summoned his spirit back from the depths of his being, an involuntary smile appearing on his face. Not only do I know your true name, but I also know you were treacherously ousted from the dragon clan by despicable individuals. Am I correct? Insolence! How dare you mock me? Do you think you are worthy of such mockery? The soul flames in the bone dragon's eyes flared intensely, and its might once again forced Lin Tian into the ground. With all his strength, he bellowed, I can help you regain your corporeal form. I can even drag that vile wretch from the throne of the dragon god and restore your honor. The pressure that had been crushing it dissipated instantly, as though it had never existed. Lin Tian gasped for breath on the ground, just a hair's breadth away from being crushed. Struggling to prop himself up, he lifted his head only to freeze in place, his complexion paling, his mind spiraling into a trance. Before him loomed the bone dragon's soul fire, its icy chill threatening to freeze his very essence. After a moment of staring at the bone dragon's terrifying visage, it slowly raised its head. Your soul tells me you speak the truth. How peculiar. Who exactly are you? At this moment, Lin Tian snapped back from his stupor. Chapter 50 the Beastmaster? You need not concern yourself with my identity. So, Amaterasu, would you care for a transaction? Transaction? Lin Tian stepped forward, arms outstretched as if to embrace the skeletal dragon. Indeed, form a pact with me, and I shall lead you back to your zenith. Nay, you shall ascend to heights previously unimagined. The skeletal dragon erupted into a fit of laughter. Once the mirth subsided, it glanced upward toward the dome above, then transformed into a dark flame that enveloped Lin Tian. I accept. Do not disappoint me, boy. Meanwhile, Lin Qian slowly awakened on a suspended platform. What is this? Turning her head, she beheld an endless staircase descending into the abyss. Have I succeeded? Her gaze swept across the platform, landing on a colossal crystal at its center, within which a transparent orb floated gently. The Dragon Ball. It truly is the Dragon Ball. I have achieved it. Tears streamed down Lin Qian's cheeks as the burdens of her family's turmoil bore down upon her frail shoulders, the immense pressure tormenting her, now erupting in joy from her successful trial. Once her tears subsided, Lin Qian wiped her reddened eyes and limped toward the crystal, a flicker of joy illuminating her face. I did it. The family is saved. As her palm gently caressed the crystal, a crack resonated through it. Lin Qian's smile froze in place as more fissures appeared, culminating in its shattering. The Dragon Ball within burst forth as a beam of light, spiraling before darting downward at breakneck speed. Ha ha ha. Boy, do not let me down. A deafening voice echoed in Lin Qian's mind. Frantically, she rushed to the platform's edge to peer down. The rapid movement of the Dragon Ball had dispersed the mist that shrouded the air. She witnessed the Dragon Ball shoot into the body of a young servant from their family, vanishing without a trace. No, no, no. This cannot be true. Why? Why? Lin Qian's fist clenched, then instinctively loosened, her body collapsing onto the ground. This cannot be real. I have passed the trial. How can this happen? Crumpled on the ground. Lin Qian and Appo's eyes lost all luster. Mother, father, I am so weary. Grandfather, the task you entrusted to me, Qian cannot fulfill it. Embracing her head with her arms, she buried her face like an ostrich, sobbing silently. In her moment of despair, she felt a wad of tissue thrust into her hand. Thank you. Lin Qian instinctively wiped her face. Her hand suddenly froze in midair as she turned to the side, her tear-streaked face meeting a pair of size 42 shoes. Looking up, she saw Lian's awkward yet polite expression. Lian extended the tissue toward her. I seem to have arrived at an inopportune moment. Noticing Lin Qian's blank stare, Lian muttered, surely, this employer isn't a fool? Lian reached out to the girl on the ground. How about we get up and talk? It's quite chilly down there. Lin Qian dazedly extended her hand, allowing Lian to pull her up. Just as he was about to retract his hand, they were suddenly enveloped by a mystical array. The formation appeared and vanished swiftly, leaving an enigmatic symbol on the backs of their hands. The Ware Shop. What is happening? Due to the influence of this world's will, the contract's content has undergone some changes. There is no need for alarm. Lin Qian raised her hand, staring vacantly at the mysterious symbol on her palm, a flicker of emotion igniting in her vacant eyes. Glancing at Lian, then back at the symbol, and again at Lian, the cycle continued. Lian covered his forehead, realizing, this employer truly seems to be a fool. Suddenly, Lin Qian sprang into the air, exclaiming, yeah, the contract rune. I have finally succeeded. Is this also a part of the trial? Disregarding Lian's speechless expression, she circled around him, scrutinizing him as she spoke. I remember grandfather said that certain rare ancient beasts attain a certain level of power and transform into human form. Lian's expression darkened. Who are you calling a beast? Oh, it can even speak. Quite remarkable. Lin Qian suddenly reached out and touched Lian's arm, causing him to jump back as if shocked, goosebumps prickling his skin. Hey, I warn you to show some respect. Lin Qian rubbed her hands together, seemingly savoring the sensation she had just experienced. Not bad, not bad. Quite muscular. So, Beastmaster, how should I address you? Lian waggled his finger. First, I am not an ancient beast. I am human, and certainly not a Beastmaster. Lin Qian glanced at the tail at Lian's waist and rolled her eyes. The Beastmaster is quite humorous. She then extended her arm, revealing the rune on her palm. Channeling energy into the symbol, it emitted a soft glow, pulsating rhythmically. Lian's rune also responded with a sudden brilliance. An unexpected sensation surged within Lian. In this state, it seemed he could directly comprehend Lin Qian's thoughts and sense her location. Alarmed, Lian mentally shouted, "Where's shop? Reveal yourself. Have you sold me out? So now you choose to feign ignorance? Fine, fine." Lin Qian approached Lian, her demeanor shifting to seriousness. "Henceforth, I look forward to your guidance, Beast Master." She extended her right hand, gazing at him intently. Lian, resigned, extended his hand for a casual shake, quickly retracting it. "I'm Lian. Please refrain from calling me Beast Master." "Very well, Beast Master. I am Lin Qian. You may call me Chan Qian." Lian scrutinized her with a sidelong glance. She certainly has an attitude. At this moment, Lin Tian and the skeletal dragon's pact was nearing completion. Grayish-white flames surged into Lin Tian's body, and as he slowly opened his eyes, they transformed into vertical slits. However, this peculiarity swiftly dissipated, restoring his eyes to their original form. The voice of the skeletal dragon resonated within him. "Remarkable, boy. There exists a hidden depth within you. In this realm, my soul feels an inexplicable surge of vitality." Lin Tian stood, clenched his fist, and a satisfied smile graced his face. "Senior Dragon, I will explain the rest shortly. We have guests arriving. Boy, do not become too complacent. Your body is severely depleted. You must have engaged in quite a bit of labor, haven't you? Combined with the recent contract, you will likely only be able to exhibit mid-tier silver strength." Lin Tian coughed awkwardly. "I didn't. I am not. Do not make unfounded accusations." Chapter 51. The flamboyant young man of the Fong clan. Hurry, hurry, they are here. Suddenly, a throng of people surged into the final trial grounds, completely obstructing the soul exit. The crowd parted to reveal a flamboyantly dressed young man accompanied by an elderly figure. The young man waved his folding fan lightly, tilting his head at a 45-degree angle to gaze at the sky. "Miss Lin, it is truly a surprise to encounter you in this desolate place. What a rare coincidence." The elder behind him cleared his throat and leaned towards the young man, whispering, "Young Master Fong, that individual is not Miss Lin." The flamboyant young man was taken aback. Lowering his nose to scrutinize the figure before him, he snapped his fan shut, pointing at Lin Tian. "Who are you? Where is Miss Lin Qian? Why should I divulge that to you? And who might you be?" Lin Tian retorted, defiantly raising his chin, mirroring the young man's earlier posture. Lin Tian scoffed inwardly, recognizing the flamboyant youth as the young master of the Fong family. A mere nobody in his previous life, easily crushed by Lin Qian after she acquired the bone dragon. Hey, kid, don't be too arrogant. That old man behind the flamboyant youth is a late silver rank, not to mention that this young man himself is at mid-silver rank. Can you handle them together? If my bodily energy were not so severely depleted, I could contract with you, at least reaching the peak of silver rank. At that point, these two ants would pose no threat. For now, I advise you to keep a low profile." Upon hearing the bone dragon's warning, Lin Tian silently lowered his head. Clop. Clop, clop. Just then, a series of footsteps echoed from above the stairs. Lin Qian descended slowly, her gaze filled with disdain as she surveyed the crowd below. "Ah, so it is young Master Fong. I wonder what brings you and your entourage here to seek out a mere girl." Upon seeing Lin Qian, a lewd glimmer flashed in the young man and Appo's eyes, yet he maintained a facade of politeness, donning a smile. "Miss Lin Qian, it has been a few days, and you remain as captivating as ever. I merely wish to invite you to the Fong residence to discuss the transfer of the Lin family and Appo's shop in Diamond City. Regrettably, I have attempted to meet you several times without success. Today's endeavor is born out of necessity, and I hope you will not take offense." Lin Qian's tone instinctively heightened in pitch. "Discuss? Young Master Fong, your intentions are well known throughout Diamond City. A discussion is merely a guise for coercion. Your Fong family has always been a subordinate of the Lin family. Have your wings grown strong enough to dare bite the hand that feeds you? You can only engage in verbal sparring. Since you refuse to indulge in civility, do not blame me for my actions." By now, Lin Qian had reached the bottom of the stairs, casting a discreet glance at Li and beside her, her resolve firm. "Oh, what do you intend to do?" Lin Tian also noticed the unexpectedly present Li and felt a pang of envy at the sight of his bulging muscles. "Senior, what is this person's background?" He silently inquired of the bone dragon. "I do not sense any energy fluctuations from him. I did not see him earlier. It is indeed strange." Clap, clap, clap. A series of applause drew Lin Tian's attention. Behind the flamboyant young man, there was a stir, and two individuals bound tightly were brought forth. Lin Qian's expression turned alarmed upon recognizing one of them. "Sister Qingqing." She immediately glared at the young man, anger radiating from her. "What do you intend to do?" "Since Miss Lin is unwilling to visit the Fong residence, I must invite Miss Qingqing to my estate for a discussion. You dare? Lin Qian's heart raced with panic. The young man's reputation was notorious in Baiman City, and if Lin Qing fell into his grasp, it would be like a lamb entering a tiger's den. She cast a hopeful glance at Leon, but before she could speak, a brazen voice interrupted. Leon was already prepared to act, intrigued by the source of the voice. Another expert? Lin Tian stepped forward, addressing the young master of the Fong family. What skill is there in bullying a woman? Do you dare to face me in a duel? If I win, you will release Lin Qingqing and allow us to depart. A self-satisfied smirk graced Lin Tian's lips as he thought, with the bone dragon contracted to me in this life. Lin Qian will surely regard me with newfound respect if I stand against Fong. Leon's eyes widened in disbelief at this audacious proclamation. What wisdom is this? The other party is already in a position of advantage. Only a fool would accept your challenge. The flamboyant young man cast a bewildered glance at Lin Tian, only to erupt into laughter upon realizing he was merely at the initial stage of silver rank. Haha, who is this wild child who dares to challenge me? A prodigy of the Fong family? Lin Tian retorted coldly. What, are you afraid? If you refuse my challenge, you should simply release Lin Qingqing and leave. Impertinence. The elder behind the flamboyant youth moved to strike Lin Tian. However, the young man deftly waved his fan to stop the elder, turning to Lin Tian. Since you are so eager for death, I shall oblige. Let us see how, despite being of the same silver rank, you are no match for me. Goodness. He actually accepted. Leon could hardly believe it. Have you been kicked by a donkey? The surrounding crowd instinctively parted, granting both combatants ample space. Lin Tian and the flamboyant young man stepped into the center. Lin Tian assumed an unusual stance, thinking that if he were to concede now, he could at least salvage some dignity. The young man, wielding his fan, pointed it at Lin Tian. Enough with the pleasantries. It is you who should concede. Falling rain pear blossoms. The young man's fan suddenly emitted several beams of cold light aimed at Lin Tian. Lin Tian, displaying disdain, effortlessly dodged the projectiles and charged at the young man. As they engaged, a fierce clash erupted, each landing blows in a spirited exchange. Only Leon wore a perplexed expression, recognizing that Lin Tian had numerous opportunities to injure his opponent, yet chose to execute inexplicable maneuvers that squandered those chances. After a brief separation following their initial clash, Lin Tian covertly glanced at Lin Qian standing nearby. Humph, are you not astounded by my prowess? I refuse to believe you can remain unperturbed. It is time to conclude this battle. Imperial Heaven's Overlord Fist. Leon queried in confusion. What fist? Lin Tian gathered his fist at his side, radiating a ghastly pale glow, having now summoned the power of the bone dragon. He thrust his fist forward, unleashing an illusory punch that struck the flamboyant young man, catching him off guard and sending him soaring before crashing heavily to the ground. Young master. The elder rushed forward upon witnessing the young man's distress. Stop. Cough, cough, cough. The flamboyant young man struggled to rise. A wager is a wager. Do you wish for me to be untrustworthy? Chapter 52. That day, humanity reminisced. What a remarkable technique. Young man, what is your name? I shall not alter my name, nor my surname. It is Lin Tian. With the support of the elder, Fong Saiyan rose to his feet. Lin Tian, is it? I shall remember you. Release those two, and we shall take our leave. The elder hesitated, stating, Young master, if we do this, it will be difficult to explain to the Lord. I will return and explain it to my father. Upon realizing he could not dissuade his young master, the elder reluctantly waved his hand, signaling several individuals to throw the tightly bound Lin Di and Lin Qingqing out of the crowd. Gazing at Lin Tian, Fong Saiyan's eyes revealed a hint of admiration. Lin Tian, is it? Would you be interested in working for the Fong family? The Lin family has reached a dead end. Staying there will lead you nowhere. Lin Tian stood with his arms crossed, replying, Take your time, no need to see me off. Humph. I hope you do not regret this. With that, Fong Saiyan departed with numerous subordinates. Leon opened his mouth, astonished. They're really leaving? Qingqing. Lin Qian hurried to Lin Qingqing, loosening her bindings. After removing the rag stuffed in her mouth, Lin Qingqing spat a couple of times. Qian, I thought I would never see you again. Lin Qian embraced Lin Qingqing, reassuring her, Do not be afraid. Thankfully, Lin Tian intervened. By the way, how did you end up captured by Fong Saiyan? Ignoring the conversation between the two women, Leon was locked in a stare with the still-lying Lin Di. Finally, he grasped the ropes binding Lin Di and crushed them, exclaiming, Why are you so quiet? A grunt would suffice. Lin Qingqing, rubbing her numb arms, slowly approached Lin Tian, remarking, Who would have thought? Young Tianzi possesses such strength. You have concealed it well. Qingqing, Lin Qian called her, signaling her to be cautious with her words. Lin Qingqing rolled her eyes and walked away disinterested. Lin Qian stepped before Lin Tian, pondering, so this youth possesses such power. What is his purpose in hiding within the Lin family? Moreover, he seemed to have contracted with a beast here. Choosing her words carefully, Lin Qian began, Lin Tian. Is it? At that moment, Lin Qingqing had already approached Lian. Who are you? You may call me Lian. He then gestured toward Lin Qian, who appeared to be discussing something with Lin Tian. I am a helper, she summoned. A helper? Lin Qingqing scrutinized Lian from head to toe. Why have I never seen you before? Lian thought to himself, of course you haven't. We belong to different worlds. Yet he feigned indifference, replying, I was in a distant place and only just arrived here. At this time, Lin Qian seemed to have reached some agreement with Lin Tian and approached them. Smiling, she introduced, allow me to introduce you. This is my cousin, Lin Qingqing. The one beside her is Lin Tian, the newly appointed offering of the Lin family. And the rather dull fellow is Lin Di. This is Lian, a friend of mine. Coughing lightly, Lian drew Lin Qian and Apos' attention, raising an eyebrow in a warning manner. This is my friend who came to help. Lian nodded, satisfied. Lin Tian stepped forward to stand beside Lian, extending his hand. A pleasure to meet you. So you are Qian and Apos' friend. Thank you for looking after her. I look forward to your guidance. Qian, Lian teased, glancing at Lin Qian, who subtly shook her head. Understanding, Lian shook Lin Tian and Apos' hand, saying, a pleasure to meet you, Lin. Offering. He emphasized the word offering, hinting that Lin Tian was also an outsider, suggesting he ought to refrain from speaking as if he were part of the family. Lin Tian's smile faltered. In his heart, having gained the Bone Dragon, he was destined to stand at the pinnacle of this world, with Lin Qian and the Lin family belonging to him. How dare this man insinuate otherwise? With a firm grip, Lin Tian resolved to teach this presumptuous individual a lesson today. As Lin Tian exerted force, Lian sensed his intentions, a dangerous smirk gracing his lips as he applied pressure in return. Lin Tian's smile froze in place, and Lin Qian noticed the tension between the two. She quickly interjected, since we have accomplished our goal, we must return to address the situation within the clan. Let us hurry back. Lian nodded, releasing Lin Tian's hand and turning toward the exit. Lin Qingqing rushed to Lin Qian's side, asking, Qian, did you succeed? Lin Qian nodded, then shook her head. I will tell you later. Let us return first. Casting a glance at Lin Tian, who stood motionless with a sullen expression, she said nothing further and followed Lian, accompanied by Lin Qingqing and Lin Di. Lin Tian remained rooted in place, watching Li An's retreating figure, his eyes revealing a sinister glint, his hands now flushed with anger. Senior, what is this person's strength? The Bone Dragon's voice echoed lazily. It seems this individual has cultivated a technique to conceal his presence. In a one-on-one scenario, you could stand undefeated at the silver rank. The only reason for this circumstance is that this person's strength is likely above silver rank. Lin Tian nodded. It appears he is at the gold rank. The Bone Dragon replied in surprise. Oh, why do you say that? Why could he not be at the platinum rank? Lin Tian coldly laughed. If he were at the platinum rank, Lin Qian would not need to offer me numerous benefits to recruit me as an offering for the Lin family. She could simply unleash him to dominate the entire behemoth city. Indeed, that makes sense. Lin Tian stepped forward, pursuing the direction of the departing figures. Just a gold rank. Give me some time, and he will be within my grasp. At that point, I shall make this life a living hell for him. Lian seemed to sense something, casting a glance backward with a nonchalant smile. Aunt, you had best keep your head down. After a considerable journey, the group finally arrived at a city surrounded by grand, towering walls. Upon seeing the imposing fortifications, Lian involuntarily exclaimed, that day, humanity was once again reminded of the terror governed by the beasts. Lin Qingqing glanced at Lian, puzzled. What? Oh, it's nothing. Just lost in thought. Isn't it magnificent? This beast-repelling wall is the result of generations of effort from Behemoth City. Ordinary beasts cannot breach it. Qingqing, let us go? Lin Qian called out, having completed the verification of their passage. As they entered the city, the guard who had just validated Lin Qian's pass beckoned to another individual who approached him. They exchanged a few hushed words, and the newcomer nodded before disappearing into the crowd. Crossing through the city gates, Lian was momentarily dazed by the scene before him. Smooth asphalt roads, various modes of transport bustling along, and shops adorned with vibrant neon lights lining the streets. Towering buildings scraped the clouds in the distance.